have it. So when people ask me if I want to play this game and if I'd be considering it, I can go, it's right there. So with that said, hello YouTube. We're going to be getting back into some RoadCraft. We're pretty far in the game, as you can see here. We have already finished 5 maps out of the, 9 or whatever? 8 maps. So we're doing pretty good. That's actually part of the reason why I was going to play another, new game on the channel today, but the game I was looking at just kind of was looking at how it was being received. Not like negative reviews, just people were kind of just collectively moving on immediately, which is not usually a good indicator. And so I was like, kind of got panicked away from that, just overthinking things. I was like, you know what? RoadCraft we're down to like 2.25 maps or 2.5 maps. At this point, I might as well do a full playthrough on the stream.
We can call Operation Restore the Concrete Plant a success. My naming of operations, not so much. Anywho, it's all thanks to you as usual. I mean that. I've sent you some concrete bridge designs. I'm sure they'll be helpful. Of course, we have a long road ahead bringing the rest of the region back to shape, but we're off to a good start. I know it's an official mission and all, but still, you delivering that truck is probably the best part of the job for me. Getting to help out folks who are in a real bind.
She does all the dialogue every time we reload the game.
I don't think anybody would mind if we used it as a little shortcut, would they? Then again, even if the ingrates would, we'll be long gone by the time they notice. Just marvel at that river. Doesn't it look wonderful? At least it does from the satellite. If only we could trade places for a few minutes. I'd jump right in. You could ford the river if you don't mind getting a bit of water inside your vehicle. Of course, the shipping caravans would need a bridge, be it concrete or wooden. You're not starved for options. Looking at you driving up to that town really gets me thinking. You won't be staying there long at all, but something you build will remain, even if it's just the roads. That's a nice thing to leave behind, knowing it was yours. All right, X marks the spot. I suppose the view explains the shopping list from the locals, doesn't it? If we want to settle here, you have your work cut out for you. And the company really does want this spot, so you better get going.
Okay, that is... I wouldn't call it a bug, maybe a weird decision, that when you reload the save, any of her dialogue you had, she seems to just repeat all of it. Like, one after the other after the other. Because that wasn't just, like, the dialogue from one mission. That was all of the dialogue she had from the moment we started this map, all the way up to here. So, definitely was making it hard for me to, like, do the intro to the game, because she wouldn't stop talking. Now, granted, on this map, she's been a little bit different. Like, a lot of the maps, she's kind of doom and gloom about the company, where she's like, oh yeah, you know, when the opportunity arises and they'll replace us like cogs in the machine, and you're just like, dang, Kelly, calm down. And this one, she's been, like, strangely, mostly positive. So, Kelly's kind of all over the place in the game so far as what's going on. But yeah, but for those who haven't seen RoadCraft, it's by the same developers that make SnowRunner and Expeditions and MudRunner and Spin Tires and all the other ones. Well, actually, I think Spin Tires is a different group. Either way, all of those past titles or whatever. But basically, the entire idea behind the game is you go to places where disaster has struck, and you basically put together pretty much all stuff that got trashed.
If this isn't a porcelain shop after a herd of elephants threw a party, then I don't know what is. Still, maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Could you drive around and check what needs to be replaced? Some places look like they're going to be tough to reach, but I trust your usual creativity.
She's also being, like, really weirdly like, you're wonderful, you're great, you're amazing. I'm like, what? It's like, I appreciate the validation, but why the sudden change in tone? It's not like she was ever, like, particularly dismissive of us or anything. But it's just, like, overly kind of supportive, like, patting you on the back kind of thing all of a sudden. But yeah, so the idea is, like, we go to this area, like, this area's been hit by a really bad sandstorm, so, like, the solar power's all offline. There's rock slides everywhere. Okay. So I think we can squeeze in between these solar panels. Well, that's down below. Okay, well, let's go to this one up here, and then we can drop down there. But yeah, so you end up sitting there spending a lot of time that... Where SnowRunner is very, you know, truck is stuck, all the memes around that. You get a big heavy cargo, and you just go schlepping through the mud. This is a very different game. That's one of the things I've been kind of repeating again and again for people who pop in. Asking about it is the very first thing is check your expectations on it being like SnowRunner. It's not SnowRunner. The devs have been very vocal. It's not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. Okay, I was actually expecting dialogue there. So it's been trying to like prompt people to be like, hey, if you wanna enjoy the game, the very first thing is to not expect it to be something it's not. And I think it's a good thing that it's not SnowRunner. SnowRunner is an amazing game and an excellent game that is still actively getting content added to it. And then this is to be less like survival on your vehicle type situation, and then, you know, mucking around in a terrible map. And instead, this is all about making the terrible map not terrible. So you can see, like, got a bunch of loose rocks here. This isn't actually that bad, but we'll get like lots of mud and sand and stuff to deal with.
Okay. I think this place could still be somewhat useful, at least if we find a whole bunch of spare inverters somewhere. A quick search shows there's a shipment of the things sitting at your friendly port next door. Nice, right? Just one little catch. We don't know if the port itself is still in one piece. So could you go and check it out?
Alright, so I'm getting a bunch of missions to explore the new part of the map. But yeah, so because there was this whole sandstorm, we had this whole issue where a lot of the roads are overcome with sand that makes it kind of hard to move around. Alright, so we want to go way out down there. And then on top of that, we have lots and lots of rock slides everywhere. And the rock slides are honestly the worst of the two things, because you can very easily get kind of caught up on top of the rocks. But yeah, so you got like little things like this. That's not a very bad sand swept area, patch, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so that's a cave. Alright, that's a tunnel. That's probably the edge of the map to that direction. But yeah, so where you see like this glowing pad, I have a different mission that wants me to build a road here. So this is an example. So like I would need to build a road here as a mission, and then we got these big rocks all over the place that a vehicle like this can kind of maneuver around, but the convoys that actually deliver stuff would not be able to. So I'll need to go down here with a bulldozer, shove all the rocks out of the way. I'll put this down. Same map as yesterday. But, new map as far as, like, prior to that. When you say new map, I always have to, like, I don't have the context of the last time you caught the stream. We're on the map that had the sandstorm. Alright, so let's probably follow that. We got place we should build bridges down there. New map for you then. Gotcha. But yeah, so part of this is exploration. It's not quite as heavy on the exploration aspect as SnowRunner. Like, SnowRunner, it is one of the pitfalls I feel like the devs kind of put you into, that, you know, a lot of games, you get presented with your mission objective, and you do that, and, like, going off and ignoring that usually works against you. You know, barring certain genres like the Skyrims and the Oblivions out there where exploration is known to be rewarded. But in a lot of games like this, it's very much these mission objectives end up being your prescriptor of like, this is where you should go and what you should do. SnowRunner is kind of the opposite. If you try to follow the mission objectives, you're going to have a terrible time at the very beginning. That it very, very, very heavily not only rewards but depends on exploration. So you kind of have to go counter to the normal instinct. And the game doesn't do, in my opinion...
And here we have the nastier side of the oil industry. As if there were a less nasty one, but I digress. See that oil spill? We've been asked to help stop it. You'll need to find a replacement pump at the nearby quarry. Bring it here, and then repair the pipes. I guess it's pointless to tell you to hurry, but I still will. Time is oil seeping into the ground, and that's no good for anyone.
But But yeah, like SnowRunner doesn't really help you a lot of that. Oh my god, please stop talking.
I think there's a pattern here. When we don't know if something is okay or not, it always turns out smashed to pieces. Ah, well, not like I'm surprised.
But yeah, so it is one of those things that, like, one of the common things with SnowRunner is you'll have a new player, as long as they, like, if they've already known others to play it or been warned, it's not a big deal. But, like, if you have a brand new player who goes into it blind and all that, usually they do a couple of early game missions, get really frustrated and close the game, and then sometimes they'll end up looking up being like, what the crap am I supposed to do? And then, you know, everything being like new player, it's like, explore the map. Forget what the hell the game's telling you. Explore the map. You should explore the map. Like, you are supposed to explore the map. They just don't do enough to kind of nudge you in that direction. But no, it's not even kind of optional. It is absolutely critical. Can I shove that container out of the way? We could just squeeze on through. Alright. This game, the exploration can be useful to know routes or whatever, but isn't as important. Hi, confetti boxes, I guess? Sorry. No problem, you can lurk. Oh, this is perfect. So, I have 3 dare drops left to do to get more keys to the game to give out, which actually took the time to catalog all the keys I've gotten from dare drops for this, and I got a lot of keys to give out at some point in the near future. I got a key for SnowRunner, a key for RoadCraft. I believe 2 of these things, if not all 3 of them, I have on the right screen are more keys for RoadCraft. I've got a key for the Surge 2. I think there's a game called, like, Verun that I'm unfamiliar with that they gave me keys. They gave me some OSTs and art. I'll probably just, you know, be like, hey, I'm just gonna drop this key in chat or something, like, you know, people who want it or whatever. Usually OSTs people don't really care as much for. But yeah, so we got a lot of stuff. We're not gonna give any of that away today because we're just not prepared for it. But I do want to get all 3. I was actually genuinely going to start this stream where we weren't even going to work on this mission. And just go back to a map I know I could do those things on. Where is that spot? Alright. So you have enough force to nudge. Can I squeeze through there, actually? Yeah, so it's just the way they're assigning me new missions. They're having me explore this port. As you run around. Yeah, so you got this trench and there's a bridge on the other side. I have a feeling we're moving a lot of shipping containers in our future. Alright. Can I actually pop through these fences? Okay, no, those are solid fences. Some fences you can shove out of the way, some are rigid. What the heck are you? Alright, so we gotta get to this side. Should be a bit of off-roading. Sneak past the pump jacks and all that. And that'll finish the exploration part of this mission. And I do want to go back to getting our other base online. But the comment I made is one of our objectives for Dare Drop is to jump a body of water, a gap of water I think is the term they use. Jump a gap of water by building a sand ramp, and then jump it with a scout. And just because of the physics of the sand naturally kind of wanting to form into a pile, it makes it really hard to do, because, you know, the taller you make your ramp, the farther back it is from the thing you're trying to jump. So there's not really a value in just making it taller and taller. You won't have enough speed to really take advantage of it. So I needed a very short body of water to begin with. So over here, there's a couple spots that looked encouraging.
Guess what's next on your menu? Your favorite. Cleaning up the mess. Yeah, you heard me right. You need to sweep the port to make it usable again. Take a bulldozer or a mobile crane and get those damaged containers and scattered pipes out of the way.
Yeah, so I could see potentially jumping around here. Because I could pile up the dirt. Because even if it's not clean, it doesn't say it has to be clean. We could definitely jump that. Alright. So I've got a bunch of gaps. They don't really have... None of them are in great shape for using their existing cranes. I can bring my own crane to deal with that. That's going to be my second priority. Yeah, so we've got the road for oil to rebuild. We've got the liquid oil spills to deal with as well. We should start with the setting up the river base, though. And that was waiting on the steel mill, which is, I have no idea where. So I just need to store the steel bars. Okay, so steel beams are up here. That's fine. And then I would need to take the steel beams to one of our bases. And unfortunately, it looks like the nearest base is going to be driving all the way over there. But that's what we're trying to do right now, is turn this base on so I have a second base on the map. So let's go ahead and get that going. Got a couple vehicles up here. You're the perfect vehicle for this job. Okay. Yeah, so that's the steel beam place. Just need to grab a bunch of metal things to... That's not going to work. Just grab a bunch of metal things to chuck on the vehicle. Okay, so those get stuck on stuff really easy. Alright. So I only need a couple of steel beams. So I should be able to get away with some pretty unreasonable shenanigans. Give me the car. That'll be interesting. Okay. What I'm gonna try to do is bring it right over this way. Because that little pad right there is all the farther I gotta bring it. If I can bring it over there, that should give us a lot of steel beams and not a lot of time. Alright. Okay, that was 3 steel beams worth, and I need 5, so that's pretty good. It looks like we actually have a lot of pretty good stuff for salvaging back here. And grab this truck. Oh. So I've got you. Let's not stop there. Because I have a feeling sooner or later I'm going to need more beams. Oh yeah, I said I wanted to recycle one of these big container things here. Things that look like they're part of a water tower. It's certainly not the right vehicle for doing it. Okay. Probably actually one of those ones. Switch you over to 1 point. I think that'll make it easier to drag. Alright, just give it a minute before we start going. There we go. So how many was that worth? Because we were at 5. That was worth 11. Alright. I guess we're hauling a lot of steel back to our warehouse. I had not anticipated being worth nearly that much. Alright. Usually steel beams, I can load these up fairly easily and fairly efficiently. Because you can usually just make them roll up the side of your vehicle. Just need to get the arm kind of centered. Very first one's a failure in that count. Okay. But yeah, so as you can see, if you get things lined up, it usually goes really well. Maybe bringing way more steel beams than I should. But that's fine. Just means the thing I don't have to worry about later. Because I think this will be the most steel beams I've done in one go, because we grabbed 16 steel beams. And I think I've done like maybe 10 or 11. Might be the most I've carried of steel beams in one run. And that alone got pretty dodgy because you can't see it now, but by the time we zoom the camera out, our rear suspension is going to be basically hating its very existence. Alright. Only 2 more over there, and we can grab the last one and just hold it on the crane if necessary. Okay, I guess we're too far away to grab the last 2. Alright, and then there's this one, and then just the last one that we dropped. And I'm going to go ahead and put this one on front as, like, it's not going to be nearly enough of a counterbalance, but at least not adding to the problem. Okay, so I gotta get back to base, which is all the way down here. So I gotta go across our bridge, and then we're basically trying to head east. When we look at our suspension, our vehicle is practically bottomed out in the back. And so don't be surprised if we go over a bump and you see it kind of wheelie a bunch. We do not have a balanced load on this thing at all. Where are we going? Okay. Yeah, take a left down here, and we follow to the right. Let's stand you back up on your wheels. Needless to say, we are pretty top-heavy. So I'm going to be abusing the anchors a little bit here. Especially with all this loose sand I'm just sinking into. Alright. Okay. I believe we wanted to the right over here. That is not the way I should have gone. Ooh, also, while I've got this up, just marking this as some place to build a bridge later for convenience. Alright, so really rough route ahead of us. Actually lost where we are. Just north of this, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I gotta cross here. So unfortunately I do see there's some pretty bad rocks ahead of us, which we're just gonna have to make work. Because I don't feel like dragging the bulldozer all the way over here just to clear a couple of things out to try and get this through. I'm just gonna try and go up on that left side and make it work. Gotta lower that a little. It's completely inadequate as a counterweight, but doing the best we can. Alright. It looks like that's more loose sand ahead. Can you use the crane to remove rocks? No, you can't. At least not that I've seen. You can't, like, anchor to them. There are some that have, like, a grab hand as opposed to, like, the tethers like this one has. The ones with the grab hand can do it. Like, if you, like, physically put it in there. So, like, that log truck right in front of me, it has a grab hand. It can pick up rocks. But you can't just, like, throw a rope on it or something and pick it up. At least not that I've seen. I found with the big rocks, the best way to deal with them is just get a bulldozer and just shove them out of the way. Kind of skip all the fanfare and just go for it. My vehicle's pulling to the side for some reason, like I have a horrifically unbalanced load. I think it's fair. Because otherwise, it would, like, we already have the problem where the heavy crane is just better than most vehicles in the game. So you'll have, like, the mission for the scout, well, I'll just use the heavy crane. The mission for, like, dragging big cargo, well, I'll just use the heavy crane. Oh, I've got a mission where I'm supposed to drive this semi, well, I'll just pick it up with the heavy crane and use the heavy crane. Giving the heavy crane even more utility, like, genuinely I feel would be a bad thing. I think it's already probably stronger than it should be. Not to the point I think that they should nerf it in any way, but it is just kind of one of those things that, as far as the balance side goes, it can kind of cover a few too many bases that can really kind of remove the reason to use a bunch of the other vehicles. So it being unable to do rocks at all, I think is a reasonable thing. Right, so we're on the windy road. Oh, well, we're gonna get all up in the way of this supply route. Because you really enjoyed Incommunicado, but moving on to Sunken now feels like so much more work. Sunken definitely is the harder of the two maps. I felt like Incommunicado, so far as all the maps I've done, it felt like it had like the best flow of progression so far as you getting through the Could you stop pushing? I can't steer when you go around, man. My workers are the worst. Like, it definitely had a nice flow to it. But yeah, no, Sunken definitely had a lot of challenge. Sunken has a couple specific spots that also say are pretty laborious to get the path to play nice. I still think of the maps, Sunken is probably the map that, as like just the map presenting itself, I think is the best. It's just so very different from a lot of the other maps that prior to that, all the other maps are a little bit of flooding. Whereas Sunken, like with the whole earthquake aspect, where there's like parts of the map that are just completely jacked up from where the mine collapsed and all that, really does sell itself well. I think that big blue square we're heading towards right now is our destination. Realistically, this should have been 2 or more trips worth of steel, or just a different vehicle, but we had the vehicle in the place. It is technically capable of doing it. Taking the time to get another vehicle over there, and then a vehicle to load that vehicle and all that. It's good enough. Yeah, no, your supply line people have zero chill and just lay on the horn the moment something's in their way. Alright, so we just need to store this. So we can go right here. And where it wanted me to have 5, we now have 16. So we're good for a decent while. Okay, so with that, we've got the other part of this objective, which is to build this road over here. And so actually, first, before we start with the dump truck, are we in range of sand over there? We are. If we weren't, I was going to grab a different dump truck. See, why did you get so many? You see 0 of the 5 top right? Yeah, so basically I was at the place that made steel beams anyways, and I was curious how much steel one of those water towers was worth. So I drugged that in there, and the answer was about 11 steel beams. And since I was already there at the place where I make them, I figured there's no reason to not bring them all to my storage so that they're accessible anywhere on the map, versus if I have them in the factory, they're only available in the factory, since I, no matter what, had to drag 5 with me. So you get the idea. You know, if I've got the supplies and I'm already making the run, there's no reason for me to not throw just a little extra on the top if I've got it. Besides, it's very, very likely later on the map they'll be like, okay, we need 5 or 10 more over here. That's happened to us a lot. So doing extra now, there's no harm other than, like, it takes a little more effort, but there's plenty to gain. Alright. So needless to say, that road down there, I'm going to have to do a lot of cleanup on the sand. There we go. I was about to say, it's like, where's my ability to get sky sand? But yeah, so you only needed the 5 steel beams to get the base set up. But there's lots of things I can use that for. I could use the steel beams to trade in for money that I can then spend on other resources. There's a good chance I'll get later missions that'll ask me to use the steel beams. Like, lots of opportunity for that. The important thing is that we get this base built first. Because otherwise I gotta drive my vehicles half across the map every time I want to do something. First I get a base over here, I've effectively got a fast travel point. Just teleport my vehicles back here when I need them. Which it's not like SnowRunner with the redeploy. You can kind of cheese a lot of things in SnowRunner using redeploy if you're not on hard mode. Hard mode, they make it cost prohibitive. But in this game, since you are fixing the roads, it just means most of the times the paths you'd go back to for a redeploy anyways are all well paved and nice to cross over. So you're just skipping a smooth ride. That's interesting the way it's displaying that ramp there. Okay. We are going pretty heavy on the sand. So you can make it a nice wide path. It'll make it easier for me to get these boulders out of the equation. Now, for building a road, it's not a very difficult process. You lay down a bunch of sand, you get a bulldozer, you flatten the sand, you lay down asphalt, and then you use the asphalt roller to, you know, compress the asphalt, whatever it is you actually do, to then, you know, that becomes road. But the sand is a requirement. You can't skip it. The game doesn't do, like, packed gravel or anything like that, which I know for people who are super focused on the realism, it upsets them. But it is what it is. Because otherwise you have to get into, if we want to go that level of realism, you know, getting clay to build up the land, getting the packed gravel to then pack on the ground to, you know, make it so it doesn't just wash away. Then usually adding stuff like sand or that as like filler to a whole bunch of things, or more packed gravel that's finer packed. You know, then turning around and laying the asphalt, and then, you know, well, actually you'd probably use a roller on the packed gravel / sand to pack it down properly. Then you'd turn around and lay the asphalt, and then you'd have to have a, you know, basically right behind to have the roller, because if the asphalt cooled before you pressed it and everything, you'd have to rip it up and try again. And that's a kind of level of realism that if you're playing in a game that is the only, like, main mechanic, that, like, you're playing Highway Builder Simulator or something like that, sure. But in a game like this, it's got way more systems going on. That level of depth would definitely detract from the game. Because you'd be like, no, I want to get to this other area and do this thing, but I'm stuck doing the 30-step process of building a road. So I think they do a good job of, like, making it involved enough to be satisfying, but not so involved to make it overly tedious. Now, let's get you out of the way. I am noticing for jumping this, I don't actually have access to sand down here. But that might be fine, because like I said, with the whole jump there, the higher I try to stack it, the farther back I actually make the jump from, so it doesn't really help me that much. Okay, so where is the bulldozer? There you are. And while it doesn't specifically mention that I need to set up a convoy route along here, I'm just going to assume we do, so we will be pushing the stones out of the way as we go along up here. Because if I don't do that, we'll just end up having stuff getting stuck on the rocks left and right, and it'll just get aggravating. Okay. And after this, I'll need to bring my heavy vehicle transport. Well, actually, I've got the rusty one over here still from before when I bought the better one. Okay. I'm wondering if this will work better. The only problem with manual is if I go over certain terrain, it can dig into the train and make a colossal mess. Which will probably happen right here. And thank you for the follow. Forward to the stream. Getting stuck on the rocks because we're just going over top of them. Okay, so that's a problem we're running into right now. Is we're just going over the, driving over top of that big rock there. Kinda hoping we just keep pushing like this. Yeah, still going over top of them. Alright. Because we want to get, especially those really big rocks out of the middle. Yeah, I wish the rocks wouldn't so easily go underneath the bulldozer blade. I understand that's realistic, but it does really kind of make these things a little annoying to work with. This is even with me having it angled down enough that we dig into the dirt, as you're seeing. We don't go all the way back and forth, we just end up with ridges like you see here in the middle of this one. Present their own thing for their own issue for going over. Go very slowly. That little backup messed it all up. That's fine, we're getting there. This one's also flattening out way better than our previous attempt, so I might try doing this in the future when we deal with that, because this was like a big sand berm, like sand drift, whatever, over the road. And it does seem like it's cleaned that up a lot. It's a little bump up we're seeing there is the problem. Because it'll just keep us going over top of those rocks forever. But we're slowly getting rid of it. Hey Rachel, how's it going? Just every time. Guys get just a little bit of a bump right at the end there. I just know my luck is we're gonna end up having a mission with a Wayfarer and it's just gonna get stuck at everything. Alright. I went with just dipping the blade down way deeper where it'd absolutely destroy the ground if it wasn't concrete. As my workaround. Not fighting with it anymore. So far, not chewing it up too bad. I'm trying to go slowly to do it in one pass to avoid really jacking up the ground. Yeah, a little pebble's fine. Alright. I'm not going to dig into this hill because I know if I start doing that, it's going to be a bad time. We got all the rocks out of the way down there, so we should be okay. Then I can switch you to flattening. When you get over here, and get the actual road part built. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Let's do a couple of passes here, back and forth to get all the ridges knocked out. But that's fine. That's normal. And luckily the way we did this, it kind of just dumped the boulders off the side of the road anyway, so we have no rocks to really worry about. And from there, I'll just need to load up my asphalt layer and my asphalt roller, and just get all that handled. Okay. We're just going to widen the road a little bit. So doing the same thing I've done in the past where I do like one pass down the middle, one on the left, one on the right, then down the middle again. That seems to work pretty well for me because it basically makes the road like two lanes wide. But unfortunately when you do that, it puts a big ridge down the very middle of it, and that middle last pass just gets rid of that big ridge. It's still not like perfect, but it makes it far more lenient for when you're doing the pathing with the vehicles, but they don't always follow the path particularly great. You know, they got turn radiuses to deal with different speeds they're moving, getting caught up on little bumps and everything. They'll let you work around a lot of those issues. It also helps on the ends where you end up having kind of a ramp up. It helps really kind of get rid of the worst of that too. So again, less capable vehicles like the Wayfarer, it makes the road seem to be a lot better for those vehicles as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's also proven to be really good because once I got the bigger asphalt layer, you know, that bigger asphalt layer is like 1.5, 2-ish lanes wide versus the one that was just a very narrow lane wide. So having a wider area just means it's kind of more ready for it. Okay. And now I just go back up in the middle to get rid of... Actually, this one doesn't have the ridge that bad. But get rid of the ridge that tends to form when I do it this way. It's got a little bit of the ridge on the right. I think that's fine. I don't want things going that far onto the edge where I have to worry about them rolling off into the rocks. So it should be good. And I think we're getting pretty close to being able to get the really big roller. Like, honestly, we're getting pretty close to unlocking the last things in the game. And it's a matter of just buying what we're missing. Alright. So I've got that all sorted out. So then my other vehicles, I have these two over here, what we actually need to ship. Yeah, I'll just use the rusted one. I have the not rusted one available, but it's like on the opposite side of the map. Whereas this one happens to be like right here. So I figure we just use this one while it's right here. When I need to move them to someplace completely different, we can grab the other one. Or if I end up having to use the other one for cargo, that it's closer, just switch at that point. Because the road equipment doesn't travel particularly well on its own. Like, it can. It just beaches really easily and has to really struggle, and it moves very slowly. Whereas this thing may not win any awards for speed, and it's at least decent pace. Decent pace. Concrete slab route failed. I'm guessing I put one of my vehicles in the way. I won't sweat that yet. Alright. So load these up, get them in position, and then that should get my river base online. And with that, we'll be able to move vehicles from one side of the map to the other way, way faster. Yeah, so get an idea of how bad these things are traversing stuff, that climbing the ramp was a struggle for that thing. Or for like that matter with the steamroller I found, trying to drive straight on is really rough. You slide sideways real bad, whereas backing on goes smoothly. A second route failed. I must have parked something in the way somewhere on some major route. So let's get these out of the way here, and then I'll reset those routes and see if they sort themselves out. Okay. It also makes me curious with adding the hard mode with the fuel management and all that. With the game clearly not been designed with that in mind at the beginning, I do worry as well as things that they release it in any timely manner, like relatively quick I mean. Like a lot of the balance won't be considered much. You know, unless they make it like really, really lax, which I think would honestly be fair. But if it does go for like the really high difficulty that people are kind of probably wanting, I don't think they'll have the time to really, really focus on the tuning. Because I think they're definitely reacting that it wasn't part of the initial design scope. I'm still honestly dubious about the hard mode. Like, I don't expect it to be good. I think it's being bolted on by pressure of people being vocal. But ultimately, it'll have its own things that make it not really good. And this is as someone who really enjoys hard mode and SnowRunner. Yeah, so I didn't clean the rocks off enough. So this is exactly what I was trying to clean the rocks off, is this exact circumstance. That then you get a vehicle who can't handle the rocks as well. Right now we're struggling a lot. They get caught up underneath there. So we're just trying to spin it right now. We'll try and go straight around it. We'll still pick at that rock, but I'm hoping we'll just get that rock. That'll be manageable. Okay. If only you could just pick up the smaller rockets by hand and drag them around a bucket. I think it would be good if one of the new vehicles we end up getting is not like a bulldozer like the other ones where you flatten, but a bulldozer with like the bucket on the front. So you just kind of go up, like have like a bobcat thing, scoop it up, drive it off, dump it out, you know, turn around, go like that. I think that would be a good addition for a vehicle. Because it'd kind of let us get around the problem of using the bulldozer for the purpose of picking up rocks. Is often you have to put the blade lower than is good for dealing with a lot of stuff. We need to farm some stone picker. I joked about that the other day. I was like, low-key, the stone picker from Farm Sim, which I'm sure wouldn't do the big boulders, because that'd be a bit unreasonable. But, it would actually be the appropriate tool for dealing with some of this. Alright, you just get out of the way for a minute. Okay. And now I just lay a road, we go over with the roller, and then that'll be a road. And then my expectation is right afterwards I'll be like, okay, make a route. Has he ever watched a road crew make a road from start to finish with all their big machines? Not from start to finish. I've definitely seen a lot of the different processes, you know, here and there. Like, I've seen the whole thing where they get the machine that peels up the existing road, which is a very impressive piece of machinery, where they're just driving along and you see, like, the concrete just shooting out the back into a truck behind it. You're like, yep, that was a road. It's now in the back of that truck. All gone. But you get some of those crews that get really slick stuff. They like genuinely just watch them kind of roll up with all their different machines, like have one machine following the next. They'll have like every so often a group of people in between the machines, just, you know, doing whatever processes they're doing. It would be impressive someday that getting a machine that is able to like literally just pull up on a road to resurface it and have like the first vehicle like all as one vehicle, like one machine peels it up, flattens it out, lays the asphalt, and then rolls it. That'd be impractical. It only work at like straightaways that are really long. But I could see that being something you could do in those scenarios where you just have like the one machine that could just do a whole lane or two lanes at once and just roll down the road. It'd be super slow. It'd have to be. But it would still be fascinating to be like, front of the machine you have old dilapidated pothole filled road, and then behind you got fresh road. Okay, get you out of the way. And we can go to our objectives, grab you. And it's done. You've still got a bunch of these. Okay, so you got stuck weirdly, like, in the wall or whatever. And you got stuck. Yeah, I think every once in a while it bugs out where it thinks things are. Okay, so that's where the pipes go. We got more pipes down there. So, do we actually have access to this garage now? We do. No, we don't. I have to deliver a vehicle. Okay, fair enough. Objectives. Set up river base. Deliver vehicle. Oh man, where am I going to and from? Okay. So. What is the route I should use? So this back here is a no. I don't think we're doing that up there. So I think we gotta go the south route, but that route, that area looks dodgy and this area looks dodgy. We're just gonna do our best with what we got and see how this goes. This is the reason I kept making the comment, if we get stuck with the Wayfarer, we gotta be careful if they give us the Wayfarer. They'll probably give us the Wayfarer. This is the Wayfarer. It has no all-wheel drive. It has no diff lock. It's not a particularly strong vehicle outside of that. It can carry a ridiculous amount of weight, but if you're so much as crossing a puddle or, you know, the tiniest speck of sand or elevation or a pebble, the thing just struggles. So my hope is we got enough rocks off of this road that'll manage. Luckily, it looks like we did get the rocks off this road, for the most part. And then because it's a semi, it has really wide turns. Yeah, so as you can see, no rocks obstructing or anything. Just that tiny little elevation change. Oh, I take that back. There is a tiny rock right there. I don't think that's actually obstructing us. Yeah. Hey, Infinity Seplex. How's it going? And hey, Blackthorn Lives, sorry. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming and all that? Can we get a shout out for Blackthorn? But welcome in, Raiders. Sorry, I'm trying to juggle driving the Wayfarer up terrible roads. Also playing some RoadCraft. Excellent. I hope you've been having a good time with RoadCraft. I know I've been enjoying it. Okay, so I believe, if I remember correctly from what we saw on the route, that looks like a... Oh no, that's the route we do want to take. No problem. Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Like, how did it go? You like the game a lot? Yeah, no, it's real good. Alright, come on. You can manage those rocks. It probably can't. But we're gonna pretend it can anyways. I mean, that's actually a pretty big rock. I'm gonna try and make the rear, take that a little bit wider. I'm hoping... Nope, immediately got stuck on new rocks. Because this is one we hadn't cleared as carefully with the bulldozers, the other route that I spent all time clearing. I think we got past the big rocks. Yeah. And then up here's the area we actually cleared and paved the road. Yeah, the game's been excellent. I've been very much enjoying it. Alright. So now we just gotta hop on this road. Hopefully I can just sneak around you. We're gonna drag the The trailer costs a little bit, but that's okay. And we'll get a riverside base set up. We can deploy vehicles from this end of the map and not have to like circle over the place. Okay, so where's our objective spot? Over there? Okay, so we want to keep going down this road and then take a right. You're only 30% incommunicado after finishing the first couple of maps. So far, so not too far, but it's really good. The making roads take some time, but satisfying when you have a few of them going. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Alright. Then I can go ahead and get you over here. And then with that, I got our new base online. Cool. So we got a river base set up. That'll be really good for being able to deploy our vehicles on this side.
Now, to give this port area some juice, we need to repair the nearest power substation. You can start by grabbing some primary resources. Then establish a route from the river base. Let's get these lights on, huh?
Alright. The storm led to oil spills near the oil pumps that put the entire operation at risk. Let's patch the leaks, find the backup pump in the nearest quarry and deliver it to the oil pumps. Yeah, so grab that. I believe we will need to go down to here. It is storming super heavily outside. We had this weird weather phenomena going on in Central Florida for a while. I can't remember what they called it. It was like this weird like heat dome thing. That basically kept it from raining and kept us from having really any of our normal weather patterns and just having hot. Which, that is kind of normal, but it was like hot and dry, which is not normal for Florida. And it finally broke up, and we've had like really bad storms each night. Not like dangerously bad, but just proper thunderstorms pretty much every single night since. Give me your stormy rain. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's going to be heading down that way. I haven't particularly been paying that close attention to the weather patterns for, like, broaderly speaking. It's such a needed thing after how long you've been dealing with just oppressively hot weather that... Alright, so that's when I'll have to go out from the other side of the heavy crane. This isn't going to be able to do anything about that. Even when I get to our side, there was the radio tower in here, and this is not going to be able to tow that. Honestly, some of these are bad enough, I'm surprised they're not picking up on the mic. Yeah, still need to use the bulldozer to shove the rocks off this path before we do anything. Put the mic to the window, let us hear the storm. That would be a very significant undertaking. The window is not in a position I could easily get the mic to. Plus, I would not want to mess with, like, changing the mic distance and all that stuff and then spend, like, the next 2 or 3 streams trying to, like, unscuff the audio. Yeah, generally speaking, so it is, I am, you know, playing, but I am playing on my own. Generally speaking, for the most part, when you're talking people who are making content, it's pretty rare you'll have people who just, you know, have people pop in for the very first time and welcome them in. Generally, if you want to do that kind of stuff, you usually want to hang around a community for a while, long enough that you get to be kind of a known quantity. It's just one of the unfortunate things with content creation. We have to be very careful with, like, you know, who we let in, because you never know what people are going to say and all that. And we have an actual obligation to moderate our channels, that if we fail to do so, it can actually get our channel suspended. So it's unlikely you're going to have someone be like, yeah, just heckin' hop in. But when, you know, if you're someone who hangs around for a while, that's a totally different animal. Because then people get to know you and get to, like, realize you're trustworthy and all that stuff. Okay, so we need to go up here and grab the box. You're gonna pop for a second? What did you miss? Nothing that majorly comes to mind. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yep, so just gonna roll up here, grab this package. I'm honestly very happy with the way, you know, we've gone to streaming this, where we did a little bit of collab and we've done quite a bit of solo. But without spoiling too much, are there vehicles worth buying, or is it better to save your money for later? Honestly, I would say there's very little reason to not buy vehicles as you're able. Even the vehicles that are just the not rusted versions of the vehicles you already own have a lot of use and value. There are like 1 or 2 vehicles that maybe aren't the best, but generally speaking, pretty much every vehicle in the game does have value. So for me personally, I wouldn't bother saving. Now unless there's like a specific vehicle you're looking for at the moment, but even then, that's not a huge necessity or whatever. Oh, great. Don't feel too bad. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like those non-rusted versions of vehicles, a lot of those are really good. Very genuinely really good. They're not just, like, some of them, the better is more nuanced. The other ones, like, they're very significantly better. Basically, the more you're struggling with the vehicle, the more you might consider just grabbing whatever the better version is. I've also found money not to be that big of an issue in the game. Yeah, I don't have everything yet or whatever, but I actually fully expect to have everything in the game by the time we finish without ever grinding cash. That might not be true, but it feels like it should be in that ballpark. Alright. Okay, so we are taking you down here to the oil pumps. Yeah, so we go up to this top area by the substation, we should be fine. It does seem it's mostly just follow the road. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? Very sleepy? Yep, it happens. Alright. But to really sleep? Yep. It happens. I know all that very well. Alright, so this is gonna be a little dodgy because we have not cleared the rocks off this road. But I think it'll be fine. That's fair. Hope that ends up being the case with the cash. But thanks for feedback. Yeah, no problem. Just abusing the anchors a little bit. But yeah, now even if I have to grind up a little bit of money at the end to get like the last vehicle, I've never felt really like it's gonna struggle with a bunch of stuff. Oh, one thing we can do real fast, so I'm gonna drop you real quick while I've got the crane up here. We can use the crane to open this door for whatever I need it for later. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Nice. We're almost there. Once you bring the power substation back online, we'll have brought the area back to normal. Well, more like 25% of normal. Still, a major milestone. At least the port will be able to function, and that will help a lot. So please give this your best effort. Or your normal effort, as you're always on top of things.
So that's an interesting one. I don't seem to be able to interact with the tower itself. I don't seem to be able to interact with the tower itself. That's gonna be a hard one to maneuver around too. That's fine. I get a bunch of the stuff like the stretch and hydrate and all that once I drop this off real fast. It'll probably be one of those things that... Can you just ram it? No. That's what I actually just did a moment ago, is I just knocked into it, and it seems like the tower is rigid. So it's not just an object I can give a little nudge and make it cooperate. I can see why Automod jumped in that. It was just on ram it. I don't agree that it needed to be Automod, but I can see why it was like, maybe this is a thing. But yeah, that's fine to be approved. There's some stuff that pops through that's fairly tame that Automod jumps on that you're like, alright, no, it's okay, Automod. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? I also saw that we got, I think it was today, there was an update for Farm Sim as well. Not the latest pack, but stuff for like fishing and a bunch of stuff with precision farming and all that. Okay, so we've got that sorted for right now. There's so many just random things everywhere to deal with. Okay, so... Oh, you want me to... Oh, I already have the things here. You just want me to deliver the vehicle. And this vehicle is going... Supposed to park it here. And that all seems pretty level. I'm guessing what I'll need to do is make the bridge there. Alright, I've been putting off building that bridge. Let's just do it. Would it make sense for me to respawn over by the base? It probably would. Yeah, that's definitely one we should respawn at the base. Alright, so grab our logging equipment. Grab you. Retain. Confirm. Deploy. And we want to go down to the green spots down there. We're going to try and build those bridges. Because it wants me to take that Wayfarer across the way. I think the reality is that Wayfarer's not getting across there. Like the roundabout way, I don't have much confidence of the Wayfarer being able to handle it at all. And then the direct way, I have to rebuild the bridges. So you go over there, figure out how many trees we got to cut down, and I'll do just like we did at the other bridge, where I'll cut down a tree, I'll drag it out to the middle of the road, dump it, and then we can come back later with the other equipment to actually do the hauling. We can actually check how much it's going to take. Bridge-wise, it's going to be 8. 4 for each segment of the bridge. We seem to have a lot of decent trees in the area around it, so it should be okay. That is really carving up that stand. Honestly, I'm a little concerned that even with this, I might end up having to pave a road down here for the Wayfarer. We'll have to check what its route is. But the point is I can't get to the other side of the river particularly reasonably without it. And I need to remember that we are planning on trying to do those today. Like, I think what will happen is, if no earlier than, like, once we go to finish this map, I do know we can make a road underneath a bridge here easy enough, and I do know that we should be able to jump one of the rivers using a sand ramp. The boat, I don't think I've seen any boats on this map. Okay, we're looking for ones that I can cut down. There we go, so you'll actually give me a log. So we got some good ones on the other side of the road there. Yeah, so just like before, we're just going to drag the logs out to the road itself. And that's because it'll be a little annoying to go trying to find where we drop the logs out in the woods. That this has far better maneuverability than our vehicle. Okay, we can cut down that one. Not using the entire tree is a sin. Oh yeah, no, like some of the trees are like, okay, there's not big enough to get a log out of that. Or sorry, to get more than one log out of it, but some of them you're like, there is more than one log worth of tree in here. Or even more so with some of these, you like look at like the palm tree and you're like, you know what you're not doing? You're not grabbing a random palm tree and just taking the crap off the surface and then building a bridge out of it. It's just not the right kind of wood for that. Okay. Hey, the ins, how's it going? But yeah, like using palm trees for this, I'm like, man, this is palm trees are very, very porous and very fibrous, even for wood. For those who don't know the ins, and our fantastic creator on the platform, been playing Monster Train 2. Very fantastic creator. The only thing I'll say is they do stream in German, so you know, just as a heads up, if you do not speak German, while they do speak some English and all that, German is the main language on their channel. But definitely a solid content creator. Then you get some sleep. You just remembered how you found your channel through Ultrasaurus? Oh yeah, no, Ultra is fantastic. But thank you, Blackthorn, again for that raid. Yeah, Ultra's absolutely wonderful. Alright, this puts us halfway through the trees I will need to, build both these bridges. You're not wrong. It's always one of those things that, you know, like complimenting someone's appearance on stream, like it's not a bad thing, but it could definitely get weird. Because unfortunately sometimes that's not the best situation where you run into someone that's like first time chatter, they're like, you're so pretty, and then just everything's about the looks. It gets really awkward. There's far worse out there though. You're very weird and very good at making conversation awkwards. Yeah. I mean, the big thing is as long as you respect boundaries and all that. Like, if someone's like, hey, I'd prefer you not do that. As long as you're, like, cool, then it's fine. Like, it's one of those things that there's nothing inherently wrong with it. It's just the unfortunate thing that a lot of people who pop in the channel, that's their first thing that they say. You're usually like, alright, where is this going? Because people on the internet get weird real fast. Real fast. They escalate from everything's chill to maximum weirdness in like 30 seconds. And not even like the fun endearing kind of the weird. The, do I need some legal constraint on my interactions with this person kind of thing. Yes, exactly, Cookie. It's very like, I need an adult who has the authority to make this go away. I haven't had too many problems myself. I think the entire time I've been streaming, which we're coming up at what, like 3.5, 4 years? Somewhere in that ballpark. I think I've only had like 2 or 3 times where I'm like, alright, this is getting entirely too uncomfortable for me. It's usually pretty easy when someone pops in and things immediately escalate. It's just like, and out of here. But there's every once in a while you'll have someone say something that you're kind of like, alright, is this just like a language barrier thing, or is this person getting like real creepy going on? Like, because it's like really a 50-50 on this one. And then, you know, after a little while of like being on that fence, then they say something that's well and thoroughly over any reasonable line that anyone could imagine. You're like, okay, I should have just jumped on this and dealt with it at the door. Well, it depends on the situation and the rapport that have been built up with that person. With people you know for a while, have a good idea to talk positively, that can land well. If you have no idea, like, First time chatter. Yeah, no, that's very, very different if they're like someone who's, you know, like they are a friend of yours or whatever. Very, very different animal. Like, honestly, I think it would be good when it comes to, you know, your friends and family and all that, if people were more comfortable about paying each other, like, heartfelt compliments and, you know, stuff like that. Not that I'm saying calling someone pretty is necessarily a heartfelt compliment, but you get the idea. Being able to go at someone's like, you know, you're a good friend, that you've, like, you know, you've done so much to, like, you know, help me out over the years, like, that kind of thing. You know, have that moment of vulnerability where you kind of, like, really express how much someone means to you, even as a friend or whatever. Certainly the world can use more of that. Like, I think that is something that can help a lot of people who are struggling to be like, hey, just as a reminder, you're important to me. Because especially when you're going through a hard time, it's really easy to get in your own head that things are far worse than they truly are. At the same time, you know, first time chatter and everything, the internet gets weird. The internet gets real weird. I've been very fortunate in how little creepy, weird interactions I've had to deal with through streaming. Outside of streaming, I've had to deal with some pretty toxic stuff. I have a background that I do like a lot of tech conferences and all that, where I, you know, sit on panels and yada yada. And I'm also someone who usually advocates for, like, women in technology and highly visible women and all that in the field and all that. And man, it was like every time that came up at a conference, I'd have someone, like, blow up my emails with some completely unhinged BS garbage. The story I tell a bunch is I was on a panel with a bunch of other people. There was like 5 of us on the panel, and then there was, I'm blanking on the term for it, the host. And I got asked a question, and I was like, oh, cool, like, I can answer that, but, like, the lady who actually wrote that framework is right here. She is a far better person to answer that question. While I have a certain level of expertise, like, she is literally the one who made it. And the person was like, I didn't ask her. Which was not well received. But then I got, like, an email after the conference calling me, like, a beta cuck and a whole bunch of stuff, and that was not unusual of a thing to happen, unfortunately. They use their company email. Real smart move on their part. I'll never know what the outcome of it is, but I imagine that's not really good for one's career to have someone point out that using your company email that you're doing that kind of thing. Man, that was mine. Like, I've had 2 death threats I think I got while I was doing those conference talk. Yeah. For all the good that's going on in tech and improving and all that, there's a lot of work to be done, unfortunately. A lot of work to be done. And it's for the record, it isn't like the majority of people are in that situation. It is a vocal minority and all that who have that behavior, that things, but it only takes a couple of them in the right places or the wrong place, depending on how you want to say it, to cause a lot of problems. You pretend to be adult, but you're just some guinea pigs in a trench coat? Yep. Right, that's the phrase is vocal minority. That you have a very small subset of people, but they're really loud, and it makes it look like a majority. Let's see, unless you happen to be the managing executive partner of a company that doesn't have an HR department, it's a bad idea. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely, like when it comes to company email, it's like, are you doing something specifically in line with what your company is supposed to be doing or anything like that? No. Then don't use your company email. Like, unless you're doing something specifically on part of the company, don't use your company email. Keep that crap strictly for company matters, even if they're still professional matters. Like you are networking or whatever, and trying to get to know more people in your industry and all that. Use your own private email for that stuff. Because it sucks if you actually make a good, meaningful connection with someone, you gave them your company email, and then, you know, stuff happens, the company goes under, you find a better job, there's a layoff, like whatever changes the switch and roll, and now you suddenly have lost that person you networked with unless you can find a new way to reach out to them. It's actually, it's also worth making sure that one of the other reasons to use your own communications is you want to build up your own, like, value, whatever you want to call it, your own persona, whatever. And a big reason for that is just the matter of, if everything you have is through your company, or like the company you work for, not necessarily your company as like you own or whatever, as situations change, it can be a setback. Certainly leverage whatever opportunities your company gets you for networking as well, but you do want to, you know, individually, like, you've done the work. Yes, the company will benefit by the fact that you work for them, but also you want to make sure you also benefit so that you get the reputation for whatever. In other words, when you're networking, you don't go, hey, you know, whatever tech solutions, yeah, we came up with this thing. By all means, you go, I came up with this thing as part of my role at Tech Solutions or whatever. You get the idea. Give yourself credit for your work. Let's see, the things people do with company resources, like, people can see your logs. You don't want to, but the HR tells me to. I do what I'm told, but you'd rather not be in that position. Yeah. Even if it doesn't get down to the point of, like, HR stuff. I've talked about a couple of times. I used to be a network administrator for a company, and one of the things we added while I was there was a proxy filter, which is a big bunch of fancy words for when you were visiting websites on the internet. Like, we could always, if we really put the effort in, go back to see what you were doing, but it's not something we did on a day-to-day basis because, frankly, I don't want to know. But with the proxy filter, when you tried to access websites that, as a company, they were like, yeah, we don't want you accessing this while you're here. And it was actually a requirement because we contracted with government and everything. So we had to ensure you weren't going to certain websites and everything. But, you know, included in stuff was like pornographic websites and all that. And when we implemented that, there were plenty of human relation kind of things that had to be dealt with. Because we had some people we found out were spending more time on certain types of websites than actually working, which is certainly one problem in the getting the work done, but also, you know, just there's certain things you shouldn't be messing with on the company time. But the really awkward part of it is one of the vice presidents at the company was one of the worst offenders. He'd close his office door and browse. And so that was a interesting to navigate. Too much time on hands? More they just weren't doing their job. It's just it was kind of hard to prove they weren't doing their job previously. But now with kind of what they were spending their time doing in the office kind of revealed that there was a problem that they weren't doing their job. Because they were kind of like out of the way. And like people weren't gonna just like hover over their shoulder to make sure they were working, because that's a waste of, you know, whoever's stuck doing that. Yeah, that guy got let go. Once he realized how much time he was spending perusing the internet in things that we don't want accessed at the company at all. And it wasn't like, you know, people accessing Facebook or whatever. That certainly was its own issue, but, you know, stuff that could genuinely get you in trouble. But that person was without a job. But the VP was the one that we're all like, okay, how do we navigate this? Because this person is like genuinely over top of us. So it's not really like we could sit here and just call him out kind of thing. And like whoever would do that would potentially have themselves, you know, in their radar to get rid of, and the company had a lot of not so great people in charge. It was very much one of those things that eventually we were just like, all right, you know what, we're not going to say anything. He's not going to be able to access these websites anymore, but we're not going to say anything one way or the other. And he eventually came by, I was like, has there been an internet problem? Like, I've been having difficulty accessing some websites. And we're like, oh yeah, so we put this proxy filter in. It keeps people from accessing websites that we're not supposed to, but sometimes it gets it wrong. If you just let us know what website, you know, you're trying to access that you need access to for work, we can get that sorted out for you. And he's like, didn't actually put in a request for some reason. Couldn't imagine why. I was hoping to be able to just get away with it. I might still. I think we got a rock stuck in front of the back wheels. Yeah, we got a rock stuck in front of the back wheels. It looks like we got over it, though. But so you know there's theoretically a VP of HR, but that, or the chief of HR, even if they handle the executive doing inappropriate stuff, that's their trade for? Yeah. This company did not operate nearly that professionally. That was a resume job. A job you take so you can put it on your resume and then you leave. You put in your 2 or 3 years or whatever it is to make it not look like a job flip, and then you leave, because that's all they're good for. Honestly, that kind of stuff was the least of their worries. They had more than once where lawyers showed up on site for pretty egregious problems. And we're talking federal government lawyers. I completely blanked as the art. Like, I'm bringing this along. Don't remember what the other thing is going to do is, but that's fine. Oh, I was going to check on the routes. That's what I was going to do, is we had a route or two that got stuck. Yes, they've already received all the goods from it. So I'm going to cancel that route so it stops complaining. Because once we get all the rewards, it's got nothing for me. And I fell behind on chat, so give me a moment. Let's see, once met a lady working the front desk, chatted the whole day according to the timestamps. She cried to you because she got fired. It takes a lot to get fired there. Yeah, when I was working retail, as well as things like getting fired from your job in retail was extraordinarily hard. The way they fired you without firing you is we had a shift that was like a short 3-hour shift that your only job during that shift was basically to cover the floor for just that little tiny window of time while there were like people were grabbing their lunches and shift change kind of thing. And it was basically like the unofficial way that they fired you. Because driving to work to, you know, get only 3 hours of a low-paying job's time is just not worth, like, you literally are losing money by driving to work. It is moving forward very slowly. It's not stuck until it stops moving, so. But yeah, so it was one of those ones that, like, we had someone borrow from the till. That was finally the line that got them fired. Like, they didn't do their job, they upset a lot of customers, like, all of that, no big deal. The moment they got a little too sticky fingers on the money out of the register, instantly they were gone. Alright, that's actually stuck now. Alright, I'm probably just shove it with this. But yeah, it used to be one of the big complaints is we went through a decent number. It's retail. Like, you go through staff. That's just normal. Retail is generally not a particularly high-paying job unless you're talking like specialty retail kind of stuff. So pay usually kind of sucks. And then, you know, firing people is a lot more of like a hassle with things to worry about than just kind of, you know, giving them next to no hours so they eventually get fed up and quit. That was just the way they did it. Like, you always knew you were on trouble. Like, once in a while, anyone would potentially get stuck with that 3-hour shift. But you knew if you were starting to get that 3-hour shift on any regularity, or the only shift on your schedule, like, oh, they've decided I'm not worth keeping around. So they're firing me by just giving me this absolute horrific shift. It's actually one of the reasons I do like laws are like, hey, if they have a significant change in the way your work is, so far as like your hours or whatever, that there are stipulations there of being kind of along the lines of effectively an underemployment, unemployment type situation. So even though they haven't fired you, they've effectively fired you. So you have like a protection against that, similar to what you would have if someone terminated you without cause. Which we don't really have in right-to-work states, but sometimes with some of that stuff, because they never did fire you, like you couldn't, you know, you couldn't file for unemployment because you weren't unemployed, and they made a lot of wiggle room in there for when, you know, that kind of stuff is done. We're effectively letting someone go without letting them go. It is moving slowly. That's what your last boss tried to do, except you were too stubborn to quit, so she had to fire you. Yeah. Then you have people in the states where they can fire you without reason, but tell you reason anyways to get them in trouble. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, in a lot of states we have called, and they'll have different names for it, but the common name is right to work. And it's genuinely used against employees. That basically makes it so you can quit without cause and you can be fired without cause. And yeah, it's often used against employees. The worker rights there are very strong. You can sue for that here. Yeah, so it's not where I'm at, but some of the states over on the West Coast have come up with things that, like, if you dramatically change the responsibilities of the job and stuff like that. I don't remember, it's not that you're fired, but it's effectively seen as if you have, like, you have the same protections as if someone fired you from a job. And that's, you know, assuming you don't agree to those things. Like, obviously, if everyone involved is like, yeah, I'm on board with that, then it's not a problem. But it's just always been the whole thing. It's also they're trying to push back on, there's a trend of, you know, laying people off without laying people off by just changing stuff around the job to be so unpleasant that people leave. It's becoming more and more of a common tactic to kind of avoid the bad PR that is layoffs. You really are kind of between areas in a place. Like, if I can get over this, I think this is the last big sand drift I gotta deal with. Alright. Yeah, I'm not even sure. So very last Lardine saying, you know, in Ohio, if you're hired part-time and then they spend a month or more working you full-time hours, that legally you're considered full-time and given and are required to give proper benefits. I'm not sure that's even a Ohio thing. I know it's a thing here in Florida too. I believe that might actually be federal. Like, honestly, I don't know. I just do know it's a thing in a lot of places. Because that's, again, a thing that companies have tried to do to skirt laws. They're like, no, 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 on the books, they're, you know, XYZ, but then in every other definition, they're a completely different thing. Let's see, unless you're temporary or leads labor, then there are regulations that give you similar rights to full employee workers here, but each of those has exceptions that are time limited, but the time limits have exceptions. So in effect, you can underplay and fire however you like. Yeah, and it's the same thing we have with a lot of our protections, is that there's always loopholes and exceptions, and sometimes those exist for a good reason, but then get abused for bad reasons. Like, it's always a tricky thing. Okay, so we're just gonna shove it again across the sand because this isn't really needed down there anymore. Yeah, I don't know that last word, the ints. But yeah. I've always been of mind that if you catch that a company is doing something to circumvent labor law kind of things, that in itself should be a truly, truly bad thing. So not even like, oh, you did something and technically you broke a rule, but like if it's very clearly you engineered a process for the express purpose of circumventing whatever legal protections, that alone should get you absolutely slapped at full force. You know, from whatever the appropriate labor law kind of stuff. Let's see, well, if the deferment had to pay full benefits. Gotcha. I'm assuming that's like a specific. Yeah, no, it's a whole bunch of stuff like that. Like a lot of the gig work stuff is like, okay, but in all intenses, you've got a employee, but you just kind of wink, it's a gig, wink, and circumventing a bunch of rules. It's one of the reasons why I was like, yeah, forget the classification. It should be how many hours did they work, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, get rid of the fuzziness, just have all sorts of hard boundaries on it. I also feel like a lot of benefits, you shouldn't be able to be like, if you have N hours, no. If you have X hours, yes.
Hey, look at the top of that hill. Isn't that place fancy? Looks undamaged, too. In contrast, look at all the trouble the regular folk are in. At least they've got us to do something about it. Don't mind me. My coffee's bitter.
But I always figured, like, prorating everything would make sense. Just to get rid of the incentive of, you know, bringing someone in slightly below the defining line. You know, whatever. Yep, so she's like, heckin' fancy house. Big Angie. With that said, I just caught track of time. So bear with me, chat, because it is about that time that I take a roughly 5-minute break to step away, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven, all that kind of stuff. And so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back up here. But thank you, and you know, again, like 5-ish minutes. But thank you for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. Like the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just attached itself from my desk, so give me a second. No. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns.
A very merry on birthday to me, oh you. Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you've one birthday every year. But there are 364 unbirthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer. Love.
Love, you sleep well. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom, they died. It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Nothing's breaking, right? No. All right. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's doing crunch, crunch, crunch. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. And it might be I have to put it down. Hey! You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. All right. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. Or arms wide open. Bring you to this place. I'll show you anything. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. Alright, and I am back. Crab fighting games. Was it a game where you had the crab and it's like pinching at each other? Or was it a game where you had a crab and it was like shooting bullets at each other? Because you had a shotgun. Oh man, I can find that game name in a moment. It was a fun game. It's one I've been meaning to go back to just on my own time. Crab Champions. Crab Champions is probably the one we're talking about. Yeah, if it didn't look like it had really janky physics, it's Crab Champions. If it had really janky physics, then that's probably Crab Fight. Okay, so I got a road to build here, apparently. Right by this base. I don't remember what we were working on. Oh, I have this to just turn in. Fair enough. There's so much stuff to run over here. Okay, so we'll deal with that in a moment. Let's go ahead and get this road built. Because this is like right below our base, and I'm sure we're going to have to deal with stuff. That's going to be for that over there. It's a fun game. That game was made by the same person who made Crab Rave. Oh, neat. That's conveniently right there, too. Alright. So grab here. I've got a road to pave over here, so let's go ahead and get that going. Oh, before we do that, let's get that dare drop done. Because I've got the dump truck over here somewhere. So the dare drop we're looking at is jumping over some water in a scout using a sand ramp. So we did see that there's it's not a super narrow spot of water, but a relatively narrow one. So I am hoping to make this work. Is this the right way before I commit to it? Yes. So the plan here is to basically just put down a pile of sand near the edge. The big downside is I can't refill up over here. I'm not expecting this to go cleanly, but if we could just get enough of a jump, that'll be fine. Yeah, I think it's over there. There's like a canal. Let's check around the back. Now the catch is there's not much benefit in me trying to make the ramp taller. Just because sand will try to settle into a pyramid shape. The taller I try to make it, the farther back I start the jump from, which means I'll probably have less success as actually reaching the other side. I'm not expecting this to be like clean or elegant or anything like that. Mostly just, this is not getting better. Mostly just expecting to reach the other side at all. Because we didn't do it here. Oh, I didn't see the crane brace there. That's going to be a little annoying to get around. Don't spill too much. I have wedged us on here good trying to circumvent it. It's fine. Just a little bit of a spill. And unfortunately, I cannot fill up the sand down here. I should have gone around an entirely different way to find a spot to jump here. See if we can't inch it around here just a little bit more. This is not the way to go. So this one thing to do is there's that space to the side there. Trying to actually maneuver there is not going to happen easily. Just gonna straighten it out again. We've already spilt like half of our sand too. Basically, it's looking like what I needed to do is go in here with the crane first, for this thing like we've got the objective to do, and then worry about trying to do any of this. Because I am worried about not having enough sand to make a ramp hardly at all. But I'm already back here, might as well see what we can pull off. There was a spot I saw. And this isn't it. Like, there was a spot that was way more accessible that I saw to try and jump. That is not the result I was expecting. I'm gonna be honest, that is not how I was expecting that to go. I was expecting to have the sand pile up top here and not just go through the floor. Where there was a spot I was able to get, is here. This is the spot I was looking at. Okay. I see. Yeah, so this spot, we don't have the fence over here. That's the spot we want. Let's mark that. That's where we want to actually do this. And unfortunately, I don't think we have sand anywhere nearby. It's all the way back up here. So let's hop back up to the base up here. With the dump truck again. Redeploy it, get it into position. Now I've actually got where I need it to be marked. Because I'm only thinking we're putting down one thing of sand, just enough to get like a dune or whatever, and we're just going to slam a scout into it in full speed and hope that's enough to throw it over to the other side. Because it didn't even mention that I have to actually land the jump or anything elegantly. It just said to jump it over. And considering, I think like the name of the thing was like Yeehaw or something like that. I think it's like literally supposed to be just doing a ridiculous jump. Versus like when there was one about throwing a vehicle with a crane and having it land on its wheels. That one specified it needed to land on its wheels. Okay. So we want to go over this way. Yeah, so we got the yellow star there's where we actually want to dump the sand. And then we'll grab our scout. And like I said, we're going to jump it over the water. And just hope for the best. Remember the honk the horn you jump? You aren't wrong. I wasn't going to do that, but that does feel like a necessary step. And I believe we go up and over this way to get past it. No. How did I get there before? There's a fence line here. I must have gone around this edge. Because remember, we drove past him like this is the spot I should do this. Well, saw that coming. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter that we're there because, again, the sand is only available up here. It makes you jump farther? Yeah, like, normally I just refill it, but there's no sand in that area. That's the only holdup. Is that water? It looks like oil. That spot is oil. Just to the side of it, there's some water. Like, we're not trying to jump that spot. We're trying to jump a canal just up the way. I just need to cross the oil to reach the canal. Yeah, because you see the star's actually back behind that whole oil spill. Yeah, that is one nice thing, is most of the time when you're driving the sand truck and you spill, most of the time it does end up being a thing where it helps you avoid spilling again in the future. Depending. If it's like a bump in the middle of the road, you end up just adding to the bump, which is no good. We dumped out just a little bit so I could get back out of that spot without having to reset again. So the worst thing is, it keeps recovering each time I do that, but I keep losing the sand. Okay, one more time. If it ends up being a thing that I'm going to keep struggling just to get this over there, there's other places we could potentially do that on other maps. I also did see on the north path there was another boat, but it didn't shimmer to let me know it's recyclable or whatever. That's been the confusion I've been having with the recycle a boat, is finding a boat I can actually interact with so I can try to recycle it. Alright, we go up here again. Spill just a little bit of sand. Spill just a little bit of more. Spill even more. Okay. Like I said, this isn't a situation where I need a lot of sand. A lot of sand doesn't help me. Because the sand will try to just spill down this hill. Just a bit in from the edge. Yeah, so it's not much of a ramp, but you get the idea that if we keep piling the sand, it's just going to go down into that hole until we slowly start filling that in. Alright, so I think with all this, crane, because I have to jump in a scout, so it looks like I don't have the scout down there. Let's grab our scout. I believe that's our fastest driving one. So we need to get a lot of speed on this thing. Like I said, I don't even think we have to successfully land on our wheels or anything. I think it's literally just about jumping it. Basically just doing a Dukes of Hazzard or action movie thing about leaping the car over a big expanse just because. All right. So I'm not going to have a huge run up for the ramp. I'm really not going to have a good run up for the ramp. Well, we're just going to see what happens with it as is. Go, 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 go. It's not really a jump there. Okay, got a little bit more room to work here. It's gonna need a lot more of a run up than that. That's about what you expected. Yeah, it is just a thing in this game that you really don't get much air. That's fine. We'll have to do that someplace else. That's not gonna work. Alright, which is what I was saying, is we're gonna, like previously I had mentioned, we probably just need to find a place where there's a ledge over something and make that work. Okay, so we need to get the infrastructure routes sorted. There's so many pipes to be replaced. There we go. Oh, and that's all rewards received. That's fine, we'll just work on this. That's the only reason I got distracted on that. I was like, oh, right. I've been meaning to do that, and we're about to retain the vehicle over here. Let's just go knock it out real fast. Oh, we should have that objective marked. Okay. It's not a matter, I specifically have to jump sand, and you cannot put sand on a bridge in the game. That's the catch, is we have to use sand, and that sand does mean we ultimately have a strong limitation.
See that tangle of pipes over there? Believe it or not, it's the beating heart of the local oil industry, and it needs our help. Nothing fancy either. Just plot a route for spare parts delivery and fix their leaky pipes. Should be easy enough for you, and good for business.
I see. So basically, I don't have sand available the entire route. There'll be some back and forth here as I grab the sand and then roll back. But yeah, no, the dare drop is specifically I have to jump a gap of water using sand in a scout. Do you actually get monies over time for old projects? Or is it a one-time scam? Once you build a road, you only get paid for building the road once. With the infrastructure routes where they do the deliveries again and again, you get paid for a certain number of them, and then after a while say like all rewards received. So you can't like set up a sound route and then just walk away from the game, you know, for several hours and just be rich. They do have a limit on how much it can make you. This would have been a good one to probably bring the really big dump truck that spills everywhere. But I'm already here and grabbing the other one, it's like, eh. It's fine. But like, even with that, money has not really been a big issue for me at all in the game. Like, yeah, I haven't been able to buy like literally everything as soon as it comes available or anything. Nice, an answer with no answer is still an answer? I thought I did answer it. That you build stuff like roads, you get paid once. And that's that. Like, that's one time. But then the infrastructure routes, which are a specific kind of thing where they send the convoys again and again, you get paid multiple times, but not forever. You did fine. Ultimately, I wouldn't worry about money that much in the game. If you're completing objectives, you'll get the money. It's not like other games where you gotta go, alright, what crop is the crop that's going to pay me the best? You know, like, what is, like, should I farm or should I raise animals, or am I better suited to go to the mine and start mining? Like, you get the whole idea. Or, like, you know, should I do flat rides or abuse, like, the food stands, like, in a lot of Tycoon games, that there's, like, min-maxy stuff that happens. This game, I don't think, actually even has a min-maxy side to it, really. I'm sure you could, to some extent, but I don't think it's relevant. Well, even Timberborn on hard, you don't even need to min-max. Timberborn does have the early game where you do have to go kind of always find, like, okay, I've got to get my wood up and running, and I've got to get, like, the initial water storage up and running as fast as I can. But once you've got things stabilized, as long as you're making some forward progress, Timberborn is not a particularly hard game. But you can absolutely fail in that early game real easy. Or you can throw things out of whack by, like, just growing too fast so far as population. That can get you in a lot of trouble real quick, which is pretty standard for any colony survival type thing. By the first drought, you have to manage everything? No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. You can, as long as you've got enough water storage and a little bit of food set aside, you can basically just let the first drought happen and have it dry out your fields. Like, usually I don't have my wood even remotely in a good place by the time I'm through, like, it's usually like around my third drought or something like that my wood starts getting stabilized. There's definitely a point you have to have it sorted. But I do think it's a good couple droughts in. So don't always find a way to be sweaty and min-max. This is true. On smaller maps, you have less initial food supply. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't even think that's a map size thing, but maybe. The point is, the early game of Timberborn is like the hardest part. That as long as you don't grow too aggressively, and you just gotta take your time, it can be a very, very chill, relaxing game. But that early game can get you in a lot of trouble. Or again, if you just grow the population way too fast. Which is really easy to do with, like, the folktales and that. You build just a couple too many houses, and suddenly your population just balloons. And that's very easy things to like go out of whack, where you just don't have enough farms, don't have enough whatever. Like I said, that's pretty standard for any type of, like, survivor, city builder, settlement builder. Because it's almost always true of all of them that the more you build up the size of your city, the more capabilities it has, but the more resources it needs. And you can very easily get things in a very unbalanced and bad place. Alright, so now we need the bulldozer. It's not the one I'm looking for. There you are. You had people min-max Stardew and Dwarf Romantic, being all smug about it. Yeah, well, I mean, Stardew definitely gives you a lot of opportunity for min-maxing. Especially since people do a lot of challenge runs in Stardew Valley. I couldn't say in Dwarf Romantic I've definitely played it. And I'm sure there's certainly strategy that you can abuse. Reducing water building may does let you... Yeah, no, there's definitely... That was already kind of a thing. You couldn't go fully AFK, but, like, once they added bad water. Before bad water, you could absolutely just, like, fully AFK the game. And then they added bad water, which made it so you... It's not that you couldn't, it was very difficult to, make it stable enough that you could AFK in Timberborn, but then with the sluices being added, you can go back to AFKing. But I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing, because by the time you reach that point, you've already unlocked metal. You probably have a reservoir of, you know, a decent size that you can ride out, you know, until at least mid-game droughts without too much of a problem. So, like, in that point, you've effectively beaten the main threats of the game. Because you can get almost every tycoon or city builder style game, you know, if there isn't like a story progression to it, for the most part, you can get to the point where you've stabilized the economics enough that you can kind of just fast forward. There's a little bit of an exception with that with a couple games, like the 2 Point Museum, for example. All your progression tends to be tied to the expeditions, and they are very, very active playstyle kind of thing. Let's see, the funniest thing was that the Stardew Min-Maxer was also wrong. You don't play that way, but you know how to do it. Yeah, I mean, that happens as well. I had that. Not the only game I've had real problems with that was Product Zomboid. You'd have people like argue about like your weapon choice was bad or whatever, and you'd do much better if you use, you know, other weapon and all that.
There you go. Thank you, wife.
That looks yummy.
That looks
Love. But you know, people would argue to no end. They'd be like, why are you using a hunting knife? Everyone knows the spear is better and yada yada yada. And you're like, no, it's not. Like, on DPS, yes, you are correct. But on sustained fight, you know, flip a coin, it's that close. Not Build 42. Build 42, it's a whole separate thing. Like, the spear is atrocious in Build 42 until you get way late game. If you get way late game high stats, I understand it's supposed to be pretty good. You know, if you're putting the time into it. But early game spear in Build 42 is horrendously frustrating to do. Unless they've adjusted. I've admittedly not played the last number of major updates they've done for Product Zomboid. But I remember getting corrected so many times that they're like, the spear's just better. It's like, it's not. I'm not saying it's worse. It's just, you're talking rounding error and situational kind of things. If you make a bad water sink at the source, the other way it flows, long-term storage, reservoir, whatever you want to call it, it's pretty easy to use it at 0.5 tile irrigation. You can make a pump. Yeah, well, that's kind of the whole thing. Is like a lot of those games where it's City Skylines or Roller Coaster Tycoon. Like you can almost fully automate RimWorld. It's very hard to do. But you can almost fully automate RimWorld to a certain degree. The big thing is the wild card of the raids are very difficult to set up automation around it. The ways I've seen people do it has to do with stuff like ghouls and all that kind of stuff. What truck is this? It is the middle tier bulldozer. Give me one moment, I'll actually get you its name. So if we go to our map real fast, that would be the Vostok ATM 53 Pioneer. Hey Tocho, how's it going? Is this the 7-star one? I don't know how many stars you unlock it with, unfortunately, sorry. Actually, I think this one may have been story locked, not star locked. If I remember correctly. I think you find it on one of the maps, and then it's unlocked. Okay, and then we're good for the asphalt and the roller. Yeah, genuinely's money is not that big a deal. Like, I would suggest just buying every vehicle, just as you go. Just buy them, it's fine. Speaking of which, so we got that. We don't have the big roller. Yes, we're missing the big roller. We own all of those. We can get the slightly not as good cargo truck. The Scout there. I've been meaning to buy this dump truck for a while, so we'll get that. Because I've heard that's relatively good. And I've deliberately not bought any of the DLC stuff. Because to me, those seem like they're going to be a bit on the unbalanced side. Which, no judgment for anyone who does use them. But for me, I want to deliberately keep it to, keep it to, like, the base vehicles and all that you can get. Alright, that's close enough. I don't think I'm going to bother retrieving the heavy transport. I might end up regretting that. But it's just down the hill. What is this line? I can't use this in your game. Line. Do you mean where we're doing the road? Because that's because it's a mission road kind of thing, where the game has said, put a road there. Like I have to put it there for the mission objective. Whereas if it's not a mission, I don't get all the marks on the road with that. Otherwise, like, you're gonna have to point out some other line? I'm assuming you're meaning that, like, yellow stripe thing with the big yellow boxes on the end. Which, that's just the mission objective. It's telling me I'm required to build a road in this spot. Whereas otherwise I can put roads anywhere I want. Okay. Not doing a great job in laying the asphalt this time. We definitely are having a little bit of a wiggly path going on here. And when we hit the next ad break, I'm going to take 2 quick minutes to eat the food that my wife just brought me. Because this is one of those ones that if I don't eat it while it's, you know, relatively fresh, it'll become a congealed mess and really sad. So, I'm gonna take it a point to just knock that out, which will only take me a couple minutes. Like, more than likely, it'll be before the ad break is even over. I'm pretty notorious for getting my dinner and then it's sitting here and getting cold and then eating it after stream. But there's just sometimes the food item is not conducive of that. Like a sandwich could sit for a while and not be a big problem. But pasta's not like that. Pasta becomes a congealed mess. Or like when we did, I think it was we did tacos and we did El Pastor. And now it's another one's like, nope, I gotta eat this. This is gonna be just goo. It's a reason why we do a lot of stuff like frozen pizzas and taquitos and that kind of stuff. But those are things I can sit and I don't have to worry about it. But we need to do a grocery run. Alright. I am really looking forward to getting the bigger roller. I do want to see how much of a difference that makes. I'm already expecting to need to send a convoy over this route, and I'm already expecting it to be a bad time. Okay. Alright, so... objectives. We've got fixing pipes, fixing pipes, fixing pipes. We got pipes that need fixing. We get the pipes up here. And I've got a couple in storage. We did have one of our routes fail, but I have gotten all the objectives out of it, so I'm just going to cancel the route and call it a day. Yes, I've got a ton of electricity to run and a ton of pipes to do. I've got this river base here to go and mess with. So we're trying to get that to the other area. Okay, so realistically, I'm probably going to have to bring the bulldozer over here. I see there's a lot of boulders on that road still. And while I can maneuver around that relatively straightforward, that's something the AI is not good at. Now, we might run into a bunch of the same here. This is where we had all those sand drifts. So it really kind of depends on what vehicles they've got. If they've got the shorter trucks that have no diff lock, I think they'll be okay. If they give us the Wayfarer, the big semi with no diff lock, it's going to be a process is what it's going to be. I anticipate that being a significant pain. Okay, so you're still up the way here. Alright. So that probably can make it. But let's see what the next vehicle is, because I usually have a couple different vehicles. Okay, that's going to struggle a little bit more, but I think that can make it. Alright, so I think we're okay. It might struggle up here, and I might have to make some corrections, but it doesn't look too bad. We've got tons of pipes to replace, and we've got electricity to run. So we've got... trying to just mark the broken pipes. got busted pipe here. Got busted pipe there. Got busted pipe here and here. And there. You've already marked that one. Okay, so in total I've got one... Delete that marker. I've got one busted pipe, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I've got 8 busted pipes. I only have 5 pipes in storage, so I'm gonna need a couple more. Do I still have my mule up here? No, that's a little tank thing. Alright, so let's go check to see where that route broke. Yeah, so it says it rolled over there, which is probably due to that boulder. Alright, that should fix that part of the route. Okay. Now you got electricity to run between all of these buildings. I don't even want to think about how the electricity situation is going to be. That I'm expecting to be a nightmare. So I think the way we're going to need to deal with this is probably the mule. I probably also need to get that sorted up there. Trying to think of the best way to get, because that's... My bases are here and here. We might get another base up here somewhere that I haven't seen. I'm also not sure, where is our power source? Because, see, we need power here, 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 and there. But I don't actually see where we get the power from. I'm assuming we'll, like, fix the solar panel or something. Alright, let's just work on our objectives. Okay, so side mission, grab you, infrastructure route. You, I believe, are already working. Yes, you are. There we go. So I need to get you to just up the way there. Depending on the vehicle. Oh, I mean, this is saying... This is the green icon that implies that this vehicle can probably handle quite a bit. So it's implying that this shouldn't be a very hard route. Yeah, that'll probably be fine. Okay. Yeah, so it's a matter of the pipes probably is going to be our next bet. Unless we got an objective that's just get something from A to B. We also have the clear the port. And that's moving a thing from one spot to another. That's your destination. Where's your source? Oh! I need to bring steel beams to there. That should be easy enough. Grab our cranes, grab the mule, deploy that here. So I can go over here. We'll dump out 5 of those, and then we just go over the hill. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But with that, give me just a second. We're about to hit an ad break. I'm going to try and eat my food real fast, and I'll be right back. So I do hope you enjoy the clip reel. In the meantime, I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that going to work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. We don't accidentally overpoison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Keep the thread on one side of me. This is not good. All right. Sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game.
Right, and we are back.
This next request gives me some unpleasant flashbacks, just so you know. The local radio tower is acting up. Elamir is completely offline, even though they have power now. We're using our own relay, so it doesn't affect us. But you never know when you might need a backup line. That's what I always say. Besides, you only need to plan a route between Elamir and the tower. They'll fix it themselves. A better deal than last time, right?
Okay. So the reason we had that dialogue and everything is while we were on the away, one of the route we had already told to go, it just finished. So like I didn't do anything past there. It was just where we already told to drive from A to B, just made it happen. All right. Yeah, weirdly, this entire map, she's been like, it's the same thing we do all the time. You've done this before. yeah, this is nothing new for you. It's kind of a weird thing to have in the game. Like, yeah, you get it. It's not wrong. All right. Okay, now I just gotta drive over this hill to drop this off. Because luckily, way earlier, I was just like, I'm here, let's just make a whole bunch. Let's grab this big water tower and just see how many steel beams we get for it. And I got, like, a total of, like, 16 or whatever. Like, that's fine by me. Alright, let's not. We gotta go down around. I don't think it was an inside job or whatever, but we could just leave all that alone. All of that we could just leave alone. So was dinner? Spaghetti. Which is the reason I didn't want to leave it saying there's still some left, but I got the most of it done. It's just one of those things, like you let spaghetti sit and the pasta just turns into goo. And it's far less enjoyable. Very normal, Jim. Don't be weird, man. Alright, so it looks like you gotta go in the other side, so that even though it's right here, it looks like with this tower down, I'm not gonna be able to do much with this. Jim, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, cool it, man. We don't need weird conspiracy theorist chat going on. Chat gets weird enough without help. Because also, just in general, I'm not a big fan of encouraging conspiracy theory crap. There's enough people who believe enough nonsense that causes all sorts of issues. Like the whole thing where, and it's not conspiracy, it's like bad science in this particular example. But like the whole thing about like vaccines supposedly causing autism, where one guy did one study that showed that, and then even that own individual went, no, my study was bad. Stop quoting my study. And people are like, nope, you said it. Even though we have literally mounds of evidence against it, you wrote it one time and it aligns with our own personal views, so we're just going to keep reporting it as truth. Come on. I just need like an inch more. Yeah, let's just drop the the conspiracy theory stuff. Like I said, it gets to be a bit over the top. And unfortunately, there are people who genuinely believe that nonsense. So I don't want to encourage those things going around more and having more people get in on it. Okay, so we got that done. We need an infrastructure route from here to there. Oh, well, that's inconvenient. Okay. We'll go set that like that. And what I'll try to do is while that's working its way over, I do happen to have this right here. And drag that big pipe out of the way. I didn't get overtime. I think that'll be fine. I knew it had messed up when I turned the arm the way I turned. I think we'll be okay, though. Oh, you got stuck way earlier in the route than I expected. Okay, so you rolled over. So I need to make sure it gets far enough around this turn to avoid that rock. I should have checked here. I think that actually might be okay. But that I assume gets our power grid back on. And then when the power grid gets back on, then it's a matter of me running the power lines everywhere I need to run them. Hey, very normal. This is me actually saying, like, kind of, I've asked to cool with the conspiracy garbage. Like the next post you're gonna get punted. I assume you're memeing, but I'm saying we're moving on. Alright, that looks like that'll be fine. Okay. You want me to plot her out from where to where now? Over there. This is supposed to be a relatively good vehicle for terrain.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay.
Just because. He didn't do the thing again? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, alright, it was definitely at the point where I'd given a warning or two, so honestly, I'm not super, like, okay, you know, a little premature, but at the same time, it's like, I was definitely pushing the buttons already, so whatever. Like, when someone's, like, clearly like, hey, you know, chill with that, chill with that, chill with that, and you're just not getting the message. It might have been a bot. They weren't exactly in the convo. It was kind of random. Yeah, I mean, they were responding a couple things, like the thing about, like, the birds in the game kind of thing. So it's, like, sort of ish. Maybe as a bot. I don't think it was. But yeah. Let's see, the account is made this month on the 23rd. Oh yeah, no, if it's only a couple days old, then yeah. That's one of the things, I actually kind of wish there was a flag that we would get, like, in the view that I could kind of set. To be like, hey, this account is brand new. Like, in the last, like, week, 2 weeks, or whatever. And it's not that that's necessarily an indicator that, like, someone's not okay or whatever. But, like, if someone starts acting really sus, and then, you know, you see the flag being like, yeah, this account is only like a week old, to just escalate to 11 immediately. It's kind of the same thing when you pop in and it's like first time chatter and then someone says something kind of pretty awful. You know, just be like, yeah, I don't need to put any time into looking into this. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think they seriously believed I like the conspiracy garbage. I think they were just trolling slash memeing slash whatever you want to say. They followed you the day after the account was made too? Yep. It's one of the many reasons it's nice to have mods. Like, that's the kind of stuff that could be a really big tell that you're dealing with a bot or whatever. But it can be very disruptive to try and do that research. You know, do that research while you're streaming, because it distracts from your stream. Where a mod can just pop over and check that and, you know, do the homework, as it were. Yeah, and a mod view definitely tells you first-time chatter. I know if I click on a person, it will show me when their account was created and all that. What I was saying is it would be kind of nice is if in the view that literally I could just kind of see at a glance, like not even have to like pull up their profile or whatever, just have it give me a, hey, this is a brand new account. So again, if someone's being like really sussy or whatever, and their account that's only a couple days old, it's really easy to be like, alright, this is extra fishy. Can we make a stupid tall tower as a container? Yeah, we actually did that in one of the first streams. We had an objective to stack a certain number of containers on top of each other. It wasn't like ridiculously tall, but I didn't have this crane at that point. It would be pretty straightforward to be able to stack the boxes you know, probably somewhere around to this height-ish. Because I don't think it could stack taller than that without going over top of our vehicle. So you could probably stack them really tall. And you could do it just for the sake of doing it. I don't think there's objectively a reason to do it. Let's see, you wrote scripts that just pull the user data from Twitch and check their creation date, the amount of channels they follow, etc. If the account was new and following 2,000 people, you had the proactive name popping up for chat. That's not bad yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's not that no one gets to, like, near max number of follows or anything like that. It does happen. But usually the bulk of them, it is kind of a bot thing. Hey Kale, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Getting those last 3 streams, not miss a single one, and I do appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, and I've got a couple settings on the channel when it comes to that. I'll have to double check them. So, like, I have the whole thing that either A, your account needs to be over a certain age, or B, it needs to have, like, phone verification, or D, you get the idea. Like, they're ors. So, like, if you don't want to phone verify, you're not required to phone verify, but your account needs to be over a certain age, or stuff like that. But even that kind of stuff, like, since I put that in place, the number of bots that got through would be so much lower. It's not none. There's always some. But just taking the time to put those things in place that you either have to be verified or your account has to be a certain age or you know, most of the bots are either, one, compromised accounts that they put stuff out there. That's going to usually get past most of those filters anyways. But, the ones where they just set up a bot account, start spamming crap, those ones get all gobbled up. Very few get past that. Not none again. There'll always be the ones that people are actually willing to do, like, verification or whatever. Okay. But yeah, for anyone who has an interest in streaming or is moderating for people or anything, and you got an account dealing with, you got a channel dealing with bots, that functionality is absolutely worth every moment of time in getting it set up. Like, very, very genuinely highly recommend having some conditions about who can and cannot participate in chat based on, again, like, account age. And again, this is an or statement, not an and statement. Account age, or verified, or, you know, following you for a certain length of time, or you get the idea. Like, it's fine to give PAS, but even just having it so, like, brand new unverified accounts can't join, you're going to cost almost zero negative impact to viewers, because how many people are making new accounts every week then not verifying and all that. It won't be literally zero, but it'll be next to zero. Versus the sheer number of bots you're going to prevent is extreme. It's got the same thing about, you know, people don't want to use auto mod because they're worried, like, it'll upset people and all that. And there's going to be that non-zero number of people that get upset. But it's another one of those things that's just like, yeah, but it'll prevent so very many problems. and you'll only have like a very, very small number of people who it'll upset. And I'm very outspoken about, to me, moderation is a critical feature of any platform. Yeah, remember the first time you saw it? Yeah, so there's definitely streams that they have like... Oh, you don't have power. There's definitely streams that have like a requirement, just period, to phone verify. And I do think there is a time and place for that. It's not something I do. But there's definitely a time where it's like, no, really, you know, you're a highly visible, targeted kind of person. Like, it makes sense to have the phone verification on there just to prevent the worst of it. It is going to have, if you have that just open required for everyone, it is going to have a chilling effect on your growth. But at the same time, sometimes that is worth considering. Like, especially if you get like brought up in the news kind of thing, you know, you're a major creator who deals with a bunch of stuff, and there's some publicity where some other content creator makes a big stink about you, whether justified or not, and then now you're dealing with all the people popping in and doing all that kind of crap. You know, you're going to expect a very large number of people popping in with bot account kind of things to harass and all that kind of stuff. Because you don't feel very great about disadvantaging minorities and vulnerable people, potentially, through automated filters. But automod was just hold messages back, delete them. Right. Well, that's the kind of thing. There's... With any... Like, a good moderation system shouldn't be filtering a bunch of stuff you're mentioning. But at the same time, like, that's part of the reason why when it comes to discussing stuff like different moderation tactics, automod is one I tend to encourage, is when you're looking at any type of system, you got your false positives, your false negatives. You thought it was probably someone who was being targeted? Yeah. That's exactly the kind of thing, is it could be someone being targeted as a reason for the telephone verification. So they put that on to mitigate the targeted attack while still being still being able to do stuff for their community and all that. But when you look at the different things with that, when you're talking about systems and going, okay, you've got this system, it's going to be automating. So you've got positives, which is the person said something that they shouldn't have said, and the automation caught it, and you're like, yeah, I would have banned that message anyways. Good bot, pat it on the shoulder, that kind of thing. Negative is, no, that message shouldn't have been caught. Bad bot, leave that message alone. And then you've got, false positive, which is where, again, they said something, it was benign, but the bot grabbed it and was like, hey, don't do that. But it was like not something that should have been caught. And then false negative, which is basically someone said something awful and the filter didn't get it. Now, part of the thing you consider with all those types of systems and their decision making is the consequence of false positives and false negatives. And even actual positives and negatives can be relevant as well, considering the impact of them. But for what we're discussing, it's the false positives and negatives we're concerned about. The false positive of automod is a nothing burger. It is a very, very mild inconvenience of someone having to push allow message. So, like, it is nothing. Automod doesn't have a feature to ban people directly or time them out or anything else like that. It just grabs the message and it goes, hey mods, we saw this message and we don't think it should be permitted, like based on your settings. And then I can go and be like, yes, allow it. Or nope, don't allow it. So like the
the negative impact of a false positive is relatively nothing. And then a false negative, I mean, that's just basically it not working. The false negative is the same behavior would happen as if you didn't have it. So, it's the exact same severity as the action that, you know, in theory it would be preventing. So it's one of the reasons why I very, very heavily recommend automod. Now granted, you can get wrong settings in automod, like turn your automod up to the absolute max and it's filtering, like it's getting so many false positives it's utterly obnoxious and yada yada. That is a thing. Like there's certainly a balance to have on how strict to make it. And that's also one of those ones that does just take fine-tuning of just, you know, I actually do recommend starting stricter than you think you need, and then tweaking it down. Let's see, you mean automod can filter some really odd things, but it's fine. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's definitely false positives. Absolutely false positives. No question about it. I still think my best weird false positive I've ever had automod is, it only happened once, but I had automod jump on the word the. Not the in context of another set of words, just the word the in its own exclusivity. I don't know if it's like a capitalization thing that was flagging on, but it's just kind of one of those things that it happened, or like, yeah, no, we're going to allow the word the. Come on. Yeah, sometimes, right. Sometimes the false positives of automod can be really funny. Sometimes false let's see. Essentially, it pre-sorts some messages for your attention with an extra chat delay until you look down. Yep, pretty much. So it's kind of like the negative impact is pretty nothing burger. Versus, you know, when you have a system that it catches a message and then immediately jumps to, like, suspending your account because you used a certain restricted word or whatever. Which is more in line with some, you know, some other platform kind of stuff. The, or literally the. T-H-E, the. The got caught by automod once. Only one time. Like, it wasn't some ongoing problem. It was just one time, and we just kind of sat there and was like, what? I think it was on the category of bullying? That I don't remember as clearly. Because for those who don't know what happens on the moderation side of it, what'll happen on the moderation side is it'll be like, such and such tried to send, you know, the following message, and it'll highlight like 2, 3, 4 words together, and it'll be like, you know, caught by automod because bullying, or caught the automod by automod because, you know, sexual connotation, or whatever thing. Yeah, that's like, you tried, little bot, you tried. Oh no, it's very much just like, sitting there being like, okay, don't get me wrong, you can make the work in a bullying sense by use of emphasis. But that doesn't really work in text, where you can't really put emphasis on text in the same manner. And even when you are doing the bullying with the word the on emphasis, it usually does require some context around it and some other stuff to, like, make it stick. And even with all of that, it's usually pretty benign. Like, on the scope of harassment kind of stuff, it's pretty minor stuff. So it's definitely one of those ones like, yeah, don't auto-mod that.
Yeah, you've seen that zero tolerant push hard approach to moderation before. It's really not the greatest idea. A single vulnerable person that can false positive. Yeah, that's Thank you the follow. Plug the stream. That's one of the things that does happen with a lot of those things. Not even on moderation, but on any type of screening, whether it's, you know, employee applications, you know, college admissions, whatever. That a lot of automated tools used for screening, quite often, the farther from, like, you know, quote unquote traditional, you know, traditional cultures for like the area that's set up in and all that, the more likely it is to false positive, just because people use different words, different phrases and all that. Like a lot of those systems, when put under scrutiny, almost always end up failing for some form of, like, unintended bias. You don't think you're smart enough to tell Cassandra Classic is miscalculating your raids? I mean, there are mods that let you see under the hood, but I can tell you for the most part, Cassandra in RimWorld is really good about handling everything right, as long as you're not modding. That's always where things get weird. The moment you start modding, there's so many variables that get involved that it's near impossible to tell what's up. Because some mods will flat out change the way the raid mechanics work. You've got some mods that'll introduce new things into the game, that who even knows what they're going to have value so far as raid impact and all that kind of goes. Because some of the items will have deceptively high or low wealth. And that just all goes into any decision you have of substance being made automatically, whether it's machine learning or AI or, like, it doesn't even need to be technological. It can be algorithmic, but, like, done by hand. Even that kind of thing, you know, does have a tendency for false like, they will have a non-zero number of false positives, negatives, and all that. Like, a system that makes a decision will usually have at least 3. You technically can run a situation where a system cannot, by the nature of what it is, false positive, but that usually means there's a much higher rate of false negative, or vice versa. As you've been trying to gather data to set up a machine learning moderation bot in the past, you didn't get, let's see, I lost track. You didn't get far because some of the chat log hoarders say they don't want to have the server load, you downloading them, and now they don't exist anymore, which made it clear they don't want that. And for one reason, the apprehension was that the mildest thing I could do with the bot is purge someone for 1 second repeatedly. You couldn't just hold a message back. Yeah, and to be fair, what you're describing, I just realized all of those are still considered inside the zone, so I've been carrying all those at no benefit. Helps if I pay attention. Just let me put the stack of the things on the other stack of the things. But the stacks are still in range. Oh, that's not the one I thought I had. I want the one here on the bottom so I can flatten it out. You're wondering how long it taking us? I was just autopiloting. It's just like, that's where the stack of boxes is. We'll just put the boxes with the other boxes. Okay. Is there a lot of false positives and false negatives cases algorithm done by hand? Government, corporation, all that? Yeah, and that's like admissions for college as well as unfortunately like parole here in the US. Those were things that had a manual process to them, but it was kind of using a bunch of data points, and that they ended up being like really, really horrendously bad for all sorts of bias because of just, you know, you can't walk up to someone and be like, you know, walk up to a person's like, is this person going to recommit crime when we let them out? And you hold up like the little detector and it goes yes, and you go, can't let them out, we know they're gonna do it. Like, that's not a thing you have to do. You have to just take a bunch of different data points and be like, okay, what are the odds they do based on a bunch of this data? But the problem is all of that data is based on what are referred to as proxy measurements, which we've had that conversation many times in the chat, that basically there is a time and place you do have to depend on proxies for a lot of things, but a proxy measurement is anytime you are measuring not something that tells you that something is the case, but that implies it is. So like, if I were to try and say, was someone's education effective? Well, I can't walk up to someone and just stick a thing to their head and be like, did they do the learn? You have to like have them take a math test, but then of course they might actually know the math, but they might suck at tests. Well, that proxy measurement would still say that they don't know math, even though that's not technically what the problem is. And then there's times that you just have bad proxies. Plus, you also run into the whole thing where you work to a metric, and that always ends up being bad because then the metric becomes its own priority. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Proxies almost always introduce their own biases. It's the same thing like anyone who's worked any job that's very data driven. You'll have your metrics, and you have lots of dangers that come with having metrics make decision makings in isolation. Like whatever your metric are, that's what your company does now. It doesn't matter if that metric was designed to imply something. The moment you're grading people on the metric is what you care about, what people are going to work towards. And very often that metric is going to be a proxy of something, not the actual thing you care about. Which then of course means your people are working for something that isn't what you actually need. It's something that implies something you need. And at best, proxies are flawed. Sometimes still all we've got. There's definitely times that you cannot measure things, but you do have to make decisions with some level of information, and you know you cannot get good information. So you just gotta do the best you can. But that's why you need a whole bunch of stuff to try and validate your systems and all that, and that you just assume whatever your system's doing is wrong. Even if you've tested and it's been proven to work out many times in the past, you just assume every other week it's wrong again and needs to be retested. Because interestingly enough, you can have a system that has flawless results and makes 0 changes, and then the system becomes utterly unreliable by the fact that things around the system change. So what used to be accurate is no longer accurate. You know, societal changes can take something from being correct to incorrect. And it's not even getting into, like, different sensibilities and all that either. Like, literally just the circumstances people find themselves in. You know, something that you may have previously had a one-to-one, hey, if this person has X, then
every single time they have been seen as doing Y, and we care about that. So, you know, maybe if one person is part of one extracurricular thing, every single person who's been part of that has gone on to graduate college if they get enrolled. So clearly we should enroll them. And that might have been true in its time. But then over time that society, whatever it is, changes. And now it ends up they actually have a very low rate of success. Just by circumstances that changed. But that's the reason we have all these things in tech to try and help people make good systems. So, like, one of the rules we have so far as a good and bad system is no system should become its own source of truth. And all systems need to be challengeable by an external resource. Because there's a lot of stuff that they're like, oh, this is proprietary code. You know, this is a proprietary code, we can't give you access to it, that, you know, that's taking out the value of it and all that, and that may all be true, but the moment you've got that black box that you can't peer into that's supposedly making important decisions, it means if it's making really bad decisions, you've eliminated the ability for people to, you know, challenge it, being like, hey, you know, this is making these bad decisions. It becomes nearly unassailable when they're like, yeah, but we can't show you how it works. You just don't understand what it's doing. And honestly, almost every time that something's escalated to the point that finally the court was like, no, we don't care, like, about your whatever proprietary anything. You've got a court case here, and that's the evidence we need to determine one way or another. Almost every time it's gotten to that point that the court got involved and was like, no, actually, you do have to give that information. It ended up being a situation where it's like, no, actually, it is doing this really heinous thing that you're being accused of, or this illegal thing you're being accused of. But a lot of times it even catches the company by surprise that their system's doing that. It's not like some malfeasance or anything. It's they thought it was doing everything right, but again, people weren't challenging it within the company enough. And then they made it so it's kind of unassailable from the outside as well. Yeah, it's basically the system being like, dude, trust me. Apparently, the thing I'm looking for is like right here.
I always thought our company was a mess, but this Port Authority is just out of this world. You know why they've been sitting around with no power all this time? They lost their backup generator. You know where? Drumroll, please. On their own premises. You can't make this stuff up. Now you only need to find and install it. After that, I suggest you hightail it before you catch their incompetence.
Okay, so I've got an area under here. It could be... like, this is a very small search area. So it's definitely not in this stuff. It could very well be under here. I don't know what these two things are to my right. So it could be one of these two things that I don't recognize. Oh, that might be it in the yellow over there. Oh, nope. Yeah, those are just valuables. Good to know. Yeah, I think it's a yellow thing over there underneath that roof that I was just like, oh, that's probably it. But yeah, no, it's really easy to... There you are. It's really easy to assume something you've made that you've tested again before. We're not even accusing them of not testing their stuff. Is still good. And then just again, situations change. Alright, so we need to just drag it around the corner. That's
I think it was, I'm gonna get the publication wrong. I think it was like USA Today back in the day, was really struggling to stay relevant. Like, it was just losing customers to competing newspapers for a while. And they ended up going through and creating a system for scoring colleges and universities, because at the time, one hadn't existed. And they're like, this is a thing that people are struggling with, that every individual kind of has to do your own homework, but there's just no good sources to do your own homework. And so it kind of was just like, what colleges have you heard about before? And that was about it. And so they tried to come up with this entire like grading system for being like, here's how you have an A or whatever university and all that. And one of the problems they ran into was they made their first iteration of it, and the results didn't align with anyone's expectations. So even though to a certain extent it was relatively good on the way it was grading, it was taking into consideration stuff like how likely you were to get a job in the industry after going through all this stuff and everything. And it was just so misaligned with expectations that people just figured it was garbage. Oh, I probably should have actually checked to see what it was saying. And so what they ended up doing is they ended up actually changing the algorithm to more align with expectations versus what the data actually showed. They just kept adding data points and like tweaking and fudging it till it aligned with people's expectations. And so in a lot of ways, they fudged the data to align with expectations, thereby making the data kind of garbage. So that's actually one of the big reasons we have on university campuses now, almost everyone has a sports team, is because that was one of the data points they were actually rating on, was what sports did they have on campus, how active were they, that kind of thing, which has nothing to do with the academic success of a university, but it was one of the ways of like bumping up the universities that people expected to do well, was to add that as one of the things they were graded on. And so a lot of it got really ridiculous. They also eliminated the percentage of people who went to the university and successfully passed. They got rid of that data point because it just made a lot of the major universities do poorly. And they also added the point of number of applicants refused by the university was a data point that would hold you in a higher regard. So basically, people applied and you turned away. Needless to say, none of that has anything to do with how good, bad, or otherwise the school is academically. Let's look at the... So it looks good. Yep. Well, the problem was they literally came out with the first version, and they kind of had some people check it out, and they're like, this is garbage. Like, you know, Harvard and Yale aren't way up here near the top. This is garbage. Clearly, your algorithm's junk. And then, like, they did a number of iterations, and there was a couple of schools that kind of, shocker, like, got higher than anyone expected that were actually really good schools or whatever. But that was a big thing, is that was the system that was used for, like, the longest time. And then it was only maybe 10 years ago that they were finally, like, you know, because ultimately, you know, the government ended up taking it over because the newspaper didn't want to keep dealing with it anymore. And then people were like, but no, this is of really high value. So they got, I don't remember what department was even involved in it, but it was a thing to get the government to take over it. And then again, try and eliminate some of those not so great things. But they end up getting tons and tons of pushback from a lot of the bigger name academic places with some of the changes they wanted to do, which was like, they wanted to include the amount of, you know, how much you were expected to make with a degree on average from that school versus the cost of the school, like all those kind of factors in there. They got a lot of pushback on that. Some of it did get through. It definitely improved, but it's hardly perfect. Let's see, on the note of black boxes that you're told to trust, you just got a pop-up from Intel microcode update.
And it's already the second or third one in the past 6 months. This is super strange. You did not get a single one for years before that, and you have no way to see what it does. Yeah, that's, like when you get an updated driver for stuff, there's a lot of companies that are really good being like, hey, this driver updates, you know, it'll have like its bullet points of all the things it changes. And that's also in games, they'll do that sometimes. Have ones that have like extremely good patch notes that will literally walk through and be like, this piece of equipment stat has been changed by 1. You know, the weighing on the value of this item for consideration of threats against you has been decreased by 20%. Like, they'll go through and they'll really walk you through everything. And those are really good. And then you have Logitech, who goes, we're updating our software. What's the update do? We're not telling. Can I not update it? No. And then the update fails. And then you have to uninstall it and delete all the stuff off your system relevant to it, because now it's in this weird half state where it doesn't work, but it's also, if you try to just reinstall it, it just gets into a boot cycle where it just shows its logo spinning. Logitech software is terrible. I love their hardware, but their software is some of the worst software I've ever seen. It's such a shame, too. I'm still trying to remember what... There was a company, I want to say it was like Photoshop or something.
It looks to me like this area could do with some logistical improvements. I'm positive the locals would be grateful if you gave it some elbow grease. A bridge, or 3, built in advance would sure save time when supplies start to arrive later. Just saying.
But, it was a thing, I'm not sure it was Photoshop, but there was basically a production piece of software, and it had a bug in it that had been there for way longer than anyone really would want to deal with. And so what ended up happening is they had an opening in their company for like a dev job, and a person applied for it, got hired, you know, went through like the whole beginning part of the job, to the point that they got access to be able to work on the code and everything. They went and they fixed like the one bug that had been there that had been irritating them forever, and then they quit. Which was amazing for so many reasons. Let's see, CPU microcode is apparently more so Intel microcode. Seems particularly closed and obscured. Yeah. Petty to the max, you love it. It's petty, but also like you're doing a good thing. You're like, hey, company, why the hell did I have to do this just to get this? Alright, you got stuck somewhere. Alright, we've already received all the rewards for that one, so I'm gonna cancel it, because weirdly every once in a while it just gets to the back of the building and gets stuck. So we need to run electricity, and we need to get a bunch of water pipes. Now, I've got 5 water pipes in storage, and I need at least 8. I do have a vehicle... Oh, this is not the vehicle that's going to be useful. We do need to get a vehicle up here to deal with the pipe situation. Now, the challenge we've got with the pipes... Oh, we also probably should get these... If I fix these bridges, I can just take a straight shot to bring the pipes back over here. We probably should do that. Unfortunately, this is one of those ones that there's just no good answer for how to get this around. So the answer is going to be we're driving. You heard about that person? Yeah, I don't remember what company it was for or what the bug was. Like, that's the thing. It wasn't some, like, critical bug in the system that, you know, the application wouldn't work without. It was just something that was a little frustrating. But yeah. The person was definitely like, I've had enough of this. I'm fixing it myself. I'm waiting for that to happen to Logitech. I'm waiting for someone to get hired by Logitech, and that the only thing they want to do is just go into their G-Hub software and make it so it updates successfully. Without 30 steps to fix it when it breaks every single time. Honestly, now I think about it, if I'm gonna sit down and do some more open source stuff, like I used to do lots of it back in the day, I haven't done it in a good while. I think the first thing I would do is I would go into OBS, and I would make it so that when Windows drops the device temporarily and brings it back on, I would just make it so that the software does not switch back to default. I would make it look for, I'd either have it like prompt being like, hey, your device has become unavailable, do you want to change it? Or I would have it make it look for if there's another device of the exact like same name, serial number, whatever I can grab on the device. I actually don't know what I can grab off the hand. Your G-Hub updated fine every time? I don't know if you're in the minority, but there is a lot of people that you go to update it, and it just stops and it goes to the logo, and once you've gotten there, you have to fully uninstall it and then reinstall it again. Fully uninstall it, reboot, and reinstall it. Not sure that would work for Logitech. There are so many things that would need fixing in Logitech software. Yeah, I get that. Just the idea is having it be able to detect when its installer is stuck, and then just kind of have it either like revert back to a starting position, or if not that, at least have it so it can, you know, you open the installer with an existing installation and it just work. Like my guess is it's something like it struggles with Windows 11, or it struggles with like certain hardware or something. Like there's some thing there, because if you end up looking into support, you'll have like these incredibly long posts about people going back and forth trying to like figure out what particular pattern of actions they need to do just to get G-Hub to start working again. And the thing that frustrates me about it is I only use it for assigning the buttons on my mouse. And if G-Hub stops working, those buttons stop working. And it's super annoying. But I really like the mouse hardware-wise. Okay, so let's see. How much wood do I need? 7. Man, if your G-Hub's working every time, congratulations, because I fear every single time it updates. And that's been over multiple computers and multiple operating systems I've had that issue with G-Hub. G-Hub specifically. Like, it's not broader stuff, just very specifically and individually, I've had very, very bad luck with G-Hub. The issue is I've tried other mice, like I tried some of the Razer mice and some of those, and I've just not been as happy with the hardware. Like I was downright kind of upset when I got it was a Razer keyboard, and I barely had it for a month or two, and it started having problems, like hardware problems. And I'm not particularly abusive to my hardware. Versus the keyboard I'm on now is 13 years old, maybe? 12, 13 years old, somewhere in that ballpark. It's a little concerning. That none of these trees are being marked as ones I can chop down for wood. Because if you can chop them down, it'll put like, if it's not at a good angle, it'll put like a little red saw blade icon on it. And if you are in an angle where you can just like go up and cut it down, it'll be a green saw blade. Well, I had really expected to be able to cut some of these trees down because we haven't had this problem before. But it appeared the whole group of trees back here are no good for us. Apparently the only thing they're good for is shoving over. In petty revenge for them being useless otherwise. Okay, so that whole area seems like it's a bust. We'll go check the next nearby area that has trees. Looks like we've got a nice, rich area just down the coast there. Yes, this whole back area looks useless. That area over there in the distance looks like that probably has some trees we can use. That area down there on the right looks like our best bet, though.
Thank you, Snoozer42, for subscribing for 6 months.
Thank you, Snoozer, for the Tier 1 sub. That's 6 months, half a year you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, as well as your advertisement-free viewing and access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, so that forest over there, that forest is stinky. Nobody likes it. You go in there and you expect it to be nice, and it's just not. Yeah, so I definitely know those tall ones back there we can cut down. Some of these smaller ones over here we won't be able to, and I'll just have to bully my way through. I apparently have found a demon. Beware the palm. It has come beckoning for your soul. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like that tall patch in the middle I should be able to. Where we've been dragging them back to the road every time, I feel like in this case, with the road being that far back, I am just going to probably cut them down, and we'll just fight to get the vehicle in here to pick them up. Hey, we can cut that down. Stuck in the stump of the previous one. Almost off of it. But I beached myself on a tree stump. Like, we're spinning on it, and we are forcing the stump to twist, which will eventually rip it out of the ground. But it's, like, caught up on the actual, like, rail underneath us. Yeah, let's try doing one of these. Just spin in the arm. See if we can't get leverage on anything. Yeah, we have gotten ourselves stuck on that good. Like, we're so close to getting off of it, but it looks like there's a little bit of a lip on either side here. Well, we are clearing out all the trees immediately around us. I'm probably just going to need to get the truck that we picked these up with, since I'll need to bring it here anyway, and just shove the vehicle off. Well, okay, that's annoying. So let's grab you. We can grab the border and deal with that. And I do really have a good mulcher. We haven't had to actually bring anything through a wooded area in a while. I've just had to get the actual trees out of the wooded area. So I just haven't really needed to mulch. Because my other concern is if I just start driving around mulching with it, I'll end up destroying the very wood I'm trying to collect. But yeah, if we build this bridge up here, it'll let us move the pipes across way easier. And that'll be really helpful. Plus, it wouldn't surprise me if we end up getting a route that needs to, like, cross the map and everything. And I think the vehicle's just on the other side of these pipes in that tall mess of trees right there. I'm a little concerned I might not be able to get past this set of pipes, but we'll see. Here's they go under here so we can go around it. And I think it's right up here on the left. Here, let's... I was going to do the logs first. Okay, I think it's still on that pipe. Okay. It's still on that tree stump. That might work. Because it's now on the tree stump. There we go. Okay, so let's not make that mistake again if we can help it. So we needed 7. So we've got 3 with the 2 on the ground, the 1 in the back there. So that'll be 4. And then this will be 5. You can turn over here and get 6. I'm curious what happens with this. I haven't had one tip over until I was processing it yet. That's fine. And then we just need 1 more for 7. Okay, and 7. And then the reason we're tearing all these up is we want to build bridges. I did not mean to process it nearly this fast. That's fine, they'll be close enough. Okay. Try and sneak around this stump. Okay. Oh, just getting a little bit of bite on that one. You are getting really mad with the physics. There we go. It's like stuck under the tractor or something. Okay, only 2 left. And then finally the last one. Okay. And with that, we are ready to go get these put up on the bridge, and that'll be our bridge built. Helps if I lift the stilts. Well, anchors. Alright. So yeah, so get these 2 bridges built up over here. That opens us up to get to the pipe plant way easier, which will then let us bring the pipes that are literally going to where I am sitting at right now over here without as much of a fight. And it wouldn't super surprise me if we did end up having having a need on this map to send a convoy across that upper area. So I could go across the upper area on the bridges you built, or go through the whole convoluted route through the middle of the map, where you'd need to build roads probably instead. I think the concrete bridges are probably better in a lot of cases. I do think I like building the wood bridges more. I think, for me personally, taking the time to cut down the trees and do all that whole process is more interesting than just dragging concrete into a concrete place and then moving the stuff from there. Alright, ooh! I haven't seen boats like that before. We've been looking for boats that I can recycle, because that's one of my dare drop things we've been going at. So we've got 2 boats down there of a different type I haven't seen before. So let's go... Do we have a crane over here? We do have our big crane over here. So I'll do 2 things, because 1, I need enough metal at the pipe place to actually make said pipes. So I gotta get over there. And then 2, I'll have to be able to load the pipes up onto a vehicle, because I need a total of 8 pipes total, and I've got 5 in storage. So I need 3 more. But if we can recycle the boat, that would be wonderful to get that off our to-do list, because we've only got 3 items left. And I can definitely build a road that goes under a bridge on this map. It won't be convenient, but it's absolutely doable. I'll just get the big dump truck, we'll start filling in a river, as you do. And then the jumping a body of water. For a gap in the water. If I have to switch back to one of the other maps, we can certainly make that happen. Now I feel like for bringing the pipes out, because all the places I need them only need 2 or 3 each, I'll probably just use the mule for that. It seems like a very good vehicle for when you have like medium-sized loads to move around. Because it has its own crane built in, so I don't have to sit here and drive 2-3 vehicles around. Alright, so here's to hoping I can grab one of these boats. Because there's these little tiny wooden boats I've tried to grab for recycling, but I can't attach them, they don't get marked. These boats feel like they might be a little on the too big side, but I don't think I've tried, so I'm down to try. Hello, down there is a toy truck. I don't need it, but I saw it. Hey, Earthrush, how's it going? I can pick it up. And you sure look metal. You're not blinking blue, which worries me a little bit. Or blinking any color for that matter. Alright, so for where we need to go... So I need to get up there. So you're gonna go this windy road over here, or I can go all the way around and up there. We'll see how it looks when you get closer. I don't think there's a winning solution. I think it's just deal with its solution. Most likely, I'm going to have to switch the way I'm holding this boat. Since, you know, it's a little bit wide. Okay, we're almost there. So then the moment of truth. It's not blinking blue, which would imply steel, but it's definitely not anything else. So we will see. The only colors I'd expect it to blink are blue or yellow. Again, blue being the steel we need for the metal pipes or steel beams, and the yellow would be for cash if I take it back to like the salvage place. Yeah, so you see like those are blinking blue. That's letting me know that those are recyclable. Whereas this does not seem to be giving me that information. But I haven't had any type of boat that has done that, and I'm supposed to recycle a boat as a dare drop. So here's to hoping that this works. And with that, if someone could clip that, that is our Recycle a Boat dare drop. And it was worth 8 steel pipes. So we are more than good on steel pipes now. So let me go ahead and get that off the dare drop list. It's nice to finally have that off the list, because that's the only one that was the wild card about not sure how to deal with it. Okay, so let's grab our mule. I don't think there's a right answer for what vehicle to take. It's a matter of if I already have it around somewhere. I think the mule's like way down here, isn't it? What vehicle is that down there? Oh, one of these is my big crane. The other one's the not big crane. Yeah, the mule's way down there. At that point, I might as well just grab the desert base. We can go here. Grab the mule, retain, confirm, deploy. Yeah, so if someone could do me a favor, if someone's not already doing it, if I could have someone clip where we recycled that boat, that is one of the dare drops. Worst case, if it doesn't happen, I can take care of it after stream. It's just much easier if someone snags the clip, and it does need to be anything special, just that the boat disappearing into the recycling place. If I get that, then I can turn around after stream and just chuck it at the dare drop. And that will be a key for RoadCraft they'll be able to give away in a future stream. I believe that one was a key for RoadCraft. It's a key for something. I just believe it's for RoadCraft. Oh, not there. Alright. Yep, because then where we see these markers over here, that's where we need to get the steel pipes too. So I'm gonna load up 3 steel pipes. Actually, how many do we need here? So it's 3 up here. And I got 2 down there. Where were the others? So I got those 3. And then 3 down there. Okay. Yeah, because what I can do is I can run over here. I'll grab the 3 pipes with the mule, do them, run the mule back up to grab 3 more from the pipe place, and do the next set of 3. And by then I'll be down to the ones we just need from storage. I've got storage right there, so you can grab the 2. And that should do fine. Because all of the vehicles I have that can carry a lot of pipes will be frustrating to get through here. So I think we're better off just doing the 2 or 3 easy laps. It is why we built the bridge. Alright. I also need to do all the clips from Tinkerlands yesterday. We did something like 8 dare drops really fast. And almost all of those were for copies of Tinkerland. And I was going to do them after stream yesterday, it just didn't happen. I had too many things I was working on. Now, the alternative to putting in the mule is I could drive the heavy vehicle trailer up here and load it up with like all of the pipes. But I honestly think with where we're going, where I have 3 on one side, 3 on the other side, and then 2 way far off, it doesn't make sense for me to try and drive it between all that. And especially hills like this one with the heavy vehicle transport would be really annoying. That trailer's very long. So it's not exactly the most maneuverable.
I'm also guessing we're getting relatively close to wrapping up this map. I don't know that for a fact, but it feels like we're getting more in the wind down part of the map than the main stuff. One, two, three. Okay. Okay, slightly back. And then the last one. Alright, now we go back across the bridge, we replace those 3 pipes, then we come back here, and I still have, what was it, 3 or 4 pipes in here? Make sure I don't waste my... Alright, I got 5 more in here. Literally, I could actually finish out this whole thing without using any of my pipes in storage. That might actually be a good idea, but I'm not going to. I'm going to grab these 3, I'm going to grab the next 3 out of here, and then those 2 I'll take down from my base down below. If I end up needing more pipes, then I'll worry about just bringing something that can transport a crap ton of pipes someplace and just load up and move them. Because all this junk at the bottom of the hill here, all of that recycles really well. So we would get a lot of pipes out of it very easily. But a little bit more top-heavy this time, going down the zigzagging road. Just need to be a little bit more careful. It's really easy to get going and then just roll it. And also, before we go too far, we got routes that have supposedly failed. Just try again. Just because there's boulders on that path, they'll get it through. We also have enough money from the missions we've done to probably get ourselves another nice vehicle. We're starting to run out of vehicles to get. Alright. That does make me wonder how much selling stuff like the pipes is worth. Because I do feel like some of these maps you could probably produce a really large number very quickly. And then be able to drive stuff very quickly from where you produce the pipes or the steel beams or whatever over to the sell point. But at the same time, this is not actually one of them. Like, we do have a sell point, but it's way over here on this coast. Good ways away. If I remember correctly. Alright. Okay, so just park right up here. Do this. Get you out of the way here. Might not be positioned far enough over.
Okay, we got that one done. Next one's up. I did like we had one pipe way earlier in the game that was just like on the end of an alley, but at the vehicle level, and I ran into it full speed, just sent that pipe absolutely orbital. And that was very satisfying. Alright, you're way down there. There we go. Well, I don't think we're going to take a route through here. Just in case, get off the road a little bit. Okay, come on. Helps if I'm pulling it the right way. There we go. That, I don't think I'm close enough to do anything with. So I think if we go around to the other side, I'll be able to reach that. But as it stands, I don't think that's happening from this side. Okay. It's pushing to the point I might need to bring in the big crane. I'm hoping I won't. Okay, well, I mean, we're definitely leaning over far enough now. Getting back out of this will be fun. Okay, that's that one done. Now you got one more over there. And that'll be these sets of pipes over here, and then we'll just have to deal with the next area up higher. All right. Honestly, in that case, I'll just roll underneath and we'll have plenty of space, so I don't need to do anything special. Okay, so those pipes are all done.
You're not gonna believe this, but I've got some more pipe-related business for you to sort out. This pump station needs your help in getting a replacement pump. We already delivered it to the oil station, but crossing the river is a bit too much for the common convoy. Could you take care of it? Shouldn't be any problem with your skills. Oh, and bonus points, you can deliver fuel to the desert base. The semi-truck is full of it.
Alright, so we apparently need to do more pipe stuff. I'm glad I got more than I really needed. So that's cool. So what I'll probably do is on our way up, just in case, I'll grab one of the things as we go up the hill to drop in for recycling, so that'll give us like an extra pipe or two in case this ends up being a whole thing where I end up delivering pipes all over the map or something like that. We'll figure it out. Not the boat, though, because the boat is way too heavy for this. The boat was pushing what I can do with the heavy crane without problems. Alright. I'm not actually getting the pulsing that thing from new objectives. We'll check when we get up there, see if it actually is a new objective or maybe it's just dialogue for this objective. Alright, I would like to drag the water tower thing up there. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. I'm probably going to try it anyways, though. If not, that pipe would certainly come along. Let's change it to one attachment point. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm just trying to switch that up, so... Well, I was hoping to shove that out of the way, so I'm not trying to shove it over that. Alright, I think we're not quite equipped to do this one. Considering that these pipes are usually bad enough. I'm gonna roll it. I'll just grab the little thing. Come on. There we go. I did thoroughly block that road down there, which I'll probably end up regretting, but that's for later me to worry about. Worst case, I believe we have the big crane up here. And that big crane should be able to lift anything we need out of the way. Okay. So I can drop you off. And now we're 2 more pipes. Okay, and there's 3 more. But before we get into that, so we got more indicators for more pipes. So I've got 1 pipe here to replace. Which I've got marked. I've got 3 pipes here to replace. Which I've got marked. Got 2 pipes here to join the same building. Ah, I do have a pipe that's not marked. Okay. Yes, I've got 3 pipes down there, 3 pipes up here. So we do have 6 pipes. So we actually already had those pipes marked. But it's just not a thing I've had to worry about. Okay, and objective-wise, deliver fuel, bring pump to the station. Okay, so the pipes is my last actual objective. As far as, like, main objective goes. But needless to say,
we do want to do all the objectives. That's what we've been doing on all the maps. Probably not that far. Alright, so let's bring you up. Okay, apparently I'm too far from the other two. Okay. Now give us the next 3 for fixing stuff. Okay, so we have the 3 down by the pump. Both of these are way down here. Neither has a particularly great route to them. I think it'll be crossing the bridge and then following down that way. So kind of back the way we came, but then just keep going. And now we can get those 3 knocked out. And like I said, the last 3 will probably come up from the base in the south side since I have 5 pipes in storage already. I thought I was about to roll that. All right. There, got out of the way at least a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so across the bridge down here, it'll basically just run down the coast until we get to where we need to drop these pipes off. And then we get the 3 from the bottom area. I believe I'll have a route to fix, and I just gotta deliver some vehicles. And I'm gonna guess that's probably gonna be... We'll probably have one more mission after that of delivering important stuff in or out of the map. Just with what the kind of things we've seen before. Oh, I also have to run the electricity. I totally forgot about that. I've been kind of deliberately delaying running the electricity because it hasn't blocked anything important for me. That way when I run the electricity, I don't have to be as worried about a bunch of vehicles trying to go over routes that I've then, you know, dug up for the electric run. Because that bit me real bad in Sunken. I dug up one of the main routes I had to ship stuff up, and it was a real rough time getting the vehicles to do that route after I dug it up all that. Okay. And of course, it's a pretty long trek to where we gotta get to. But that is what it is. Like, in reality, what would probably have been the fastest is for me to make all those pipes up there, grab something like the Wayfarer and just try and take our decent roads back to the base on this side, and then take all those pipes we dropped and then ship them from the area on the other side kind of thing. Most likely that'd been fine. It's just one of those things that as long as the roads go great would be probably fastest, but that's the big if. If we find one of the random roads that's really rough to traverse, then suddenly it becomes exponentially worse. Whereas this is a fairly safe, yeah, we'll be able to get through it just fine. The worst thing I do is I roll and I have to go get in our vehicle to pick it up. Alright, we're getting there.
Okay. So we just gotta climb this road out of this ridge, and then we'll have the first of our pipes just on the top of that hill. Hey, Elevens, how's it going? This might not actually be... Well, I mean, I guess it's a road. Oh, this way. I was looking at that spot being like, that might not actually be a road. Pretty good just building some roads. You? Doing pretty good. We built a bunch of roads earlier in this round. Now we're mostly at the point where most of the infrastructure is in place. And we're just kind of running around, you know, plugging the wires in, shipping the stuff where it needs to be shipped kind of thing. So, going pretty good. I think we're getting to, like, the wind down on this particular map. Wifey.
Who's the cutest little boy in the entire world?
I don't know. Why would I know something like that?
Is it you?
Pretty sure it's not.
No? You think there's cuter boys out there?
Probably.
Oh, well, I think you're the cutest.
It's okay to be wrong. Love. Let's see, have you done the valves at the port? Yours got stuck and you can't get the old one out. Is this a good game or pass? Well, I am on my 7th stream of it. So, if that says anything to you. I very much enjoyed it. The one thing I'll preface is, it is not SnowRunner. It is not trying to be SnowRunner. They have been very vocal that it is not SnowRunner. Don't go in with the expectations of SnowRunner, because you're going to be disappointed if you're expecting SnowRunner. It is its own thing. So it's not like the hardcore survival SnowRunner-esque game. It's a very different animal. Yeah, I've done some co-op and some, like, in a lot of solo, actually. I would definitely say this is a game that, regardless, can be a lot of fun. Gotcha. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Like I said, the big thing is, don't go in expecting SnowRunner. SnowRunner is also a really, really good game, but, like, they just have a different vibe, a different approach, while thematically being kind of the same thing. Like, both of them, you're trying to unjack up a place that's been messed up by a disaster. Just in SnowRunner, it's by dragging cargo through the mud. You know, in this one, it's about making the roads not terrible, and then making someone else drag cargo through your lovely roads. Alright, so first pipe we need to replace is here. Okay. It appears the other pipe has already removed itself, which I appreciate. I am nowhere near close enough. Alright. As much as I want to just immediately wiggle around, let's be smart about this. Put the arm back over here. It's already bad enough with that pipe dangling over me. Anchors, 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 anchors. In a few seconds, if we hurry, we can... Too slow. Alright, I do have other... No, I don't. I was gonna say, I do have other vehicles nearby. But that's apparently a lie. Okay, well, we can make this work anyways. So I should have... Because our base is right there.
We can go grab the heavy crane. I was even making the comment about it's not technically really that good of an approach because I still have this big heavy pipe wiggling above us. But it was better than if I had like the heavy pipe sticking all the way off on the extension to the right. I just needed to be more patient about it, but it's fine. Literally, I'm just gonna go over there with this and chuck it on over. Okay, so you go down the hill to the right. Cross the bridge, and it's just on the other side of the bridge. Okay. Yep, so we're right up there. And all we'll need to do is pick it up. This is the crane I probably should have been doing that with anyways, because it could just reach right over and drop it down. It just doesn't have the ability to drag the pipes. More than one, that is. So it's kind of one of those things of, I can do multiple trips with the crane or go back and forth vehicle-wise. Alright, so let's go to the left. It does look like this is going to be the harder to drive on one, but this crane is kind of a monster in that can drive over almost anything. Okay, so I need you to go up the hill. And I think it's the one all the way on the right that's the one that we tipped over at. Let's see, do you use much... Do you use how much that recall vehicle? Because there's always a lot of fuel in its mobile garage. You figure the last map that helps a lot with some of the bigger projects far from the garage. I almost never use it. I think literally I have actually not used it to recall a vehicle ever. Part of the reason is I have to drive it where I want to recall the vehicle to, and it's not often I want to recall the vehicle to like the same spot again and again. But then on top of that, like, for example, the last map I did, Sojourn, we had a lot of things to use fuel on. That actually I was kind of low on fuel for the vast majority of the map. So be careful, because it is just one of those things that you can, you know, sell stuff to get the fuel and all that. It's not the end of the world. But it is one of those things that you actually do use fuel for a lot more than just recalling. Okay, so you got the pipe in place. But yeah, so the big thing is, again, having to drive it to where you want to go first. It's not exactly the most nimble vehicle. So getting it into position to then drive a vehicle, and then in the off chance that if you have to recall the vehicle, it's available for you. It just kind of feels like you're adding an extra trip to maybe prevent you a trip at a cost. And there's certainly going to be place there like, but this one spot, you know, you end up having to go here 3 times, and, you know, you'd probably be right. So, like, one of the maps that we do have to go back to the steel mill a bunch of times, like, okay, yeah, it's probably a very justifiable reason. Alright. But yeah, like, so, Sojourn... Man, we must have spent, like, maybe upper 20s, lower 30s worth of fuel just opening more sand pits to have them available where I needed them on the map. This one I think we've only spent like 10, 15 fuel on unlocking stuff. You can see I've got 35, so it's not like I've been short. Huh. Complain about me trying to put that back into its original position, that's fine. Weird. Anyway, so the last pipe is over there. But there's that mobile quarry vehicle also. Right, the mobile quarry vehicle carries 4 dump trucks worth of sand, so it's definitely better than having to do lap after lap after lap after lap. But it's still only 4 trucks. So if you're talking about doing an entire road, you're gonna need a lot more than 4. For most of the roads. The mobile quarry? Have I not gotten that yet? Let's take a look. So you've got the road stuff. Oh, we'll have to go shop. You're saying the mobile quarry. So I've got this truck. That one I believe I have to fill off other stuff. This one I believe I have to fill off other stuff. This one is the one that you can pull stuff off. Let's see, you think it's a vehicle with a deployable conveyor belts. It's on the right category from the category right from Roadworks. Mobile quarry. I haven't, like, nothing here screams that. You don't have it yet? Let's see, the Zik 605. Oh, 605 variant? Gotcha. Well, then it does me no good. Man, I haven't seen it. If it is, the game has had no point as basically letting me know it's an option. Yeah, no, when you mentioned that, I haven't seen it yet. It should be below it. Interesting. I feel like I'm pretty late in the game at this point though, which means having a variant that, you know, alright. Yeah, so I'd be surprised if we don't have it yet, if it's available in the game, because we're pretty late. Go to the vehicle tabs instead of the dump tab, or instead of the shop. Yes, we don't have it under the road stuff. And I only have like the rusted and not rusted one. So yeah, so I don't see this vehicle you're talking about. Like I've got the only Zik we've got, you know, showing here. Maybe it's under like the utility kind of stuff. Ah, okay. I see. So this would fit into the realm of one thing that the devs are pretty bad about with a lot of their past titles is basically giving you information, because this this doesn't give me the information. Like, this is something you can overlook forever and never notice. But that's good to know. But that was something that was notorious in SnowRunner as well, of just quite often not having easy way to find any information.
I'm sorry to pile more onto your plate since you cleaned the place up so nicely, but, well, we really need the port up and running at full capacity. So there's more stuff to do, namely bring some supplies in, fix all the pipes, and make sure the port machinery has power to operate. No rest for the wicked, huh? Once that's done, we'll have a stable way of supplying our operations and the locals. That's gotta count for something.
You can take those markers away. So you've got a thing here. Right, so I've already got those 2 pipes marked, so we're already planning to do that anyways. I have an item to deliver there. That's fine. Okay, so this is where we were going to switch up where we were doing this. Let's grab the mule. Let's see, my guess is that you would have to drop rocks into the top to feed it, and it'll make sand. Yeah, no, I have no idea. Yeah, looks like something you'd use on a mission later on and forget about. Yeah, that's a thing. They never went through and were like, here's the thing or whatever. That, at least that I'm aware, because we've never had access to that vehicle. So it kind of feels like just one of those things that the devs failed to really tell you about, so you kind of only find it by the fact of randomly buying it and then seeing what it does, or that you see someone else do it. Still, it's good to have. It's just one of those things that I wish it was easier to figure out. Like, I think one of the things that might help is they've got these giant categories of, like, road, infrastructure, that. It honestly would be nice to have kind of subcategories for, this is something for dealing with sand, just in general. Because then you could put that in the one for sand, and you would see that it's for sand. And, you know, that would be like, why is this for sand? And it'd kind of just give you that information on the get-go. Alright, so I've got you, and I just need to drive you down to here. It's basically just down the hill and follow the road. There's some pop in the block, they're so small, it's uneasy to notice. Yeah. It could also be one of those things like the classic tips type thing where, you know, you're sitting there and as your map loads, like, did you know you can get the whatever, whatever, whatever to have yourself a mobile quarry? And you'd be like, holy crap, I want that. This game is still, for the most part, done way better than SnowRunner for information availability. That I will absolutely give them. SnowRunner, honestly, getting your information can be utterly appalling in a lot of places. I still love SnowRunner, but that is definitely, you know, one of those things that SnowRunner has a lot of failures there for just communicating important information to the player. We have game build. More games have been doing game build at the bottom of the screen. That's not unusual nowadays. I think, if I remember correctly, I believe SnowRunner has that down there too. I won't swear to it, but I believe that SnowRunner actually does put the game build on the bottom as well. That's become more of a popular thing to do these days. That way when someone reports a bug, you can easily see, like, are they on the latest version? Yeah, no, the moment is like, yeah, it's an unlimited quarry. I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, you saw the moment I had been saving money, but the moment I saw that was an option, I was like, yep, we're buying that right now. Yeah, you found yourself using Google a lot when playing SnowRunner? Yeah, even from the beginning, SnowRunner does the whole thing where they give us the mission objectives like you've got above me, and that's fine. But the reality in SnowRunner is exploration is hands down way more important than following the objectives. Like, very, very genuinely in SnowRunner, you kind of want to run around, explore the entire map, and then, you know, grab the upgrades, you know, as able. And then as you get those kind of things, see what you can do about recovering vehicles. And there'll be some back and forth where you'll explore what you can, but then there's the bridge out, so you got to deal with the bridge to really kind of get a vehicle to be able to explore farther, because it needs kind of support from fuel to keep going. But the game kind of does set you up for failure, in that it kind of does the thing that every single game does, where it has the objectives, and very genuinely following the objectives in early SnowRunner is how you have, like, the most incredibly frustrating time imaginable. As you're running around with, you know, your Fleet Star with no upgrades, desperately trying to drag this ridiculously big truck out of, you know, 3-foot deep mud with no snorkel or anything, and going, why the expletive can't I do this? It's like my second mission in the game and I'm already struggling. And it's the game doesn't do a good job being like, hey, you're definitely going to have to stop certain missions, you're definitely going to have to... Well, this is not good. Well, you're pinching me against a rock and I can't do anything. Thank you for no longer existing. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, it's a progression kind, or it's a information issue in SnowRunner. Like, mechanically the game's fine. It's just one of those things to, you know, set up the player to be like, hey, you should explore the map. Like, that's a thing. It can even be like just a hint that they're like, exploring the map, you know, is critical. Make sure you explore and figure things out before you start trying to do things. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And all rewards received, so cancel that route. Alright, so I need 1, 2, 3. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and get these pipes all set up. But yeah, like in another one, like, that becomes a big thing I bring up with SnowRunner, is until you just kind of like memorize which saddle, like which attachment goes for what, you end up seeing the thing on the map and being like, I don't know, like, do I need a high saddle? Do I need a low saddle? Is there like no saddle required at all? It's just a thing that can go on the hitch. And there's not really a way to look up in-game that kind of information easily, so you just kind of have to memorize things, which can be kind of frustrating at times when you drive all the way across to a hard-to-reach place and then you realize you just have the wrong thing. Again, unless you start Googling it to try and figure out what's what. And there's definitely a whole thing of being like, does the lack of information benefit the game or hinder the game? And I would say the exploration of the map of where you don't know where things are is a lack of information that benefits the game. It makes exploration desirable. But stuff like, what trailer do I need to do this? You just have to know and memorize. That hurts the game. Because again, it's one of those things that you fight your way across the map to this hard to reach place with this ridiculous trailer, and then realize you don't even have the right trailer. And then you go, you know what, never mind, I'm gonna go play something else. And again, I like SnowRunner, and I have played a lot of it, but it is fair to point out that that is a place that I feel like the devs had a fairly significant failure. And again, once you play the game enough and you just learn, okay, this trailer requires the high saddle, but the problem is a lot of people, after putting in the effort, will just get annoyed and just go do something else because they put in all that time, and what do they have to show for it? Literally nothing. And it's not even like a realism argument either. It's the game has its decisions, and you just have to know how the game's decisions work. And again, I actually do recommend SnowRunner. So while I'm bad-mouthing it, I actually do think it's a good game. But you know, even good games have their places they fall short. In a lot of games, it's providing information to the players. Let's see, is Incommunicado easier than Sunken?
thought you get sand swept after completing Sunken, and found out you were very wrong. Incommunicado is definitely, for at least in my opinion, is definitely the easier of the two maps. Sunken I had to fight quite a bit with some of the paths. Incommunicado, it's not that I never had any issues with the paths. It never was at a point that like it was like particularly bad or anything. But like Sunken especially like that castle route, there was a bit of work that had to happen to make that work. The high-low was always frustrating, because like, it's for heavy loads, and you're like, hear me out. I don't know what the hell this machine is I'm picking up. Is it a heavy load? I don't know. I don't know what it is I'm grabbing. Yeah, spot on. SnowRunner is fun, but the amount of fighting you get into for the right spot to only realize you don't have what it needs is really frustrating. Yeah, that's the worst. Is you put in the effort, and just from a lack of information, you got to do it all over. Like, that's a very unsatisfying way to have to deal with. Like, it's one thing if you're going through and you mess up and you turn over your vehicle and you're like, crap. That can kind of be fun in its own right, because now you're trying to figure out how to deal with the problem. You know, and that's also like, you have failed in a way that your vehicle has rolled over. So it's kind of the consequence of an action. Versus when the game just is being obscure, then you're like, you know what? This doesn't feel good. This is not a feel good problem. I'm down to be punished for my failures, but it's really annoying when I'm being punished for a failure of information being provided, that you feel the need to pull up the wiki and be like, okay, I need to drive across this entire map and grab this semi-trailer. Is this a high saddle? It's like, nope, slow saddle. I'm like, well, glad I didn't go do it, because I was going to bring the high saddle. And some of that information is even in there, but sometimes pretty buried. Which is kind of the same problem, but a little bit different set to it. Alright, and thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. So I actually spilt sand there before, so I'm just gonna go over where we went previously and I spilt all that sand. I could probably just drive up, shove this pipe in real fast, and that'll be the last of that. From there, what I'll end up needing to do is we still gotta run the electricity, which I haven't even looked in at all what's gonna be involved with that. I've been deliberately trying to save the electricity for as late in the process as possible, since it chews up the ground and makes it harder for the vehicles to drive. Did you hear about the co-op multiplayer bug for unlocking vehicles? I have not. I unlocked a bunch of vehicles in multiplayer, but... Oh, was it that you got access to vehicles earlier than you should have? Because I think we noticed that when I was playing a game with when I was playing with FG, I think I had one point where I was like, oh wait, why do I have access to this vehicle? It was nothing that like I got a super amazing thing. It was just a vehicle popped in and I was kind of confused that I had availability of it. But other than like weird physics bugs, I haven't run into hardly any bugs in the game. Yeah, I liked Sunken, but I think, like, for being a different map, but I do think, like, for actually the gameplay side of it, Incommunicado was the better map. See, no guess, don't get the shop version of the Rust one. Oh, I hadn't heard that. So you're saying if they buy... That's weird. Because I played in co-op, and I definitely bought more than one of the not rusted vehicles, and I did get the not rusted vehicle. Okay, this might work out. Because we wanted to do a dare drop earlier, where I have to jump a vehicle over a body of water. And we tried to do it. I don't know if the scout's still down here. It is. We tried to do it,
but we basically didn't get anything because your vehicles really aren't that good in jumping in this game. But part of it was I couldn't get any type of run-up on it, so we just couldn't get any speed. So they unlock the rusted version for both the host and the guest after the quest, but the host can buy the shop version, but the guest can't. Yeah, that's the thing. I hear what you're saying. I definitely bought the not rusted version of a bunch of the vehicles while playing co-op. So it could be that there's only under certain circumstances that happens. I'm not saying you're wrong or lying or whatever. My comment is just, I believe I did what you're saying you aren't able to do, but like I said, it could just be that there's like more nuance to it, that there's more involved in causing it to happen kind of thing. Would be my guess. We already got the reward, so we can cancel that. Okay, you saw online today? Gotcha. Alright, so I'm gonna try this again because earlier we could get like no speed to it whatsoever. But one of the dare drops I need to do is to jump over a gap of water in a scout of any kind using a ramp of sand. So this isn't really a great setup for it. Why are you going so slow? That's fine. That definitely doesn't count. We'll just worry about when I got different small area. I was just curious with that run up, but it still just loses all of its speed when it smacks into that. Alright, so now what we need to do is run all the electricity. So the places I need to run electricity to and from. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I've got electricity here, so let's start marking this. So I need to get electricity there. I think that one's straightforward. We'll just run it right along here. And that'll have you powered up. There's nothing else to do down there. Then we got the next branch. I gotta get power all the way up to the solar station up here, I think. Yeah, we've got that one. We got the power line up there. We got the electrical field. Well, I can't run the power across that. I have to run it down here. You discovered it? Yeah, I'm guessing it's down here. There might be something up here. But yeah, it's probably down here where I haven't explored that. So this one running the power there, that's straightforward. So let's go ahead and get that knocked out real fast. Okay. There's a good chance it will give me more quests to run stuff to other places anyways. And I won't need to worry about, like, going out of my way for things. But yeah, so I only got to jump over a gap of water using a sand ramp. I think what we're going to need to do is we're going to have to make the sand ramp not quite as, like, extreme one. Ooh, are you asphalt? I think we can run through this. If not, I can just go to the side and run it along.
Okay. Yep, we're just gonna cut right across all this. Let's run this power. Cool. Oh, we're only now getting the ferry thing to pull up? That usually gives us new vehicles. Or in this case, it's going to want me to bring things into it.
Our river-based garage is running out of parts. You're our best driver, but even your vehicles get a little wear and tear. So could you deliver a shipment of parts from the port to the river base? Should be a great help, especially for those less careful than you. Which is everyone. I guess we won't be getting out of the plumbing business anytime soon. I got this new task for you, and it smells. Just a bit. The port's oil terminal has a sewage system, believe it or not, and it was royally messed up by the storm. A full valve replacement is in order, so could you kindly carry it out? In exchange, the locals say they'll make their supply depot available to us. Sounds like a great deal. Great job giving the port a kickstart. Seems to me they picked up a thing or two about competence from you. They already offloaded a shipment of replacement solar panels and other spare parts for the solar station. Now you need to plan a route to forward the containers to the river base for processing. Show them how it's done. Again.
Okay. Taking that up to the base up there, so I can take that right up this way. Alright, so I'm a little worried with this one that it's going to be a Wayfarer and not the other trucks we've been getting by with. But we shall see. Okay, so we've got all that, and mostly just gave us a ton of side objectives. So replace, 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 deliver. So these are honestly just drive around the map. So I need to just drive it down the road. Are Wayfarers a super crappy semi-truck? Yes. Yes, they are. The Wayfarer, the one big advantage of it is you can really, really pile a lot on the back. But the downside, as you can see right here, is they can't do anything involving non-flat terrain. I've definitely gone away without paving them, but it is the thing that the Wayfarer will struggle. But yeah, there's definitely times where I've just had to pave a route just for the Wayfarer to manage it. It's just not made for off-roading of any capacity. Even hills like it's slightly too high of a grade can be an incredible stopper for them. I've also had one or two times where I've looked at what I was going to have to do to make a Wayfarer be able to do it, and I've just picked up the truck with a heavy crane and drove it to its destination, just being carried by the heavy crane, because it's easier than actually driving the Wayfarer. That's about what I was expecting. So with this one, I could take the time to get that all sorted out, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and retain that and deploy it. And this is my pro tip. So the Wayfarer, by default, cannot have all-wheel drive or diff lock.
let me show you here with this magic trick that in one step, you can use the Wayfarer with diff lock and all-wheel drive. It's nice and easy. We just go up to a Wayfarer, we pick it up, reel it in nice and close. We want to lower it down. Okay. The goal here is to lower it down enough that our center of gravity isn't that much higher. And this particular case, that gas tank on the back is way heavier than I've had in the past Wayfarers. So this one might not be a great example. The other way I could do it is instead of here, we'll do it the other way. And the other way we do is I put it down right there real fast. And instead I switch to single point mode. I grab from the front bumper. I've had more than once in this game I've actually just picked up and carried. It just seems like this giant fuel canister on it, the one I'm smashing this big metal arm into it, this seems particularly heavy. That's been harder for me to keep balance with it. But that's fine. Because now instead of having to fight or repave that road or anything like that, we're basically using this crane as a glorified tow truck. Alright, so we got that one done.
There's one nice thing about dealing with these oil moguls. You help them out a bit, and now we don't have to worry about fuel for a while. That's what I call a mutually profitable transaction.
Okay, so we need to deliver the object. But yeah, no, the heavy crane lets you get away with so much you probably shouldn't be allowed to. No matter what the mission calls for, often the heavy crane is the answer. And before heavy crane nerf, it would be tricky to nerf it in a way that doesn't just feel bad. Because a lot of the things that make it a problem are the things that are kind of necessary for it to work. Like actually being able to all terrain and all that. How soon does the heavy crane come into play? Pretty early. I think you get it on Sunken, if I remember. Because I'm not even talking like the really, really good heavy crane. I'm just talking the category heavy crane in its entirety. Okay. So let's go ahead and drive this up to the other part of the map, turn it around, drop it off. Yeah, I have noticed the later heavy crane does feel a little easier to tip over when you're not using it as a crane.
Good thing power lines don't have a collision. Not my problem. I run my power lines underground. These power lines, not paid to care about them. Okay. Use these bridges we built up on the top. Should have been standing in the way? Exactly. You know how this works. Now we'll go check that cargo. Was he wearing PPE? No, we're good. If you want, I can verify everything is OSHA approved. Like, the way we're working right now, dragging this, OSHA approved. Absolutely without question. Running with the crane up in the air, OSHA approved. If you're curious about it, I can go check with OSHA here in just a second too. Let's let me go ahead and put this down. All right, because yeah, we can go. Hey OSHA. Was that properly delivered? Did the process we went and delivered that correct? OSHA says it's fine.
Right. Still, the locals will be grateful for your help, and that's what counts.
No, I checked with OSHA. She said it's okay. Alright, so let's grab the route here that failed. So you failed here, which is not super surprising. Let's try making it go a little bit wider, because I think it got stuck on that rock. Okay, so it's still not like the Wayfarer. Oh, you weren't getting stuck on this side, you're getting stuck on the other side. Alright, well let's go ahead and line you up back here then. The thing it's catching on these two rocks. Then we got those ones up there. I mean, honestly, if they just do 2-3 attempts, they'll get those rocks pushed off far enough we won't have to worry about. Shoving the big metal arm into what it is, presumably a tank of full gasoline, OSHA approved. Hey. OSHA here is a fan of anything involving flammables and big metal arms. Just saying. OSHA's favorite show is BattleBots. Really, really into sparks flying. Alright, looks like we might have that one fixed. Okay, so let's see what we got on our next list. So we need to bring the object, and we need to deliver 10 wood. Okay. And in this one, we need to deliver objects. It's on us. Oh, it's because there's a fence right there is the whole reason it's hard. But it's literally right there. But that'll be easy enough. Actually, is my Wayfarer right here? Okay, this is just a freebie right here. Let's make sure we actually select that mission. Yeah, because literally all I need to do is drive to the other side there. Pick it up, put it in the trailer over the fence, and then drive to where I need to drop it off.
Okay. There we go. Could you also dump enough dirt to just go over the fence? Yep. Absolutely. That's part of the big appeal for me with this game. Okay, let's put that down a little bit. Okay. May have been a little over ambitious in the movement of that valve. All right. But yeah, no, that's the thing that I like about this game is you can solve a lot of problems in a lot of different ways. Like there is a route on Sunken that I won't give details on for those who haven't done it yet. I don't want to spoil it for you. But it is a very long, elaborate, and annoying route. And it seems like you've got like two options to go the route. You have like the northern one where it's a lot steeper and the southern one where it's just a lot more just windy and craggy. And instead I said, screw that, and I just made a big giant ramp that went directly to my destination from pretty close to where I started. Which was very satisfying. That still took a decent amount of work to get that going, but it was definitely like, I'm not dealing with these horrible roads. Where I'm going, we don't need roads, just really big ramps. Excuse me. I didn't hit it quite hard enough to send it sailing. Okay. Okay, one valve replaced. Installing a broken valve with percussive maintenance. I still think my favorite one, I can't remember what map it was. There was just, I had a really long straightaway like this, and then there was like the pipe right at, you know, at car level, and we just got full speed and just sent it and just went boom, like straight up into orbit off the mountain. I was like, yup, that was nice. Alright, let's see if we can hit this one a little bit harder so I don't have to crane it all. Bang! Uninstalled properly. Hey, I missed the name. Hey, Fluffpace, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. How was your stream? What were you playing and all that stuff? Could I get a, there you go, already on it. Playing some RoadCraft. Excellent.
You replaced those valves like a true pro. Judging by how happy the Port Authority is. No time to rest on your laurels, though. It appears some of the oil tanks from the depot across the river have sprung a few leaks. Could you grab them and drag them to the port before anyone notices?
We, replaced them like a pro. I.e., I drove up to it at full speed and slammed into the valve to send it sailing. Proper removal procedure for broken valves, by the way. Finished incommunicado? Excellent.
I would say so far of the maps, Incommunicado has been the one that felt like it had like the greatest like flow progression, whatever you want to call it. Like, I didn't feel like I was backtracking a bunch or anything. It just kind of, each thing just worked its way into the next thing kind of stuff. I really liked that map. Versus Sunken is the map I would still say thematically I've enjoyed the most. It does have some pretty frustrating routes though, as a warning. It's a good map though. But there's a couple of demons in there. Okay, so are you on the other shore? Alright, so let's start with the one on the other shore first. Chuck that in the back. And then we'll use the one closer near here as a counterweight. And do it all in one run. But yeah, no, I've definitely enjoyed all the maps so far. This map would probably be one of the ones that, you know, it's fine. It's like the first two, like, you know, effectively tutorial maps, they were fine. There was like nothing wrong with them, but definitely kind of the weak start. Is it Incommunicado the one with the solar arrays? You thought they were cool to get those set up? No, so we're on the one now that has the sandstorm and the solar arrays. Incommunicado is the one that got hit with a hurricane. So there's like all the damaged radio towers and all that. And lots and lots and lots of mud and deforestation. So much mud. Yep. Also, the most insane physics bug, you haven't seen anything like it? Go on. I think my favorite one we saw is earlier today. I had one of the palmetto bushes I ran over, and it just slowly kind of went up in the air while spinning at, you know, blinding speeds that slowly did there. Can you drop a clip? You'll have to give it to one of the mods, and then they can post it. I just have clips turned off, or like links turned off, but I wouldn't be against it. You just had to send little mods like, you know, I think Sentient Cookie's here, but I don't, like, whichever one of the mods is able to do it, if I've got one handy. You know I got mods here, but sometimes they're on mobile devices, and that makes it all way more difficult. Oh yeah, I believe VIPs can also post. Yeah, so, yeah, Bird and Sun could do it as well. Incommunicado's the one where the California orchard owner loses thing? What? No, I thought Incommunicado, I thought that was Eastern European, if I remember correctly. The one with the orchard, that's the one that gets hit with a, that's the natural gas explosions, where you got all the orange orchards. Which I really like that map, because it's just kind of cool. Yeah, I don't mind checking out the clip. I do need to get the thing set back up where I can permit people kind of thing. It's one of the things like the Twitch link blocker is just like hard no to everything. The alternative is like posted on the Discord or whatever. All of those things that get in the way of like using Twitch functionality. I'll have to check to see if I can get it where, you know, certain clips can be posted or whatever.
Because I used to have that set up too, and then I changed bots, and I haven't gone back and fixed it all. And that's been an inexcusably long time on my part. Manage to send the ascension? Okay, that works. Please bring that back around before we roll. Twist, 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 twist. Do it, do it, do it. Ah, too slow. All right, so let's see the pipe tornado real fast. Okay. Oh, I think I know where this is going. I had similar with the cement thing, but let's see. Let's see. I haven't played it yet. There we go. So let's see the pipe tornado. Check my volume. That'll be fine. This is not what I thought was going to happen, actually.
This is so sketchy.
Now it said this thing could haul 20 tons. Do you think?
Oh no!
I don't think this is how it's supposed to happen.
Oh no!
All right, that is not the thing I was expecting. So I've had it where I spawned in like concrete blocks, and there would be like two of them together, and it would do the same like flipping up, but it's just two of them, so it'd split apart, and then it would stop. In the demo, I was building a ramp to drive on top of the pipes to deliver a pipe, just as a meme. And I did have at one point, I accidentally put too much sand on my vehicle, the mule we have here. And it started to have like the thing like imploding, like folding in like you were having. And then it just snapped back into shape when it got out of the sand and sent me going like 200 feet off into the distance. So I've seen a lesser severity version of that happen. But that is a pretty fantastic one. And I think the reason why I probably didn't get as bad as mine was just one vehicle freaking out, versus you had that entire bed of pipes to just feed physics. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, at some point where physics just end up giving up. Yeah, it's two physical objects end up taking the same physical space, and the game goes, I must resolve this, and then just throws a fit. That's kind of a tried and true thing with simulation games in general. I have never met a simulation game that doesn't have ways you can just make the physics angry. There's certainly ones you gotta put a little effort into getting it there. And then there's ones that you do something that's entirely the way the game's supposed to work with no anything outside the norm, and it immediately just catches fire. To be fair, in real life, physics doesn't like it when two objects try to, occupy the same physical space. Yep. Well, that's, I mean, exactly what it is. It's trying to mimic real life, but then it tries to math it out, but it's already achieved the impossible. So trying to apply, like, real-life science to impossible scenarios and then the game just doesn't know how to deal with it. I've already forgotten where I'm taking this as far as actual location. I don't believe it's in there that far. Ooh, is that on the inside or outside of the fence? That'll dictate a lot. It is on the outside. Oh, actually, never mind. We drained that already. Never mind. That's fine. This little mule truck is a trooper. You love it? Oh, yeah. We can go check with OSHA if you'd like, Krask. Hey, OSHA. Hey, OSHA, is this the proper way of, you know, transporting these containers on a mule? OSHA says it's good. So we're good, Krask. I checked with OSHA. She says it's fine. Yeah, no, I still think my favorite haul that I've done in the game so far was like the full big transformer that's way too big for the mule to begin with. Doing that up a windy mountain road on Sunken, and then using a giant steel pipe as a counterbalance because I needed to keep from tipping back constantly. It was very Beverly Hillbillies, just the giant overloaded vehicle all the way into the sky. And surprisingly didn't roll it. Had no real issues. There was definitely a spot at the very, very tip top that got really, really dodgy. That we were definitely abusing the anchors heavily to avoid rolling. But honestly, it didn't go that bad. Alright, so we have to...
Good job. This smells... Actually, I guess it's a complex fragrance. Oil, sewage, and money. Could you say it smells like victory? I suspect you're well and truly over oil and pipes. Can't say I don't feel the same.
Okay. So it looks like we gotta run down there, grab that, and then I gotta go destroy a bunch of trees to bring resources to the zone. What's interesting is they still haven't asked me to run power to those other buildings. Like, we got the infrastructure parts of it to do, which we are going to do it regardless. But they haven't actually told me to do any of it yet. Oh, I need to be on the other part of this. Hang on. Okay.
Thank you Orange_TJ for subscribing for 3 months. Just priming up before going to bed.
Thank you, Orange TJ, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot. The 3 months you've been subbed to the channel, I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I also just realized we still have a failed route. Where is that failed route? Okay, so we actually do care about this one. Alright, because we can go back and deal with that later. Because there's still rewards to be had, and therefore I want them. Yeah, so I have to get this. We can then grab our thing to start cutting down trees. And I'm going to teleport that down here versus cutting the trees all the way on the opposite side of the map and then trying to bring it back down, especially since where we have it up on the other side of the map, there's not that many trees for me to cut down. They're any good. Yeah, I don't really care about that. But yeah, no, the mule's wonderful. Like, when you have, like, a really, really heavy load, there's better options. But generally speaking, for, like, medium and light loads, like, you can get to the point with the mule that you can just kind of know the exact position to put the arm on the back.
Thank you, Ras, for subscribing for 36 months. Woo.
The mule is great until it comes to logs.
Sub badge. Rual hyperate, Rual hyperate, Rual hyperate, gritty goose, gritty goose, gritty goose.
I need to make more sub badges. That has been way overdue. It's been on my to-do list for a while. All right.
Yay.
But thank you, Krask, for the tier 1 sub. That's 36 months, 3 years you've been subbed to the channel. So thanks so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, Orange TJ, for an extra 100 biddies. I appreciate that as well. All right, let's try just finagling this around. Oh, you still haven't successfully gotten the whole group up this hill at all. I thought you were just running the process and one got stuck eventually. My luck is all I'm missing, like the last vehicle will be a Wayfarer or something like that. Yeah, because those all go fine. That's exactly what it is. That's the exact problem, is the last vehicle on the route is a Wayfarer, so it cannot handle the thing. So I am going to have to make a road there, because that is not going to be able to manage. Alright, well, that's on the to-do list. Oh, I should probably mark that on the map, shouldn't I? Yeah, so they get stuck right around there.
Chew, chew.
And thank you, Senji Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have... What am I going? Thank you so much for the biddies. I do appreciate that. Hang on. I've apparently managed to ever so slightly lift my tailgate onto this, and I'm not getting the traction I need to do anything. So we're just gonna see if I can't use this little arm right here. It's just ever so slightly too short. There we go. Got ourselves unstuck. Okay, so yeah, so what we're going to need to do is drop some sand on that hill. Realistically, probably have to put out down asphalt as well. I'm going to try and get away with just the sand, but we'll see. I also need to get the wood, which shouldn't be a problem. We just got to go tear up a forest for a little while. All right. It's actually surprising that these things didn't have problems they get up there. You turn those hints off? Yeah, I've turned off some of them. So this part is actually paved. So this actually probably won't be that bad. I probably just need to put sand just down at that last part to make it not quite as steep a climb. And that might be literally all I gotta do. Where am I taking? Oh, you're over there. Alright, so what we can do there is we'll run down there, we'll put down the sand, level it out, and then try to get the next step going. That's where the wood goes. Which we don't really have a good place up here to get it. But that's not too surprising. So just go down the hill, and I'm sure we can get some down the hill. Alright. Gradually, you say? Perfect. Okay, so we can go here and grab We did get that other dump truck I haven't used yet. This one. Let's go experiment with that thing real fast. So it's treaded, so it can go much easier and maneuver more. Seems a little bit easier to spill than the first one, but not as bad as the bigger one. Okay, so this is the spot that they're having problems. Oh, do we not have sand nearby? Nope. We'll see if that's enough. So if you drive off the road, and then we can go up here, grab the bulldozer, and we'll just smooth it out. One pass down, one pass up, and then we'll try setting stuff up again. I should also, before I forget, get rid of that bump. Okay. Just trying to shove these as far out of the way since I literally have the bulldozer right here. Okay. And even more small rocks and hells. This bulldozer looks like a tank. It drives like one too. All right. Just doing our best to get as much of the stones off of here as possible. And I'm going to cut a little bit farther on the inside this pass to try and catch where we get a bunch this is torn up on the inside from each trip. Because I have found even if we don't have enough sand there, if there's sand nearby, it gives me a little bit more ability to mess with the terrain without having to like lower the shovel and dig into the terrain. So I'll try that. So I can go here, infrastructure, failed route, dispatch vehicles. Alright. So there's a little bit of a slowdown, like a catch there. But then it is paved up here. So my hope is when we have the actual semis, I'll be able to get just past this spot. Because once I get back to the paved area, that should be relatively fine. Come on, you can do it. Don't make me pave it. You're almost there. You just gotta get right here. And then your tire's gonna get a whole lot more grip. I think it's gonna make it, it's just not... nope, we got right to the finish line, then it stumbled. Okay, let's go here real fast. And we will grab... We'll just bring this thing back again. Put a little bit more sand right at the tippy top. And if that doesn't work, then I gotta pave it. Can't you push with the dozer? Yes, but the thing is they have multiple routes. And I'd have to push, or they have multiple convoys that go through, and I'd have to push it each and every time it goes through until I've, you know, done enough of them. So I'll just take the time to, like, fix the road. Each time you redeploy, it does give you new sand. Okay, so let's go back down here. Just like last time, we're just gonna go riding right along here. Trying to keep things as level as possible. Let's get up here so I don't turn around and shove a boulder right back into the middle of the pathway. I'll have to get all the way to the top. This thing just takes up too much space when it turns around because it becomes the full length. Yeah, it turns on a dime, but it's really big, so... it's still a decent amount to worry about. Okay, and try that again. So the hope here is that went much smoother for that one. So the hope here is, like, literally when they get up to that concrete, that should be fine. There's not really an advantage to me paving that spot. This area we obviously could run into problems. I'm not really anticipating that. We'll try and get this sorted out real fast, because then I'm pretty sure we can get our logs down in this area. Do you consider me too close? What's going on here? Okay, so let's try and get... I don't want to spectate, I want to click on the path. Let's just try finagling that one to make it spawn one spot farther back. And see if it spawned then. Alright. Yeah, so you see this where it says 80 here, 500 there. This needs to do that 10 times. So yeah, I can get behind the bulldozer and just shove it. But that's 10 sets of vehicles I gotta do that for. So that's not something we want to do. I'd rather just fix the road and do it right. Versus babysitting it forever. Man. Alright, that's fine. We'll just do it right. It's fine. So we're going to roll down the hill. We're going to go ahead and chuck some concrete down on it, roll it real fast. That should make it so the tires grip way better. And that should be enough to get them up the hill. Plus, by fixing it properly, it does mean a thing where my own passing over it goes smoothly as well. And I still need to run some power, and I still need to get those 10 logs. This thing looks like a train caboose? Sort of. Okay, and now I just turn around over here. All right. These little pebbles are just absolutely killing everything. It just keeps bouncing all over the place and going over these little stones everywhere. Okay, that should be good enough to get you out of the way. Hey, Redcast, how's it going? Hey, Azriel. Going well? Your least favorite vehicle? For the record, they have said they're planning on boosting this vehicle to be able to climb a bit better. Just because of how not great it is doing its job. Okay, so we can go here. I actually have a bunch of money again. So let's go ahead and check what we got here for buying new things. Where's the first thing that I don't already own? I'll grab that. And the next thing we don't own that I could afford, and I'll grab this. So I'll try the Malamute to do the jump in a minute. So with that, let's go back in here. Grab you. Grab the roller. Bring the truck to the little crane to load up all the rocks. Yeah, no, I could. I've actually talked about that's probably its main use. The one with the little grab arm. that's like a really wide trailer. I think it's literally you're meant to just go to those paths, pick up all the rocks, load them on there. And the thing that's interesting is you can't like tip the trailer, I think, that I've seen. So you'd have to like take them all out one by one too. Which means in reality what I'd do is I'd drive it into a ditch and then I'd recall it. That way all the rocks just fall on the ground where it was. What's your dad used to do? He ran paver? Gotcha. Someone's got to do it. The only way the mule would be even better is if it tipped as well. Yeah, no, definitely be nice if you could tip the mule. Because you could potentially make land bridges with those rocks, though. They would be horrendously difficult to drive over, because they're all physics enabled. I imagine they would be utterly infuriating to deal with as a bridge. And then if you go and you put sand on them, the rocks do float to the top in the game. And that's just physics engines kind of stuff, not in, like, it wasn't a deliberate decision to do it so far as all that. Alright, so let's try that now. Supposedly you got all the way up there? What? What? Did I just miss it? They must have unstuck themselves while switching vehicles. Alright, that's fine. They're definitely gonna finish that. They're sitting right there. Alright, so objectives. I need to bring the logs there. We've got the route. That's literally what we're working on right now. Alright, so we need to get logs. So let's go ahead and go to our forestry stuff and grab our tree cutter and retain and confirm and deploy. Sure.
Good news. The spare parts for the power station are all unpacked and ready to be installed. Our guys sure know how to do their jobs. Unlike one port authority we both know. Now, you need to guide the convoy carrying parts from the river base to the solar station. Just make sure all the new inverters and panels get there. The terrain is rough. And I'd hate to explain why we need more replacements if any get broken.
Yeah, Kelly's interesting. Like, a lot of times she can go from, like, really annoying at some times. Other times she can be, like, you know, genuinely, like, thoughtful. She is really all over the place. Alright, so no surprise. This failed. You failed there? If it fails there again, we'll just change the route to be a little tighter. She winds you up and you hate her. There's definitely times where she's just really harping on a whole bunch of people. It's like, they're not doing their job right. You know, we're replaceable cogs. Like, Kelly, calm down. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but also I don't need this, like, literally on my first day of the job. To be fair, if you are that person who's just sitting at the desk running the logistics, like, it's important and involved work, that is a lot of paperwork and a lot of playing phone tag and all that. I could certainly see where a person could get pretty unenthused on things after a while. Like, it's an important but very unsatisfying job at times. Alright, so where did you get stuck this time? Oh, that's when he already finished. Get out of here. Yeah, see at least one tree over there that we can claim. There's a couple over there. That's gonna honestly be the biggest part, is just finding all the trees we can actually cut down versus the ones we can't. Did Farm Sim have this type of cutter? I don't believe so. Like, you've got the big one where it's got like the two rollers on the side where it cuts into segments and all that. It's got that kind, and it's got like the one that's just the big claw on the front, but not where it's on like a whole pivot or whatever. I honestly don't think Farm Sim has much in the way of vehicles that you have like a platform that can turn on top of the tread. Like where you have a base and you rotate around it. I don't believe there's nothing that does that, but I don't believe there's much that does that. Honestly, for Farm Sim, my big pain point with Farm Sim Forestry is just the picking up the logs. Like, the cutting of the logs, honestly, almost all the vehicles that cut the logs do a pretty good job. But it's picking up the logs is just a very laborious thing, or you have to use, like, auto-loader mods and all that, which just really aren't as satisfying. Alright, that one straight ahead I can definitely go. I know there's probably hard to get to. Oh, that's more of a ramp than I thought it was. Yeah, no, for me, when it came to picking up the logs and Farm Sim, the machine I found the least annoying to deal with would be the high grabber from, like the Volvo high grabber. Because all it would do with that is once you learn how to use the ones that have like the little header on it that you grab the tree, it turns sideways. It just like you can spit out log after log after log until the tree's done at the side. If you learn how to do that right, you can get the logs to stack extremely well. And once you do that, you can stack like 2-3 trees in one spot and then just grab almost all of it in one pickup with the Volvo. But there's a lot of finesse that takes getting it to stack, and then sometimes something catches and the whole thing just goes to crap. Yeah, so those are two I could probably get the logs from. Okay. We need 10 logs, we need them, like, literally right there. I'm just stacking them all back here, trying to make it so it comes to picking up the logs. It's not this whole fiasco of driving all throughout the mountains. Because also, the logging forwarder, its turn radius sucks. It works well, but its turn radius is absolutely appalling. Okay. Yes, like I said, there's at least 2 more trees up there. I don't think we got any more trees here. So it's looking like I can get about 6 or 7 of the logs right here. And I'll just drop like the next 2 or 3 down the hill versus driving back and up each time. Okay. You can do it, little buddy. Honestly, we have cut down a lot of trees on this map. Because he built, what, 6 wood bridges? And then this one wants me to cut down 10 more trees. Let's see, those unloggable tree top bits are a bit of a nuisance. Yeah, it's like, you cut the tree and then like, some of these trees, like, okay, the rest is just not usable. But there's a bunch of trees I've seen, they're like big pine trees and all that. I'm like, nah, man, you can get at least 2-3 logs out of that. I'm sorry. I don't accept this 1 log. That is a big honking tree. And Thor, thank you so much for the Gigantipine. Yep, we are dealing with the trees, making sure their treachery and their allegiance with the zombies cannot move forward. So you're SnowRunner playing here, and you're curious if you played it. How does this compare? Technically they have, like, this is an advancement on the SnowRunner engine. And you drive vehicles, and thematically they're similar, and that's about the end. They are very different games. If you go into this game with the expectation of SnowRunner, you will be upset. This game is not like the brutal struggle through every inch that SnowRunner can be, where you have to, you know, do all the map exploration and get your upgrades and that to even stand a chance in a lot of stuff. Instead, this one is much more about logistics and getting all that handled. So it's very, very not SnowRunner. Like, that's, the devs have said it's not SnowRunner. It's very not SnowRunner. That said, I do think it's an excellent game. Some people have called it like chill SnowRunner. I get the angle, and I'm not disagreeing with it. But it's to go in and very clearly understand it's not SnowRunner. Like, you'll notice I'm not dragging around cargo almost at all. It's not that that never happens, but that is like maybe 5% of the missions is, you know, grab cargo, that kind of thing. Let's see, yeah. So you do have some off-roading, but not to the degree as SnowRunner. Basically what happens in this game is where SnowRunner, I would go up to a big horrible mud pit, and I would, you know, muscle my way through it, figure out which way to navigate it to get across, you know, abuse the winch, do all what I gotta do to get it there. This one, you see the big mud hole, and then you go and you get a dump truck and you fill it up with sand, and then you pack down the sand, and then you put asphalt over the sand, and then you no longer have a big mud hole. So, like, there's sort of antithesis to each other. One is about enduring the horrific state of the map, and then the other one is about, you know, fixing it. They're both fun, but they're very, very different ones. And for the record, I really enjoy SnowRunner as well. Not sure if you'd try it. You don't have anyone who wants to commit to play it just yet. You can try the demo, see if you like it. It, like, last I checked, it does have a demo you can play. And then decide, like, are you enjoying it, not enjoying it.
I think the demo's still there. I know we had it for like Next Fest and everything. And I would say this game does a much better job on the multiplayer compared to SnowRunner. But it also still feels very good to play single player. Like, I played mostly single player with, you know, out of this entire save, I think we've got somewhere in the area of like 8, 9, 10 hours that was multiplayer and all the rest solo. And very genuinely, both are very enjoyable. For me, with SnowRunner, it can be fun to do multiplayer, but I would say SnowRunner is not as well made for multiplayer, because a lot of the missions, it's grab thing from X, take it to Y, and you do that, and no one can really, like, you're doing that mission, they go and do a completely different mission without you, kind of thing. They can drive along nearby if you really want. You don't see a demo? Ah, that's a bummer. On Steam, yeah, no, they had the demo on Steam. They must have gotten rid of it when it released or something. That's a bummer. I do prefer games to keep the demo. My apologies. Like I said, there was a demo. I don't know if they got rid of it after Next Fest or something like that. The demo was like a small slice of 2 of the maps. That they kind of took like one chunk of 2 of the maps and let you kind of play through that. So they gave you a little bit of logging and a little bit of running the power. I think you did like 1 road, stuff like that. Just enough to get like a taste for it. It's a pretty decently done demo. Like I said, it'd be a real bummer if they got rid of it. It's also not super unusual for devs to get rid of demos, because then people play the demo and put in support stuff for them. So then you have to like do the awkward, you're maintaining the demo and the actual live version of the game. So I do understand why devs don't really want to keep demos around when after release, but it is a bummer. It's kind of become a thing to get rid of the demos also because Steam's return policy is so generous that a lot of times they'll just be like, yeah, just buy the game if you don't like it in the first couple, first 2 hours, just refund it. Which, sure, I get it, but I'd rather just have a demo. Okay, if my math was right, I only need 1 more tree after this one. Then we can get the log forwarder, grab all the logs, toss it on here. But yeah, even bad terrain is not as bad as dealing with it in SnowRunner. Like, almost all the vehicles here would be kind of the equivalent of the fully upgraded, equal of that vehicle. So, when you get, like, the Fleet Star and it's got all the upgrades, sure, you have to worry about drowning it or whatever, but generally speaking, there's no terrain it can't handle without a payload. Then you toss a payload on there and things get real bad. How do you like Expeditions? Expeditions was alright. I enjoyed it for a while. For me, the big issue with Expeditions was a lack of variety of content. So, like, there was people who were, like, really kind of upset that it just didn't have thing. Looks like the demo's taken down before release. That's a bummer. I know it's not an uncommon practice. It's just a little disappointing. I would rather pick up a demo, give a demo a go, and then if I enjoy it, buy the game, than buy a game, and if I don't enjoy it in the first hour or 2, refund it. I've refunded very little on Steam. And usually it's when I buy a game and it's just like really, really bad or unplayable kind of thing. Or like false advertising kind of thing. Alright, Jaywalker. Welcome back. You feel like the weight limits are a little off? Oh, in Expeditions, I honestly don't remember. Like,
what I think, and this is something I've repeated a number of times, what I think the devs are doing right now is they're just continuing to update SnowRunner. So you're just, like, literally a month ago, a new DLC came out for SnowRunner. And so they're continuing to update SnowRunner. And then they're experimenting with trying to come up with not SnowRunner secondary games. So it's not just SnowRunner is the only game they make. So have, like, a couple different games that, you know, might be in the same general genre, but do have some differences. Let's see, no, in this, the crane says it can handle 15 tons, yet the tips, you can lift a couple tons. Kind of annoying. Oh, I've mostly used those tonnage stats to just basically be like, hey, does this crane carry more than that crane? And that's about as far as I consider it. Because I have surely exceeded the weight limit on a number of vehicles many times. But yeah, no, I liked Expeditions a bit. My problem is it's like, so I think Expeditions, the idea was they took those scouting / exploration missions from SnowRunner and said, what if we really fleshed that, like, one thing out? Thing of the follow, welcome to stream. And then made an entire game around that. And I think that was fine on its own. It just didn't really kind of hold people's interest as much. And it was kind of like having your other game, but just less. Where did I? Oh, okay, the logs are back there. So it's like less variety. Can you collect some resources? Recycle? Yeah, no, that's literally what I was doing is I was chopping down trees to collect them to drop them off. So we should have 10 trees to drop off for the logs. Yeah, fuel's not a limit. You know, this isn't meant to be a game that, again, is like hardcore, that you're gonna struggle, run out of something. Like, if you were to run out of like steel or whatever, you can recycle stuff on the map, and there's so much stuff on the map that it may not be convenient where you have to go to get your steel to get more whatever you need. But genuinely, I wouldn't say it's a realistic or thing to actually worry about needing all that. Personally, you're not a fan of the new crane controls? Yeah, they made the crane controls the way they did so you can drive while craning, which is something I don't believe you could do in SnowRunner. That said, you can go into the options to turn on legacy controls, which has controls far more SnowRunner-like. And an alternative is kind of a halfway in between. Is there difficulty settings? No. This game's not really meant to be about struggling through it. It's more about, you know, checking out the maps, doing the things, building the roads. It's not like SnowRunner where you're expected to struggle through each step. Just different games. They are supposedly making a hard mode that's going to add gas and, or like fuel management and, you know, all that stuff. And that's basically responding to, you know, a lot of people complaining about not being in the game. I actually am very much kind of in a, not optimistic view of having that. I think they're going to add that, and just because the game wasn't built with that in mind, it's just going to end up being tedious. Hopefully not. But I think it was the correct decision for this game to just ignore fuel, ignore damage, and not have that. Just, it's a different style game than SnowRunner. And it does feel like more and more people are kind of just demanding that it be SnowRunner. Like, be SnowRunner, but build road. Because you enjoyed the chill mode, but eventually you want more challenging gameplay. Yeah, no, I think the reality is the challenging, like, that's SnowRunner. That's where it goes. And Expeditions has honestly got challenging. Now, granted, it's got a lot more tools to leverage to work around stuff. I never did end up playing the late game Expeditions to see how bad it got. But yeah. If they add cosmetic damages as a troll to those players, we'll laugh. Because they could make the fuel very generous out of the order. That's what I think is going to happen. I think what's going to happen is because the game wasn't built with fuel management in mind from the beginning, and they're just going to kind of bolt it on. I have a feeling the only way they're going to make it not just aggravating is to be extremely generous with the fuel, which is going to kind of not make it feel satisfying to have that limitation. So to me, I'm honestly in the camp of they should just be like, this isn't SnowRunner. Like, that doesn't fit the vision for this game. Because again, it'd be one thing if SnowRunner wasn't getting updated. If SnowRunner wasn't getting updated, I'd be like, yeah, people should be upset. The game they're looking for doesn't, isn't getting updated, but it is. So I'd rather the devs be able to do some experimentation, try something different, see if they come up with something new that we can also be excited about to add in. So like between the updates and SnowRunner, we can have the other different thing to check out, than just make SnowRunner 2 or something, and then then we just don't get the extra thing. We just get more SnowRunner, which is what we're already getting. Yeah, I played SnowRunner at least 8 months. They had a DLC about a month ago, a little over. New map, new vehicles, the typical. So it's still mechanically SnowRunner. Which, that's not surprising. I have heard the new DLC map is pretty brutal, though. Like how the logs get strapped in? Yep. It's the exact same system they use in Farm Sim. That once you put the logs in there, you hit the strap button, and then they just kind of become one solid, rigid object. So you don't have to do all the calculations on the physics and then have things get real wonky. But yeah, no, they add, man, I don't know the regularity. They add maps to SnowRunner pretty regularly. So for me, I'd rather, as long as they're still updating SnowRunner, we get new, different things than just more SnowRunner. I like SnowRunner, but the idea of getting SnowRunner and something is much more exciting than, okay, it's still SnowRunner. But now you have to buy a whole brand new game of it. And you have less maps and less vehicles because they have to update all the models and textures and all that for the new engine. Because that's the realistic thing that's going to happen when we hit when you hit the point of a new SnowRunner needing to happen, because we start hitting limitations on the engine. Because we're going to effectively lose a lot of content to get the new stuff. There's more than 6 in there. There's more than 6 in there, friend. Give me my credit. Can I tell it to turn in what's there? Alright. So I think they're stacked too high that it's not detecting them. Where's the objective? That's for dare drops. As I do more and more of the dare drops, I get keys to give out. So if I accomplish those things, I get keys. Some of them are for RoadCraft, some of them are for other games. Why are you not counting? Okay, I guess it's just very finicky about the area. Okay, all those are counting. But yeah, so Dare Drop is a website that works with creators that what they'll do is to help promote a game, and they get hired to promote the game and all that. Sometimes they'll do like sponsorships, and other times what they'll do is they'll have dares. And it'll be like, if you do X, and then you get a clip of it, you submit it, and a couple of days later, you'll get a key for Y. A lot of times it'll be for whatever game you're playing. Sometimes it'll be games by the same publisher. You know, or devs or whatever. Am I off by one? Alright, so I'm actually off by one from the looks of it. But yeah, it seems like that box is a little bit more touchy than some of the other ones. So let's grab you. What I can do is just grab a tree, run it up there. Assuming that tree will be cuttable. Yeah. Or is one not counting? It could be one not counting, but I do believe with when I was putting them all in, it did look like all of them did get counted. Yeah, and that's what I assumed, is that I just miscounted. Especially since I had to do some on the top and then some on the bottom. It's really easy for you to just lose count and not be able to verify it as you're going. Hopefully you can climb this without an issue. Yeah, the tree harvester is not fast, but it does do a pretty good job of climbing. The big problem you run into is when you get rocks under the middle part and then the treads don't stick to the ground, and that's when you get in trouble. Just going over rocks. I'll take care of this, and I need to double check. Well, actually, no, we don't have the route failing warning, so we're good there. Still got to run power to these buildings. I'm really surprised we haven't gotten anything that's like, hey, run the power there. Okay.
You tuned to see Rual moving a tree? Yep. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, one of them got nudged out. So let's grab the truck and try and nudge it back in. Yeah, we've done a couple of these where we've had to drop off trees before. This one seems weirdly sensitive about it. I'm guessing it's this one here. There. Okay, so we got that solved.
Looking at all the distance you just covered there got me thinking again. I know we're not doing that much in the grand scheme of things. I just sit here and help you help folks. But what could really be better than this? Makes me feel like we're both doing something useful. Feels good, don't it?
Okay, so I need to get that over there. Let's plan to go around this way. And we'll get our heavy vehicle truck out of there. Alright, so that looks like a spot I'm going to have to potentially patch up right there. The rest of it seems fine, but that seemed like a pretty bad, like, sandbank, sand drift. So in the meantime, let's go to you. We can go to the hauling vehicles, and we can retain you to get you out of the road. We also had one fail in a place they hadn't previously failed for some reason. Delete the marker there. Okay, so next up is running power. So the suspicion is there's power down here somewhere. I don't really see much of the way. Maybe there's some road turnoffs down here. But yeah, so it looks like there's probably power down in this area somewhere that it would use to run to up here, because there's no power on this side over here otherwise. We also have power that needs to go up here. I think for the moment, though, I'm going to focus on the power we've already got. Nah, let's explore first. That way I'm not tearing up the road until after things have gotten mostly out of here. And then we had a route fail. Why are you failing way over there? Like, it got you all the way on this side. You shouldn't be over there. Alright, so we want to go... Let's see. I don't see any indications of a road over here. I don't think that's much of a road. That's not really a road over there. Okay, so it's looking like the road we want is this one. So basically we go... Yeah, we go down the hill to, like, the ridge on the other side. I wish that route would stop failing. Alright, where'd you get stuck this... Why... Alright, let's actually watch what's happening here, because something's happening here that they're going all the way from over here, all the way over there. And I
I don't understand why they're getting all the way over here and getting stuck. They gotta be catching or hitting something that they can't make that turn. Because they keep inching it to the left. Why are you just not turning at all? Okay. Could it be bad AI? Well, the AI is supposed to follow. I'm wondering if something's at a ton of waypoints. Well, it's a turn radius thing. I did add a waypoint to try and have it start the turn farther back. I'm a little curious at how it's... Only that one's like the first one that's had problems. Like, what is your deal that you just cannot turn at all? Something's just not right with it is what's going on. So let's put you here. Yeah, no, it seemed like it was having problems getting grip on the road. Like it was almost like sliding wide because it was having an issue with something like that. Yeah, so it's like wobbling. So the payload is wobbling, which is making it not turn right. It seems like something's going wrong with the physics, because if you look at the payload just going like this the whole time. Okay, so hopefully you manage the rest of that. Meanwhile... we got a separate route over here that made it most of the way up there. It got roughly to that sandbank I mentioned was probably going to be a problem. I'm expecting there to be a Wayfarer back there, and that's to be the vehicle that got stuck. Because he seemed to be having no issue with it. Yep, there's always a Wayfarer just to fail. And that sandbank might be more than it can handle. We went a little wider, which might make it better. Okay, yeah, so you can't handle that. Let's try adding another spot a little bit wider. To try and get around the edge of that sandbank as much as possible. Because the rest of this is road, except there's a little bit of a sandbank there. That one shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it's mostly just this spot. I'm thinking we can go way around the outside edge to where there's kind of this rocky bit. That should be better. There's another one that there's 10 vehicles you gotta bring through. You're right there, just keep going. Okay, so we should be good. If you got through that... Yep, okay, I think we're good now. Alright, and I was heading towards that star over there. Nice buggy? Yeah, no, we just picked it up a minute ago. It definitely looks like this will be way better for the all-terrain. I was kind of hoping it'd have a better like top speed kind of thing going on. It's not looking like it. And the reason I was hoping for the better top speed is just that we might get lucky and just be able to use this to try and jump that spot of water. Because I still need to go... Cool, so the convoy did make it.
Great job. The first batch of spares has arrived at the solar station. Now, if somebody could install them at the western side of the station, and do the same at the eastern side when the rest of the spares arrive, well, I'd sure be grateful to that someone, and I'd definitely mention that someone's outstanding performance in my report. Don't you love going above and beyond?
Are you live on Twitch? Yes. It's Rual Storge on Twitch. Without the live part. Yeah, that's the thing. This definitely feels like it's the better one for just all-terrain. I'm just trying to find a vehicle we can jump for the purpose of the dare drop. Okay. Yeah, so from what I saw on the map, this road here goes someplace that we haven't got marked. So we got like a whole big area that's not visible. So the hope is that we could follow this. You joining there then? Well, thank you. Yeah, no, the live streaming experience on Twitch just is way better than YouTube. YouTube's better for recorded video, but the live streaming on YouTube is... YouTube treats it as something that has an obligation to do, but doesn't really kind of want to do. Alright. Yeah, so it looks like we have a whole solar array down here. Yeah, I honestly figured this thing would be quite a bit faster than it is. It is not exactly the fastest moving vehicle. Because then the assumption is we would roll down here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. We can roll down here, see what we can find. I'm genuinely surprised, for as much as there is down here, we haven't had a mission to go down here yet. Okay. Something you notice with maps and missions, yeah, there's sometimes just areas don't go. I've had one or two, like, that there's a base or whatever, like, kind of off into the fringes, that you have to just explore and find. This has probably been the biggest one. Like, we saw there was a dead spot on the map that I needed to explore. Okay, I'm assuming this is going to go to the border or boundary of the map. Because where on this part of the map we have all like the debris and everything, there's a very distinct line over there where it turns into just rolling desert where we don't have anything there. It's also possible they have plans to add more to the game, and with that, some of these areas might get more use. Don't know. It's an interesting curiosity. And another tire in the middle of nowhere? Always and forever. That was like an archaeological dig is what that looks like. I didn't check. So does that have power to it down there, the solar radiance? It does not. It doesn't look like there's anything up that hill of relevance either. It might be that we're going to deliver all of these things to the different solar power plants and all that, and then they go live and they got to run the power from there. We'll see. Right now we're just exploring parts of the map that we haven't seen yet. Okay, so we got one spot there. Let's check that, because I see at least 2 roads going that way. Well, a road and a path that seems like it might be meaningful. Okay. Try to work our way up to wherever that other road goes and meet it up there versus driving the whole way around to find it. The real question is, why is there a tractor up here? That's the real mystery. Okay, that one just meets back over there. Yeah, so the interesting part here, because we see that there's an area here that we don't have power. We've got all that kind of discovered. There's no power anywhere on this island. The only thing I could assume is there a little bit of a land bridge here. I'm guessing we just drag the power across there and up that way, which feels weird, but whatever. All of our plotted routes seem to be working, so objectives. So we're delivering lots of things from a lot of places. Okay, so you got all that over there. Let's go to you. This seems like a good job for the mule. And then we can just drive north. You don't think it's supposed to do that? No, it's a feature in the buggy. It's just like using a magic mouse. You just have to turn it over to recharge it. To fill up the buggy, you have to like turn it on its bottom. That way you can kind of open up the gas cap from below. Just like the magic mouse. All right. So it genuinely looks like all of these solar panel parts. Was a solar panel on its belly to recharge? Got it? Yep. In real life, you can put power lines underwater, so you just do that. Yeah. I know those are things that are, can and are done. My brain is still like electricity, water, Okay. So we can go ahead and swing that around. You know what? It's fine. I'll grab one of these while we're at it. I'm sure these can be banged around a lot and not have a problem. This is why you hate the mule? Well, I really like the mule. So where does the inverter go? So we've got... Okay, so the inverter goes right there. So our closest one's the inverter, then we've got the solar panels. Yeah, and I probably use the mule more than anything else for moving stuff, because it can load a bunch of junk into the back and still do that. Oh, forgot to... Actually turned off diff lock. It is good for everything, but it's like a game breaker. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel about the heavy crane, too. The heavy crane can do so many things that are not what the heavy crane's supposed to be good at. And so it's really easy to be like, yeah, I'm just going to use the heavy crane for this. What about that? Heavy crane. And then your overload, do 5 trips. Yep. It just, there's not super big consequence for overloading your vehicle. Alright, so just chuck you off the side for a moment. Or right there. Okay. Okay, we got that all installed there. And get all the solar panels installed. Okay. And before we get too far, where are you at? And we have once again accidentally turned off diff lock. Alright, so now we just need to go through. I'll drop this solar panel off, then we can go grab the other 4 and get those set up. And then I suspect it'll have us drive to the next area of solar panels. Get that all fixed. Interesting. I think we'll be able to fit through here. It is snug. And we can bring that around. Cool. And I just need to squeeze in between these again. Like I said, I'll grab the other 4 because they look like they'll stack really well. All right.
And that'll be one set of solar panels in the bed. That's fine. That's certainly not bad for solar panels to be dropped at height, glass to glass, or plexi to plexi, or whatever they're made out of in this case. Oh yeah, we're definitely following proper procedure on this one. Absolutely. Alright, so we just gotta get up there to the other ones, install those. Then I'm curious if they'll make us run down to the southern one. Like I said, we still have that power cable to run, which I'm still very surprised we haven't hit some limiter where it's like, hey, run your power cable. Because they haven't given me side missions or main missions or anything for it. It's just literally listed under infrastructure. Which usually I go out on my way to do those. I just kind of learned that the power cable does somewhat jack up the terrain when you do it. So I've been deliberately kind of delaying doing it until I need to, and it just hasn't come up. Okay, so all three of the ones I need are over here. That crack right there worries me. If we get a wheel in that, it's going to be hard to manage. Try and turn to go straight across. Okay, so we got two here and then one over there in the corner. Okay, and we will try and turn along this area. There's a gap in between. And that'll be the last solar panel for this set. And that'll be good, and we'll see what else we've got to go. Because I don't believe we have any side missions, just literally this mission. And I have listed on our infrastructure to run the power. Okay, so now you want me to grab 4 more and take them over there. Fair enough. I don't feel like going around, and I'll immediately regret that decision. So no problem, we just go this tree and go nidge. Or we just keep turning this and immediately recognize we have made a mistake. Is there anything I can grab nearby? Because I don't need to do a whole lot. I just need to shove off of something. Yes, I'm just hitting the weaker branches on that. I might be able to do it to the inverter over here. Like, we're shifting ourselves a little bit, but yeah, no, I beached that good. If there was something I could grapple onto, it'd be no problem, but I kind of torqued the back, but that's about as much as we're getting. Oh, oh! I did notice we did slide down a lot there. And thing of the fall, yeah, it looks like we're sliding down each time. And I'm not seeing us sliding down anymore. Try the tree now that we're lower down. We might be able to get the better part of the tree. If not, if I have to reset it, I have to reset it. Yeah, still wet noodle. And nothing behind us is gonna help. Because honestly, we just need to shift the weight. Like, we're on the very edge of that brace. If I get just the tiniest little lift on that brace, we drop down and we're good. And freedom. There we go. Was that efficient? No. Would it have been faster for me to just respawn the vehicle and drive it all the way? Probably. But, you know, we were here. It was a shortcut. It was way faster than if we had gone around, I'm sure. Oh, this is gonna be great. Because I'm gonna be doing a thing. Grab the solar panels first. Okay, grab the next one. And now grab the last one. I'm gonna stock these the exact same way we got deliveries when I worked in retail. It'll be perfect. So we've got our nice, fragile, very much shouldn't have a load on them kind of solar panels. And we'll just go ahead and take this big, giant, boxy inverter that's clearly inside a well-constructed and very, very heavy case. You know, something that could probably take a really good hit or have stuff stacked upon it. And rather than put it on the bottom, we're definitely putting it on top of the really fragile things. Because if I learned anything from doing any type of warehouse stuff in retail, which I never was a warehouse employee, but I worked with them, this is how it works. This is how the truck always brings in your deliveries. Plasma screen TV, you're gonna put a really big air compressor on it. That needs to scooch just a bit farther forward, actually. That's honestly probably good enough. Ah, there we go. A properly loaded back. Definitely having that inverter bouncing around on here
Really good for those solar panels. Actually, I mean, in this case, it's actually got one corner down, the solar panels. Properly loaded, though. We're really top heavy. Okay. We are really, really top heavy. Like, really top heavy. Okay. Do the side things come out automatically? No, I'm using those to correct my balance, but I am manually deploying them. I'm basically doing them anytime I start seeing the weight really lean hard on one side or the other, just to try and make sure we can prevent a rollover if we get at risk of that. But no, it is a manual thing. No problem. Alright, let's go ahead and move up to get our first solar panels installed. I'm sure they're still in working order after having an inverter bouncing up and down on top of them the whole time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so with here, park you up there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got 2 to go up there. Or over there? We'll figure it out. Alright. Ah, I see. You tried to make it a little dodgy by having this ridge here. Those panels need to collab with Power Wash Simulator. I know, right? Should be the last vehicle you get is just like a glorified power washer. It's just a truck with like a mini fire hose. As far as I'm aware, that is not a thing, by the way. Apparently when you install the last solar panel, they like ionize the dirt and blast it off or something.
All this work you've done, but parts of the power grid are still down. I don't know about you, but that just annoys me and makes me want to get it over with. So, the plan is to redirect the power from the solar station to the central distribution substation. You'll need a cable layer for that. Then, what was it? Oh, yeah, bring and install a new transformer. Sounds easy enough. And you don't even need a cable layer for that part. Think you could do it? Thanks in advance.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and grab the transformer. Oh, they didn't have the power to run the cell cleaner until you saw it? You know, as much as an amusing, like, joke as that could be, obviously it wouldn't work like that, but there would be truth to that. Like if you had a bad sandstorm that completely covered up the solar panels so that they were getting zero power, there are a lot of solar panels that have like, it's a little robot arm thing that just goes across the surface of it, and it's just basically a glorified squeegee on a motor. But you get the idea. Is it just kind of does a little wipe on it, collects the stuff at the end and drops it off. But with no power, it wouldn't function. It's a windshield wiper for solar panels. Basically, it's just instead of having like the little sweeping motion, it's just one alarm that just goes along a track. I'm sure there's different types, but that's the one I'm familiar with. Oh, yeah, it's been a while since I've carried one of you in the mule. Yep. Let's go ahead and park you right here. Put those down. Is the mule meant to carry these? No. No, it is not. Have I ever carried these in anything other than the mule? No. Also, no, I have not. Okay. Is this where you can get a free scrub? It's certainly something. Hey, Spoopy, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Spoopy, by the way? Another fantastic content creator to check out on the platform. Let's have those anchors ready for no discernible reason. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Here, I'll make sure we get that real quick before we get on to the next thing. So shout out for Spoopy. There we go. Been doing some The Sims 2. That is not one I expected. Classic. But definitely check out Spoopy and our fantastic content creator. Did their first in real life stream the other day, which it was really cool seeing the place that they were showing off, because it was very angular, and I really liked a lot of the aesthetics. Let's see, you're doing all right? Just waking up. How are you doing? We're almost done with RoadCraft. We're getting pretty late into RoadCraft. I've got 1 or 2 more maps after this one, and that's it. Yeah, so definitely check out Spoopy. Absolute chaos over there. Definitely worth checking out. Alright, so we gotta take our time with this, because this might surprise you, but this was not meant to haul this. Also, who puts a road directly over a giant rock? Anchors deployed properly to prevent rollover. So we just bullied our way over the rock using the anchors. You are a bumpy path. Anchors, 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 save the day. We're not in trouble yet. Just push ourselves back on our wheels. Okay, bring the arm back in. Learn that trick from SnowRunner? Not really. I don't think I've actually used a crane arm in SnowRunner to catch myself that I could think of. I would definitely do it in SnowRunner as well. It's just the classic, you're on your side. You've only got a few things you can control. You know, of the 3 things you can do, like, which one's gonna help you. Farm Sim? Yeah, no, I've definitely rolled a lot of vehicles over in Farm Sim and gotten them back up, because in Farm Sim they don't stall out, you know, once they go upside down. So you can have your vehicle kind of break dance to get it back on its wheels sometimes. Some of the vehicles you can't get back on their wheels without assistance, but you can get away with quite a bit in Farm Sim. This has actually been one of the worst ones we've had to drag the Transformer over, which is funny because I've done these ridiculous mountainy roads, and that went smoothly, but this one just has like the right amount of messy, sandy areas that we just keep wibble-wobbling all over the place. Oh, it's because it's a particular stable? Yeah, no, it makes sense. Any game they give you a crane that you have to worry about rolling over, if the crane goes low enough, it's always an option to tip the crane down and shove the ground. It's just, you don't have a whole lot of time before it stalls from being tipped. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Can I get a shout out for Italics, by the way? I will do it myself in a minute, otherwise, if once I'm not in this cursed position. But I hope you had a good stream and all that stuff. Here, I'm going to put down the anchors before we tip over. And I'll get that shout out real quick. And maybe or maybe not the... Okay, is it going to do the shout out? You alive there, bot? Let's try that again. Alright, bot's having a moment. There it goes. That was a really, really delayed shout out. But for those who don't know, Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator. Somebody definitely recommend checking him out. Let's see, F1 Manager. I mean, I can guess what that is. I have not seen that before. We are in actually a pretty bad spot here. But that's okay, we can just abuse the anchors to our victory. Alright. Glad to see you're still having a good time with RoadCraft? Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the end. I've got 2 maps left after this one, and this one's basically done. We're just, you know, slightly overloading the mule. You handle it well? Yeah, no, I am absolutely abusing these poor anchors. This is a racing team manager by Frontier, who made Planet Coaster, Elite Dangerous, and Planet Zoo, and the Jurassic Park, you know, the Jurassic Park games and all that. Excellent devs. You never seen a race in your life, so there's lots to learn. I would imagine. I'm surprised that it's Frontier who made that game. It definitely seems like something outside of their norm. Man, am I gonna need the bigger crane for this? We're gonna try to make this work. Don't make me use the proper vehicle game. That's uncalled for behavior. Oh, here. This might... Well, no. If I go from the back, I won't be able to extend the arm as long. But yeah, so again, definitely check out Italics. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play over here. Really good time over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Alright. So... The problem I have here is I do have the stilts. Okay, so we can do the anchors without having a problem. Okay. So let's grab this thing, and what I'm going to need to do is get it over this fence, which might be where this stops right here, because this is not the vehicle meant to do this job. So already we have a problem, because we're basically at full extension. So I'm just going to go ahead and drop that transformer right there, and I'm going to see if I can't just drive through that garbage and pick it up from the other side. But yeah, so play a lot of similar games and all that stuff. Those apparently are unmovable objects, so we'll just go around to the other side, maybe. You already followed Talik, so you click the button again, just to make sure you think you did it right. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. I can't see anything going wrong. If one follow is good, 2 follows has to be better, right? Why are you all made of indestructible? I was hoping I could get that to turn more. Alright. Where's my base from here? Boo, it's nowhere nearby. Do I have a crane up at the steel mill? I probably do, right? I do, perfect. That's what I was going to want to bring anyways. Because I could fight to try and weasel around and maybe get there, but fine. I'll just take the vehicle we were supposed to use for the whole time. It didn't tell us to use this vehicle, but very clearly when it's a giant transformer, it was like, alright, I'm not supposed to use a tiny little mule. I get it. From what you heard, there's no problem that can't be solved with sand. The only problem you can't solve with sand is building bridges. As in, like, actual having a mission objective for building bridges. Everything else can be solved with sand, though. Like, when it's like, you need this many steel, well, sand doesn't solve that problem. But if you have a place where you normally should build a bridge, but you're not told you have to build a bridge, you can just dump enough sand to have a bridge of sorts. Okay, so just gotta get this over there. Once we're past these rocks, it should be a bit smoother. But yeah, with that said, I should probably introduce myself. So I am Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, you'll notice there's a used to, past tense. That record has been beaten. But I do play a whole range of games. Everything from like simulations, survival crafters, settlement builders, city builders, tycoon, the occasional like slice of life / farming simulation style game, a whole wide range of games. So if any of that sounds good, that is what we do here, and I'd love to have you, both hang out and come back here in the future. And there's a tractor in the middle of the road. And thank you for the follows. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so today we're playing RoadCraft, which is the latest entry in the, Mud Runner, Snow Runner-esque series. That said, it is not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. If you go in with the expectations of SnowRunner, you're going to not be happy. It is its own thing. So it's not like the struggle to survive and keep the vehicle from falling apart and, managing your gas. None of that's here. Instead, it's way more about logistics and infrastructure. Building roads, bridges, figuring out paths for convoys to go over. So it's kind of the AI doing most of the deliveries for you, and you just got to make the roads a whole thing. This game has no snow? You are correct. We have yet to see any snow, and we are down to 2 maps. And I'm pretty sure the next map that we're dealing with certainly doesn't have snow, the Deluge map. And the last map, I'm going to assume that if we haven't seen snow this far, we're probably not going to see snow. But see, it's all the things you wanted SnowRunner to have, and none of the things you didn't want SnowRunner to have. If you don't see snow running, therefore no SnowRunner. Exactly. Simple logic. There's no snow and there's no running, therefore it would be impossible to be SnowRunner. Okay, so with that, I now need to run electricity. So we've got the infrastructure. Ooh, I've got a maintenance path that... I don't know why those trucks are failing so badly. We only need one more truck to get through there, and then that route's done. Okay, so I've got a bunch of places to connect with electricity. We do have our machine for running electricity down here. I'm just gonna need to drive it up here, connect to the central power node. And then we gotta figure out how we get power to all this other junk. So let's just go ahead and go back down here. Grab you. Retain and redeploy our electric thing. So what we're gonna do from here is remove that mark. And I'm thinking we just run a cable right on down there. Will I probably regret that in the long run? Almost certainly. Am I gonna do it anyways? Almost certainly. Actually. So that looks like it might be a rough spot. My luck is the moment I finish running this, they'll be like, okay, now make a path in between these two to supply it. Because this thing peels up a bunch of the road and shoves a cable in the ground, which does make the road a bit of a mess. So it ends up becoming a whole thing. Well, I'm glad I could provide you a place to be to hang out. Yep, so get this power run. And I suspect literally what we've got left on the map is probably just running a bunch of power. Okay. But yeah, so like for example, this is like this valley that's full of stones. We put down a bunch of sand, put some concrete on it, so we've made our own little road up here. And that, you know, we've used for setting a bunch of infrastructure back, and it's also very helpful when they need to move vehicles around later, so we don't have to, like, dig our way through the mud and all that like you do in SnowRunner. You have your mud, you'd be like, this mud's gross, and so you build a road over it, and now you don't have to think about the mud anymore. I still look forward to someone just taking, like, an entire large area of a map and just completely covering it in sand and leveling it out and then paving over the whole thing. Just to see it. Do you actually go where I need you to go? Yeah, you do. It's just literally right there. Yep. No, the only places I've seen that it won't let me put sand is like when you have the area where vehicles come out and where you drop off materials, so like those docking bay kind of areas, they won't let you put sand there because it would screw up the way the game works, so understandable. They also will not let you put sand on bridges either. But past that, there's very few places the game doesn't let you put sand. Let's see, does it actually delete sand that spills in those areas from the outside? I would assume so, but I haven't tested that. Alright, chat, so we're having a quick ad break here. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. What's... Oh. I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like right here on my screen, I got a little black line, just like that big. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. I was like, no, that looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. So, I can. You see that too? Oh, weird. Is it just some like stream compression thing? Because it's not in the game itself. Oh, you know what it is? It's my microphone. Yeah, it's just like, I didn't, like, for me, I didn't see this. It's like, wait a second, what? Yeah, that's a microphone. Gotcha. Or potential alternative for saying no, too. Yeah, how's that feel, Boomalope? Sucks to be you, huh? That Boomalope right there? That one? The one who ate my crops, who ran away? Sucks to be you. Even Cassie's tired of your garbage. Locking you into a one-style spot, telling you to get wrecked. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we need a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. Alright, and I am back. Oh, I hope you don't get a stunk bug. That's never fun. But I also fully understand when there's children involved that children are really good at sharing whatever germs they have with anybody and everybody in immediate proximity. That their natural instinct when they feel sick is to run to, you know, mom, dad, teacher, whoever they see as a trustworthy adult, and immediately want to, like, just snuggle up, hug, all that. That way you get those germs really just there for everybody. And so the poor kids, yeah, I do. I don't have any, but I've volunteered at schools and all that, and yeah. For some reason, when I volunteer at schools, I get sick way more often than when I don't volunteer at schools. It's a real shocker, that one right there. Now granted, in the schools I'm not worrying about, like, people cuddling up on everyone when you're feeling sick. Especially with me as a volunteer showing up once in a while. But, you know, enclosed spaces, lots of kids, all of who are getting each other sick. Just a big old petri dish. They stick his fingers down with face. Yep, that's kids. Let's see, before kids you got sick enough to not go to work about once every 2 to 3 years. Yeah. Worst part was your Rual was the first to get sick, and it was the morning of his birthday. Scrap those plans right quick. Yep. Yeah. No, I only tend to get sick, like, man, like once a year, once every other year. And that's not counting, like, you ate something and your stomach's a little unhappy. But, like, you know, you're properly, like, food poisoned or flu or whatever. You're like, oh no, this is I shouldn't be around other people or I'm not good to go out kind of thing. Alright, so we got that all wired up.
Inspired work. The central distribution substation is all powered up and has nowhere to go. The whole point of the exercise was to give power to Tiffle, but the power line to the town is out. I risk being called predictable, but guess whose turn it is to deliver the resources needed to repair it? You guessed right. So please get rolling.
Alright. So we need to restore the power line to Tiffle, which is going to take 5 steel. And we also need to restore the municipal power station, which is going to take 5 steel. I understand. And unfortunately, that place that crane was at right a moment ago that I took it away from there because I needed it, well, I need to take it back over there. So we're going to go do that. In a normal, regular not feeling well, you mean sick where you're not going to be useful at work.
Actual hazard, yep. Not like something where you're like, is it a cold or is it allergies? But something where you're like, oh no, I'm... Like, it's a proper cold. Like, the face is leaking all the fluids. Like, I need to not be around other human beings right now. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Oh, grab the tractor. As my brain, you said grab the tractor. It's like, grab the mule. So they should probably actually do is not grab the tractor. At the bottom of the hill, there was some really, really big stuff that this is the only vehicle that's going to be able to carry. We can grab some of that really big stuff, because the one, when I grabbed like the top of the water tower, it gave me something like 11 steel bars or whatever worth. Your wife never takes a sick day, yet today she did. And her boss at her new location checked in with her in the evening. They told her she's off work. He knew you liked him. What are you getting stuck on? Solution needs more sand. Yeah, the problem is the thing that gives me sand is nowhere nearby. Alright. We just cruise on over here. Let's go to the steel plant. Make our steel bars. And being that we need 10 steel bars and I can just load up the vehicle with 10 of them all at once, the mule, that should be fine. Yeah, and that's, I believe, where we're going, right over there on the horizon. I look forward to not being in the desert. Yeah, so that's a tractor that was being mentioned. I think we can just drive past that. That's worth about 2 steel bars. But I believe at the bottom of the hill by the steel mill, if I'm not mistaken, we've got some like major parts with probably like 10. Theoretically speaking, can we build a sandcastle? So if by sandcastle you mean sand pyramid, I can absolutely do that. It'll have a little bit of rounded corners, though. But it will have a pointy bit at the top. Well, hey, I said you couldn't pick up the rocks with the crane, and that apparently you can. Apparently you can with all of them. I thought we tried that earlier, it didn't work. Maybe it's only the really big rocks? It's fine. Alright, so check. Steel beams. Alright, so we need the steel beams, so I don't need to drag that up the hill. You can't really with the small ones? Yeah, alright, so this thing here, that's up on this hill, this is, I believe, worth 10 steel bars. So this one thing is enough for what we need. It is a little rough to drag, though. That's been one nice thing about this map, is while they have made me salvage some stuff, every single time they've had really good salvage, like right there, versus making me run all over the place for it. Alright, so we've already got our 10 beams that I need. So let's just get you out of the way. And now I grab the mule. And bring it around. Alright, we got one of the routes failed. Okay, all rewards received. So we're canceling that route so it stops alerting me that it's failed. Okay. Let's go to the north route. That's fine, it doesn't matter. We just need to make sure we're going east. Both routes will take us there. Yeah, so plan is load up all 10 steel beams. Don't even worry about the fact that we're overloading this thing. Do our ride on over to wherever they need to go. Drop them off. Run the power where the power needs run. Yeah, if we just follow this over and go north, that'll probably be the fastest, because then we don't have to fight with the terrain. Instead, we just got to fight with that we're trying to use the same road as another vehicle at the same time. Prepare for horn chat. Okay. Okay, so it's right across from the bridge that we go north. Alright, then we just load up our 10 steel beams. And I guess I'll be taking that to different areas to bring things online. And then from there we run the power. Okay, yep, that'll be our turn. Because, like, man, I don't remember cutting those giant boulders in the middle of the road. Are you? I'm doing good. Just gonna go ahead and get our steel beams. We're just wrapping up this map, I believe. I've got like 1 or 2 more power runs, some steel beams to drop off, and we've kind of explored the entire map, so there can't be too much left. Because then we'll have Deluge as the only map we haven't done left out of this set. And then after Deluge, there's only 1 map left in the game, and then we'll have played all the content in the game. So it's looking pretty good that we are going to hit the roughly 80 hours they estimated the game would take. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which I think has been fantastic, as people can probably guess considering we binged the entire game start to finish. Okay, all steel beams are in position. Alright, let's see if we can't line this up to get the really easy way of doing steel beams. Oh right, it's when they're behind that it's actually the problem. In front's usually pretty tame. So let's quickly pick those up, scooch on back just a little bit. Because I have found if I have this roughly lined up from the side, you just go like this, reel it in, pop to the side, grab the next one, reel it in.
That's what you gotta watch out for. Yeah, got just at the right angle where they're gonna keep popping like that, I think. Because that's 2 on right there. Where I could just reel it in and it just chucks it there. It's only when the bar comes at an angle like that, that's steep enough that it gets underneath the bumper, that it then messes up. And I believe the most they put in here, we did earlier today, I believe I put 16 of these in the back of this, in this manner. It didn't drive well, because that's way too much weight. But it did load just fine and was able to be used. Alright. Okay, so let's get the objectives actually set. So I need to get that down to the power line. So yes, that's just going south and then following the road. Fair enough. Alright. But if you're struggling with unlocking the heavy crane at the moment, you always get lost. It's all good. It can be good to take the time to mark your map. That's all the ones that I kind of picked up around the point of the map Incommunicado. So I'd gone through Sunken in the first 2 maps. That I kind of made a habit as I drove around and I hit any terrain, I'm like, oh, that's terrain I won't be able to convoy over. That I'd throw like a little orange exclamation mark being like, hey, take the time to, you know, avoid this or fix it. Like, don't leave it alone. Anywhere that's like, that's really a good bridge spot. You know, I put like a little green star, that kind of thing. And it just was really helpful for me when I was trying to plan my routes, that I could see where I couldn't plan my routes. This map I haven't been as diligent, like you see that spot there, I would have marked that normally. But with the sand, it's a little kind of harder to tell, because the vehicles have done relatively okay in sand in some spots, and some spots I thought they couldn't, they did fine, and it's really been kind of harder to tell which spots are manageable and which ones aren't with the sand. Okay, so it's still just down here. Hey, Shaneism. How's it going? Okay, so take the road to the right. We follow that till it's near town. And then we go up the hill. And that'll get the steel beams in place there. Now we can check in the next place we need the steel beams, then we just gotta run the electric wire. Okay, so it looks like we can just go up that way. So let's take a left here and start climbing. This will probably be a little rough because we are very overloaded. Won't be as noticeable on the mount, but you'll just notice the back suspension is like fully depressed and the front suspension is sky high. That says it's doing relatively fine.
soon as we get up here, we just turn towards that next power pole. And just scooch along the side of that. Alright. Come on, you can do this. Okay, so what we could do here... Oh, I see. Alright, well in that case, let's take this in the... Oh, it's not going to show me the power circle? That's kind of annoying. Actually, let's check. So we have the cable layer up here. And we can go to vehicles, the power grid. Alright. So for running the power up here, what's going to be my best route? So I don't have anything going along the sand quarry one, so that avoids me doing this main drag. But I think the idea... Oh man, because I can't go across here. That's all stone on that side. That looks paved over there. So I can't really go around that way. So I think what we're going to be doing... I don't think I can go through that. So this area should be fine. Maybe we can do this? So I guess we are going up this main route as, like, I don't want to go up this, but going around just to, like, loop back feels like that's going to be even worse than just going for the direct path. Can you not cable over paved road? No, you cannot. If I've paved the road, I can tear up the paved spot and then put the cable down, or sometimes you can, like, really finesse it to make it work on both sides. But I'd rather just wiggle around it and not deal with, like, tearing apart and then rebuilding a road. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yep, so we're just going to go ahead and run down here. And try and go through the gap in the road. And then see if I can't just climb up the hill on the other side. Which means this road I'm going down right now is going to be hell for vehicles to come up and down. But that main road, it'll just be a little bump that shouldn't be too bad to get by. Because going across it is a lot easier than going along the groove. Gotcha, so if you plan on running a cable, sand it, then cable it, then make the road? Yeah, it's basically if you've got a road that you don't plan to pave it, don't run it there. And otherwise, you can just have to go through and pave a road over top of it. Do the power, then the cabling. And like this, it should be fine because I'm going along the edge of the road, not really in the road. So let's see if I can just bring it up here. If I can just bring it up this hill, we'll be fine. Yeah, this will work. This is okay. So it did kind of jack up the road going up that hill, but that's no big. Okay, so we can get rid of all these markers. Then we can go to the infrastructure thing. Sorry, objectives, turn this in, confirm. Oh, and you just want me to store the beams. I don't actually need the beams on me. So we store the beams, and that's that. So I could just drive those down. Yeah, we just drive those down to the river base. That'll be fine. So you just basically get off of this hill onto the main road, turn south by west, and then just go. Okay. It's not a road, but I'm gonna use it like one. Gonna ride that brake real hard. Well, that ended about how you'd expect it. It's not over yet. There we go. We're getting a bit of a turn here. Yeah, with a lot of the vehicles with the anchors and all that, you can get yourself unstuck from a lot by just kind of popping the anchors in and out to wiggle the vehicle around just so you're not in the exact spot you're stuck. Okay, so I believe to the left is the way we want to go. So west and south. And I just got to get back to our main base. I then huck the steel in there. That should turn on the substation, I guess. Yeah, so you can see how there's this big bump in the road now. Cutting across it isn't too bad. You just get a little bounce. But when you go along it, your tires will sink in real fast. Alright. I would not want to be in a place that you regularly get pelted by sand. Oh, here, let's put a mark so I can actually find my way. Okay, so we're going towards the red trees. There's like 3 different routes of them. I don't really care which one we take. As long as we're moving towards the red trees, that's good enough. By considering using a stump mulcher to flatten an area churned up by a cable layer, I haven't tried it yet. I haven't tried that one either. I imagine... So, like, the first stump mulcher you get, I think would be too narrow that it just kind of make as much of a mess as you'd solve. I haven't actually even used the second one. I bought it, but I haven't had a need to grind stumps yet, so it's just literally been sitting in the garage. If you're very careful with the bigger bulldozer, you can do a little bit of cleanup on a lot of that stuff, but it's really, really easy to accidentally jack up the terrain real bad. You know, making it kind of genuinely worse. All right. We can get this all going. We're almost to our base to drop these off. Once again, going the wrong way against where vehicles are going.
That's right, you fight the good fight with that horn. Alright, there's base right there. So when we drop off the steel beams there, those will be in storage, and that should restore the municipal power substation. Yeah, but churned up, mostly flat tray is easier than smooth over sand. Yeah, and that's just the big thing that I usually warn people about with using stuff like the bulldozer and the mulcher to clean stuff up. It's like, it's definitely one you're gonna follow up with sand. Not that that's a big deal. Just that's kind of the you're gonna, guessing I'm putting it on the wrong side. You'd think I would learn it by now. I haven't had to take them out of here before. Oh, these are no longer letting me grapple onto them. Alright, so we've got those unloaded. I think they're bugged because I had them in the vac when I completed a quest for this. So let's deliberately cause this to flip to try and spill them out. Okay, so I've got that really wedged up there. Let's grab you. I don't really care what vehicle, sure. That's actually probably not a good one to do it. I think I'll probably grab you. And then deliberately grab it with the winch. And again, we're trying to deliberately roll this over because I do think that those bars in the bottom, it's treating them as if they're still like strapped in and not counting. Actually, what might actually work is grabbing you now, doing like this. Cool. We have stalled it. Okay. So we've knocked out all of the... you know what I just realized I could have done instead? I could have just despawned the truck and respawned the truck and have had the exact same effect. It's fine. It was fun to flip it over intentionally. Okay, so with that, the steel beams will hopefully be able to be interacted with now. Nope, I think those steel beams are non-functional. We have made them not work. Well, that really sucks, actually. Okay, that's really annoying. Okay, so we can go up here. Let's grab something to put in the steel beam thing. Can you put them in the collection? I got them in the collection point. They're not interacting in anything. I think literally because I had them in in the trailer in a mission that was taking some but not all of them, it bugged them out. So just drop this in real fast. I could try shoving them, but it wasn't giving me the option to store them. Like when I was there, I didn't get the option. So I'm assuming they've just bugged, and while the models are still there, they're being treated as non-existing objects anymore. Okay, so that gives me more. So let's go ahead and run back down here. We will see if I can push them in at all. Yeah, because we respawned this vehicle. For pushing them, I'm going to need a bulldozer. I'm not going to be able to push them with that. Let's grab our little... Actually, I'll just grab the rusted one. Because the other one's elsewhere on the map. Well, I probably won't need anymore. I don't feel like moving it around unless I need to. And I think it's actually the other pad I need to have it on. Yeah, so you see, they're just not in play anymore. Like, yeah, that's what it seems, is if you have more than what you need in your trunk or whatever, and then you have something that takes that as a material, that it can glitch and takes them out of play. Alright, that's fine. We can just drive on up here and go grab the rest of what we need. It's a little annoying that we have to do the extra trip, but it's fine. The good news is it's steel beams, and those aren't that bad to move. Concrete's also not terrible. The metal pipes are a little bit on the annoying side, because there's not very many vehicles that can carry that many. And the ones that can carry a bunch don't have a crane of their own, so it becomes kind of this whole thing. Whereas the metal beams are genuinely, like, way easier to move around. Okay. We're just trying to move to the north end up here. Alright. And so we still have the 2 dare drops left, which I didn't get done today because I just got in do objective mode. We did get 1 dare drop knocked off way earlier. We recycled the boat like we were required to for dare drop. So I'll have to go back and get that clip after stream. I'm gonna get that all sorted. Okay, is that where the steel plant is right up there? Yeah, so we'll take this road to the right. And I believe straight across from the bridge is the steel plant. We can just load them up, then we just drive back, drop them off. That gets that mission done. I suspect we'll still have more power infrastructure run. We'll worry about that when we get there. Okay. It's gonna be weird going back to SnowRunner after this. And just going back to, you know, the roads being all jacked up and that's just the way it is. And having, you know, just sometimes fight with the environment to try and get your vehicle through. Like, not in a bad way, It's just a very different vibe than this game is. Okay, we can load up a bunch of steel bars. If I'm gonna do the trip, might as well grab them all, because my luck is we'll finish it and I'll immediately be like, you need 5 more steel bars in your storage for whatever. This is the right way, right? It is not. Okay. But yeah, just in case, like, you know, in just a couple minutes it turns around and be like, you need 5 more. If we just grab all 10, we can just be done with that and not have to worry about that as a problem. The classic, if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Yeah, so I saw this turn was that turn. Because remember, we need to turn left right before it to get up there. Alright. Looks relatively right. I am curious with all the time she's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna grab these supplies from here. Oh yeah, we're just gonna do this from here. Alluding to the fact that we're straight up just like stealing stuff or something. Of course, I'm parking right there. So spawn all the steel bars in. Switch back to you. And same basic plan as last time. We go over here. We plunk it down relatively close to the back. If everything's set up right, this should just roll right on in. And we're good. So now I just load it up. Now we drive back down. And that should be fine. This one, we don't turn it in as a mission objective directly. We put into our base storage. And our base storage is a shared thing that I don't have to worry about nearly as much. Okay. Oh, it's not. I'm gonna go for the ones up front. Only a couple more, and then we're good to head back to base. No. I thought I was going to roll into the gap along the side, and I was wrong. That's fine. Okay, and now we are on our way back towards the red forest icon. Is it different? Handy trick, kind of messy though. Yeah, but realistically, by the time you reach, like, if you're looking here, we're already at that point. There's so much weight. We're wheeling, so it doesn't matter if they're not stacked that well. It's literally, there's just too much weight. Now, one trick I've used in the past to deal with this is when we have too much weight in the back that the wheeling becomes a problem, we just give ourselves a counterweight. And I found these metal pipes work pretty well for that. We can actually get to it. So now we don't have to worry about wheeling as much. Drag that back up against the vehicle so it doesn't bounce around too much.
Tractor trick? Yeah, that's basically what we're doing. Is we're basically putting a counterweight on our vehicle. Because the amount of weight we have in the back here is an absolutely astronomical amount. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if that metal pipe, even if I put it full extension, if we're still leaning kind of back. Okay. It's gonna take us a minute to do this because we are getting across some rough roads here. Driving the wheel backwards. The wheel backwards is always an option sometimes. Yep. I still think my favorite was using this counterweight trick here. And carrying the transformer on the back. And then going over like the ridiculously steep and windy mountains and sunken. Didn't even roll it there. Was it dodgy? Oh, you better believe it was dodgy. Alright, this is where we start turning west to get towards our other base. Now, if you're questioning how overloaded we are, I am holding the gas pedal, no any release on that. And this is just top speed right now, struggling with all that weight. Okay. Yeah, we're way up there. I gotta remember that. And remember how far north we were, but that's fine. We just keep working west and south and it'll take us where we need to be. Alright. Now this part feels like when you're dealing with like stuff in SnowRunner, where you've got like a trailer that's kind of pushing the limit of what you've got, and you're just kind of slow-boning it across the map. Can't really get any meaningful speed, it's just too heavy. There's the next road that we can cut across. All right. Now we just got to get to the other side of that ridge, and that's where the base is. Someone showed you the side-by-side of the mule with or without a crane. It seems they pushed the real axle forward in the crane version just to make it more challenging to use. I have literally no idea. The patch has just shown up for me. Oh, did I miss a patch of some kind? Looks like the patch is out. Oh, cool. I'm not gonna grab that right now. I'm gonna finish what we're doing. But that'll be good for the patch for next time. No patch notes? Ah. Then who knows what's gonna have. I doubt, like, I know they said they're adding hard mode. I would not expect that to be in the next, like, day or week or so, because that's going to be a significant change. And if they do just rush it out, it's not going to be good. Like, it's something they're going to need to take their time to figure out. Because one would assume they're going to have to add a whole bunch of UI and a whole bunch of other stuff to, like, add in the repair thing, add in the fuel gauge, having all the stuff around fuel, and yada yada. So that's probably going to be a bit. Okay, do I go... Yeah, we'll cut towards the quarry. There's no road there for us to take. That said, little things like going on the thing that puts down the asphalt and just kind of making a tweak to make it drive a little bit nicer, depending on how they approach that, that could be an easy one. Just adjust the collision box slightly, you know, add a little bit more clearance on the bottom, yada yada, give it more power or whatever they decide to do. There's a bunch of ways they could work on trying to improve it. Combination of there, but a lot of those are just numeric changes or coordinate changes. And those are usually the things that are super easy to update. Okay, so we're almost here. Okay. So we ditched the steel tube that's all rusted because I don't really need it. Let's see, 2 gig patch. Once it finishes, you'll check the website. 2 gig sounds like a pretty substantial one. It's always hard to tell with some of that stuff, though, with the way files get packed sometimes. That sometimes, you know, there'll only be one change there, but because everything gets packed up as one set. It doesn't really show. There we go. Alright, so with that, we can now go here and finish that. We need to restore a route from here to the municipal substation. Oh man, that's gonna be rough. There's not really a good way of doing this. So all these routes here in the middle are all really bad. But it doesn't get much better down here. Like the best areas we've got is up here is where we've gone through previously. But it's also pretty horrible. But I think that's going to be our best call. So we might end up having to fight with this a little bit. Okay. So now it's getting up here, where we got one windy road there that looks utterly cursed. We can also go up this way and that way, which looks a little less awful. This all down here looks horrendous. I'm not sure if we can get him to go up this way, because this is a really bad spot. Like, we might have to do a major paving up there. I think I might have them go up and around this way. I mean, I'm not sure that's any better. We'll just have them try to go the direct route. I think this is one that's not going to work out for us. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna go just a little long because we're right about to finish this map up. So I think we'll just go long to get it done, kind of thing. Infrastructure stuff here. Is there anything else you have on the list? So we still have running power from here to there. So in the meanwhile, let me go ahead and grab the power vehicle. Oh, that's actually not going to work, that spot. I was going to have it cut across there, but that's all stone there, so it's not going to work. You go this way, up, over, and around. Here, we'll just start at the other end. We might be able to take it up one of these ones. Oh, you know what we probably could do? Okay, so we'll deploy that here. Oh, I got 1 star way in the distance. That's gonna throw me off. Okay. Alright, so let's try to get over to where this is. There's a good chance these vehicles will not succeed in getting through this route. We will see how they do. And figure out wherever they get stuck, fix what we gotta fix. But in the meantime, let's work on getting the cabling vehicle over there, because we know we will need to do that. Where's the best place? Okay, let's just follow the way they were going. Good chance they do get stuck, we'll probably run into them. Alright, you appear to be doing fine so far. That's good news, because that does mean it got down the hill, which is one of the worst parts, and that part it's going up is the other worst part. And no surprise vehicles stuck down here. And there's a good chance that this might be the end of this one, because with this, I believe we'll have the last of the power grid hooked up. All the solar stuff will all be wired up and working. It's not that they couldn't have more. I'm just running out of things I think we could have potentially to work on and fix. I'll be shocked if this gets up here in one go. There was a lot of real dodgy places on this path. It's for one quick just click the button and go around. That'd surprise me. I'm actually impressed they got up here so well with how much this thing's struggling. This thing usually does a really good job of climbing. Yeah, because I assume what's going to happen is they're going to turn the power on. They'll be like, "Up, wire's broken, going to town. Go fix the wire." Thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so you're still going. Definitely must have struggled a little bit for me to be catching up a little bit on it. But struggling's fine as long as it makes it. It made it.
Talk to me. Tell me that the tell me that the power didn't work. I'm assuming it's because I'm actively moving is why it's not. I didn't take the camera from me or anything else like that. Okay. It's a lot of rocks, more than I was expecting. See how this goes. Just gonna go to the rocks, it'll be like, can't go in this terrain. But I think there are gonna be enough of gaps I can kind of let it undeploy, redeploy, and keep doing that and just get on by. Okay. Just snaking along here, we go down the other side of the hill, and we're just going to where that big building is over there. The town is over in that general direction. And I just gotta hit whatever the actual power circle is for the town. Alright. Trying real hard to turn, it's just not letting me. There you go. It's like stuck on something. Alright, we just gotta go up that last little ridge over there. And then my guess is that'll be the end of the map. They, like I said, they could have one more mission, or, I mean, honestly, they could have a bunch, like go down to the other solar place that we haven't even touched and be like, fix it all. I doubt it, though. I do think it's going to be like, you know, you wrap up, maybe we just have to collect our stuff and get it out of here or something like that. Just because we've run power to all the areas, we got the solar plant online, we fixed the port and all that stuff. So, like, the infrastructure is fixed after this. Hey, not a good time for you to be coming this way, truck. You might have a rough ride with me running that cable right there. Oh, good, you're just turning right there? Yeah, it'll probably be okay. By now, routes like that have probably long since finished all of their runs. And that if they fail, I could just cancel. Alright, so there's the power zone right there on the left. So let's go ahead and get that all sorted out. Okay. Well, I have to just confirm it. Okay, there's more.
Oh, I just received a task that seems like the perfect palate cleanser. How do you feel about helping promote science? The beauty is that you don't even need a PhD for this one. Just bring a truck of supplies and some generators to an archaeological dig nearby. You know what? I think you really nailed that last task. Just like all the others so far, before you arrived, this place was cut off from the world. Had no water and no electricity either. And look at it now. Well, still not much of a looker, but you really resuscitated it. Feel the accomplishment yet? Sometimes it's delayed. Don't know about you, but I could really use a weekend poolside with one of those little umbrellas in my drink. Anywho, I can almost see the end of the task list now. How about making it a real home run? I know you're up to it.
Okay, yeah, so it looks like we're at the very, very home stretch. So it looks like you gotta clear that up. I've got a vehicle to the list, drive all the way around from this side of the map all the way over, which is going to require that to be cleared up. So we need our crane down there, and then we would have the side mission of this one. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll start with the vehicle. Where are the vehicles at? Oh, vehicle's down here? That's fine. Is that the right vehicle? It is. Ooh, that's gonna be spicy. Alright, that's fine. Okay. You have positioned this where I can barely move. Kelly must be from Minnesota. I've had a few people have different guesses of where Kelly is from, whether it's like Minnesota or like Canada or whatever. I don't think Canada. Her accent doesn't make me think Canada. Minnesota maybe. But I'm also not exactly an expert on what a Minnesota accent sounds like. I'd definitely say she is North US. That I definitely agree with. Like, North US somewhere. The asphalt paver was made easier to maneuver. Yeah, that was one that's come across the patch notes, or not patch notes, was brought up a lot. And like I was saying earlier, that could easily be something that can be fixed by just a numeric change. Just go in and like change the like the collision box on the bottom to be just slightly higher so that doesn't grind against the bottom nearly as much. Give it more traction on its wheels or whatever. These trucks suck? Yes, they do. Just gotta get over this little ridge here and that'll be good. That said, I'm worried that the other map is gonna have some really awful stuff. I already know I need to move the heavy crane down to the other side to pick up all the crap in the solar radiance area. With that, more than likely the way I'll handle it is I will just, if we run into a problem, and like here's the heavy crane right here. So if we do run into a problem where I can't get this truck through, I'll just grab the heavy crane, pick up the truck, and move it on the other side of whatever the problem is, or just use the heavy crane like a glorified tow truck. And the only route that is even remotely in the right direction is down this way. Still moving forward. Yeah, and that's what I was figuring, is usually your first major update after release is mostly just bug bash. Like, they might make some numeric changes if something's like broken powerful or broken weak or whatever. But usually your first major update after release is a lot of just slapping bugs. Convoys are more reliable. Don't know. Like, there's ways they could make the convoys more reliable, as long as they don't... So the convoys need to not be too smart. And the only reason I say that is if they're smart, like the player where they can just start maneuvering around stuff, then it would mean that, like, your building of roads would matter way less. But that said, they definitely could be less dumb. There's definitely times you watch it just slam into the same rock like 4 times where you're like, look, man, just wiggle. Just a smidge. Just a smidgy. Okay, so it looks like we're cutting down this road. We gotta avoid that sandbank there. That sandbank looks 100% like a trap. It specifically says after the first one. Gotcha. So they probably did something like after the first vehicle, it kind of fudges some of the numbers just to help the convoy not have weird problems. Which I think is fair, because it's a little annoying to have to kind of go back and like keep adjusting the same convoy again and again because one decided to take the slightly different route. Okay. That's what I was inferring? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is they might genuinely just take the later convoys and just give them a little help after the first round. They also towed down the raid RNG? Oh yeah. It, like, literally I was starting to think it was set when I would reset a convoy that would automatically trigger rain. It was that frequent where it's like, oh, you know, here's a little sun. Let me go ahead and, you know, trigger the convoy again. And then immediately... Is that where I need to actually bring this before I cut down? Okay, that is. I got scared that it was like a different place and I was going the wrong objective. You're wiggling over. I'm not sure if that's helping anything. Just needed to catch for a second, though. Now let's back off a little bit. Try going a little bit wide to the left. Let's see if maybe the dirt isn't as loose over there. Come on, you're right at the finish line. Try not go in the same groove again. Alright, let's not sweat it too much because I've got 2 things to grab here and here to drop. That are right down here. Where are they at? Where are you at? Oh, they're up here. Yeah, whatever they are, they don't seem particularly large. So let's go to our base up here, grab the mule. Because then what I could do is, as we're going by, I can use the mule to give it a good little shove. Because it's almost able to handle that little bit. Luckily, it's not a thing where I gotta go through and do vehicle after vehicle. I just gotta get up that hill one time. Yeah, so it's seeming like we actually might be going a decent little bit long. You've only got like 2-3 objectives left. But you see that this is gonna take me a hot minute. But this will be the end of the archaeologist mission on this map. I should check to see if that even goes where I need it. It does not. Go back this way. Grab those 2 things from town. Load them up. Shove the semi up the road. Or get ahead of it. Well, actually, this I wouldn't be able to winch it with this one. But go ahead of it and... Well, actually, yeah, I can. Basically, pull the semi up the hill. Get that done. Get that objective off our list. Then we have the crane to move down to the solar panel area, and then I've got to move a vehicle over to the solar panel area as well. All right. And that'll leave us only with 2 maps left in the game. We'll have just Deluge and whatever the crap the last map is called, because I don't remember. And then the giant binge of RoadCraft will probably come to an end because it'll be time to find something else to get all you know, overly into. And I've got a couple of games that we were looking at maybe checking out for half a stream. They're not something, like they're early access, that kind of thing, where I don't want to just really, really dedicate time to, not till they're more done. But, you know, want to check them out. Then I've also been debating bringing in, you know, something like Factorio or Star Sector or one of these other ones. What was another one? There was... I like a list of 3 or 4 big ambitions. Some of these games that we've played on the channel in the past, but it's been a pretty good while. Maybe pop and do some of that for a bit. And then we wanted to get a couple of days dedicated on the schedule for simulation. So like have a day or 2 a week that would play either something like this or SnowRunner or Farm Sim, or you get the idea. Simulation days. But that one I would go with the more fuzzy version of simulation and consider stuff like city builders and all that kind of stuff as still simulation. Should I be turning right or going straight? Right, absolutely without question. Hey, Daka, how's it going? Thanks for the long stream. You can catch it even if you're asleep. Yeah. Well, it's kind of at like the home stretch in the map, and to me, it would feel better instead of hopping in a map, doing like one objective, then time for the next map. That's fine if it happens. It's a lot more satisfying to be able to go to the next one and be like, yep, brand new map, let's go. I will say, none of these maps, not counting like that very, very first tutorial map, has felt particularly short. Like, there's none of these maps I've been like, man, they really need more on that map. They've all felt like, about the time you're ready for a change of scenery, it's about time for a change of scenery. Versus, like, as much as I love SnowRunner, there's definitely times on some of those maps, like Michigan, where you're like, you know what? I'm ready to not be here now. Do you have a location in mind where the dare drops can be done? Oh, for the last 2? I've been able to do... So both of those I believe I can do on Sunken. We did knock one out today, and I said I wanted to work on the others, and then I just kind of got focused on mission objectives and didn't. Which has been a reoccurring thing. Yeah, I was worried you're going to be these things. It's fine. So you're gonna go up the hill that's harder to get at first. We'll load that in the back. Then I can grab the other thing in the front. I'll probably need to drive this up and drop those off and then work on moving the semi. Honestly, I might actually be able to fit both of these on the back. We go and we pull this up close to the edge of the bed. I could probably slide that in right behind here. Okay. Because when I saw this one this size, I thought it was going to be the bigger size, but they're both like narrow ones. Honestly, it's not even a snug fit. I could have done way... way worse. Okay, cool. Alright, so best way to get where we need to for you is... not great no matter what I do. It's probably to cross over to this road and then take that one. I'm not sure if the route directly in front of me is going to be any good, but I'm going to try for it. Because that would take me directly up to that road, and then I just take the road to the right. And it'd practically just go straight to our destination. Okay. Just gotta get up this last little bit of ledge. Steal all the generators? Absolutely. Well, crap. I did not expect this to be nothing but rocks up here. Okay, this actually kind of sucks. This is the road. Has he read a bad review where someone was talking about the cranes? Every crane control is different. They need to learn for every vehicle. Is that your experience? No. The only differences I've really seen in the cranes is you have your mobile cranes like these, like on this vehicle, and the heavy cranes. That's one set of controls. There is a very slight difference in the controls when it comes to the big static cranes. Those ones also have controls for making them slide forward and backwards on their track, but then they take away some of the controls that aren't relevant because it's stationary. But all in all, it's still left click, you know, R make go up, F make go down, that kind of thing. So they're still like 90-ish% the same control. It's just like one or two that are situationally different. So there's a difference, but I wouldn't say it's substantial. Like, it definitely doesn't feel like I have to learn entirely new controls per vehicle. The only thing that gets me is just the stationary ones. Because of, like, the sliding forward and backward on the track while the other thing, it does feel like trying to hold, you know, like, doing the whole spider thing of trying to hold, like, 4 buttons at the same time because you're trying to swing the crane, bring it in, lift it up, and move down the track at once. And it definitely feels like the whole, you know, old Apple shortcuts where you have to, like, spider your hands across a whole mess of buttons. Hey, Buggy, I forgot I left you up here. I'm gonna keep leaving you up here, but you know, good to see you. Glad you're still having your nap. Also, you should be kind of ashamed that a cargo truck is better at zipping around on this than an all-terrain scout. It's actually decent at it. It's just we took a rock really fast and it rolled. Okay, so that's where we're going, is where we see that semi kind of blocking the road. Okay. So I think the best answer is for us to drive this past the semi first, drop these off, and then so these might be your controller on Steam version, but certain ones are switched positions or things. Rotate load is sometimes left, right, D-pad, left stick. Ah, that could be. It could be a controller situation. That's entirely possible because I don't play with controllers, so if there was an issue there, I'd be completely blissfully unaware.
Oh, now that I took a closer look at that camp, I remember reading about it in a newspaper. These guys were digging some distance from here, looking for an ancient temple or something. Got its location from a stone tablet, but I guess they were a bit off. Then, some construction workers dug up an old wall with their bulldozers, and the scientists rushed over here. I heard they were really excited about what they found. Until the storm filled their dig with sand. They don't seem too bothered being back at square one, though. You've got to give them that.
Okay, drop that off. Alright, now I just need to get the vehicle up the hill. That's not the button I wanted, it's the button I pushed. Alright. So the plan here is to basically use this like a glorified tow truck and drag the semi up the hill, because once it gets into this little rectangle, that's this part of the objective done. And I've got a couple more supplies to move around, and then the map's done. At least I assume the map's done. Sorry, I gotta get the heavy crane down to the south, clear the route, and then I believe I have to take a vehicle to that spot. It's fine, we need to just adjust our positioning a little bit. We're wheeling just a little bit because of the semi's weight. Because you found a lot they mentioned there are not true there. Let's see. Maybe they experience that way? Watch a game play for a week now. It's so different from that. You found a lot easier for this game than you did Farm Sim 25. Yeah, so there's definitely pros and cons with the way a lot of the stuff works in this game so far as the crane. It's definitely something that took me a while to, Oh, literally, you just can't? There we go. The second person now would come in handy. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff like this that is a thing that second person would absolutely be instrumental in just rushing through it kind of thing. I'm not super worried. The big thing is this trying with the mule, because it'll be a little tricky to turn this around with the mule to get it into that spot. If I have to get the mule, that's fine too. I might have to. Oh, hey, don't have your parking brake on, please. Yeah, because now I can just drag it right over the top of this hill and that'll probably be okay. It's just with all the wheeling, I wasn't going to be able to turn. Okay.
These eggheads are one funny bunch. They haven't even finished digging this temple, but they're already salivating about another big memorial complex nearby. They found a hint to its location on the wall they're digging now, and they want our help locating the place. The professor in charge says he wants us to find a safe box with some old manuscripts from his colleague somewhere in Elamir. I guess that colleague is in evacuation now, but was so excited to hear about the
Okay.
discovery that he doesn't mind his safe being broken into. I guess he also won't mind an insurance claim call later on. Anywho, can you drive over there and find the safe?
Alright, I guess we're driving over here and finding a safe. Yeah, no, definitely when you're doing the crane, there's a thing to switch it to crane camera. Switch it to crane camera and then look straight down on it. It won't give you every bit of information you need, but that'll get you through like 90% of the types of stuff you run into. You know, and then sometimes they're trying to get depth, they'll sit there and like angle it down more towards the side. And that just comes from like the number of different games I've had to deal with. But yeah, that's what they're talking about, Daka, is that there was, I guess, a professor had made a major discovery and had the findings in their safe but had to be evacuated. And now the other person on their dig is here, and the other professor's like, no, I want it found now, like, go ahead, break into the safe, you know, get it where it needs to be, that kind of thing. It's like, alright. We'll just pretend this is legit and we're not questioning it anyway. It's definitely not someone trying to scoop another person's discovery. You love the stories, but sides, yeah, and they're pretty good side stories, honestly. Like SnowRunner, so many of the side stories always felt like this guy wants to live in the middle of nowhere. Bring him wood. You're like, okay, I guess I'll bring him wood. Yeah, I still live, like, and the worst thing is really like big disaster area and everything. It's like, yeah, he wants to build a log cabin. I'm like, I'm in the middle of trying to save a humanitarian crisis situation where a dam erupted. Is this really the time to do net new construction of homes from people who don't live here yet? To, like, let them move in? It feels like this is not the time for us to be working on that. Oh yeah, prime real estate. Gotta get it while the market's down. That's what it takes to be a homeowner these days. Okay, my guess is we're gonna be driving around and finding in everybody's house that you gotta go through and do all that stuff. Okay, we'll turn over this way. Yeah, the command is hit sign when I hit a sign, not just sign. Like I said, I do need to update the command since everyone ends up using sign, so that will work as well.
Good job finding the box. Now, could you drive it to the Egghead-affiliated translator in Tipple? The professor told me he's going to name whatever they find after us, too, if you do. Ain't that guy sweet? And weird.
Okay, so I gotta get it from there. Okay, that's gonna actually suck a lot. That's probably fine. Okay. Yes, it's really one of those ones I definitely want a different vehicle to deal with. What I need to do is I need to try and get it by an angle where I can get it not into that thing right there. Let's see if I can get back out to the street and then come in from the other side, maybe? Now we can pull it out into the road, as opposed to trying to drag it directly into a solid object. No, that's not going to work, because that is a big wall. Okay, let's go back over there. Realistically, I probably need to get... Alright. Okay, so where do we have what? So we've got you over there. Relatively close to the river base. So I can go down here, grab the mule again. Because I can probably make it work with the buggy, but not in any type of reasonable time frame. More than likely, it'll be just me dragging it from place to place, getting it stuck on a rock, and then spending 10 minutes trying to unstick it from the rock where I can pull it with the winch again. So now that I found it, we could just
zip on over real fast. Hey, where's the bridge from where I'm at? Okay, so we take this right up ahead. This right? Yeah, this right up ahead. Go down, cross a bridge, take the road up the side of the hill, pick up the safe, toss it in the back, drive it to town. Then we can get back to our actual mission objectives versus all these side ones that keep popping up one after the other. Because we need to get the big crane into town. Or to the solar power plant area to pick up all the crap down there. Which fortunately our big crane is actually already relatively close. Then we just pick up all the junk, and like there it is right there. Then we can just pick up all the junk. It'll have me deliver a vehicle, and then we'll see if there's anything after that. I didn't watch super carefully, but it didn't look like the solar farm on the south end of town was in nearly as bad shape as the one that was on the north end of town was. The good news is that means the entire map that's like we just haven't used yet. It's getting used. Is this the route we want? Yeah, so we go up here towards the pumping station, then we take a right, go right up the hill, it'll take us straight to the safe. And then we'll figure out which route is the best route for going back. Because then I can just chuck the safe on the back of this thing and not have to drag it with the winch through the sand and getting stuck in every single rock we go by. Just every third rock. Okay. Just gotta get this last ridge. There's where the safe is, just to our left. Because, yeah, getting it off of that, even with the mule, is gonna be a little annoying. But I think we can manage it. Yeah, there's the safe. And we can pull into the alley the same way we did before. It'll be a little tricky because I'm going to need to get close enough that I can lift it straight up instead of, you know, at me up. But there's a big gaping hole here. Or we can just do that. That works too. Okay, so let's get out of the alley, and then I gotta figure out how I'm getting to the other city. Alright, so I have my choice. I can go back the way we came, come across here, and then follow this the whole way up to there. More realistically, we go up this way, follow this route down this way, all the way to that path and cut across. There isn't a direct route anyway, so it's basically effectively the opposite side of the map. Yeah, so the direction of the buggy. It's basically the direct opposite side of the map as far as travel time, even though it's relatively close distance. Because there's no direct bridge in between us, I gotta go kind of to one end of the map or the other, then back towards the middle of the map. Okay. Oh, that doesn't go where I wanted it to.
Alright, well, we're just gonna go ahead and, even though it's a super nice place, we're just gonna go drive through the plants on the side here. Show what we think about it. People being all bougie and rich. We gotta work our tail off for our money. All right. So that will go back into town. Yeah, so we go straight ahead. We can take that down and follow that up the way. That's probably what we're doing. Wait. No, we take the left. Okay, so we take the left here. Follow that down to the river. Turn right. That'll take us right over to the bridge. Cross the bridge. And then we go back down to the other side. And that'll take us to our destination. Let's see, if you're doing Find the Toys achievements, I want to cheese it. There are interactive maps. I hadn't even looked to see if there was a achievement for that. I haven't actually looked carefully at the achievements. I've mostly been just playing through. Probably what'll end up happening is after I finish streaming all that, I'll likely look up whatever achievements are missing. Okay, most likely this route we don't need anymore, so canceling that. Don't need to look at that prompt. Yeah, because we've seen at least 3 of the toys. There's one on the north bridge, or off the side of the north bridge over here. We found one in the construction site on the last map I believe we were in. I mean, I know I've missed at least 2. It might be something like 1 per map or a couple per map. You saw one in Sunken? Yeah, I believe I missed the one in Sunken. It's a little bit of a steep angle here. Okay. And then this takes us up to the bridge. I am very thankful we built these bridges. Six to 9 from 3rd map. On, you think? No idea. Okay, so if we're cutting across this way, yeah, it looks like if I just jump on the road directly in front of me, is the road? Wait. The road to my left, that should take me directly to the town we're looking for. Now I can drop off the safe, switch to the heavy crane, go clear up the solar panel place to the south, and see what's next. So is this the last map? No, I have 2 more maps. We are on the home stretch. I've got one more map on the last, tier that's from, like 1 tier ahead of the last. And then there's like one map that's on its own, the very last map, which I assume the idea is whatever the closure for the game kind of thing is for right now will happen there, because we have a lot more story in this. Should say we have a bit more story in this one, in that we actually have like a person who's like telling us what to do, how to work things. And we've done some honestly sketchy things, and she's badmouthed the company really bad in a whole lot. So it does make me wonder if, like, at the end of the game, all these things where we've borrowed things, Like, if that'll come back that, you know, we've been just, like, taking stuff and using it and all that without really having permission, and Kelly bad-mouthing the company constantly, and... Do you have the DLC, too? I honestly don't remember. I think I do. But that said, the DLC maps aren't available yet. Like, the DLC, you can buy it right now, it just... I don't believe any of that content is in there yet, not counting the vehicles. You do? Gotcha. Alright, next objective.
While you're delivering the supplies to the archaeologists, could you also take care of another small errand? This one is from that translator in Tiffel. He says he found the location of some tablet he's been chasing for years in those papers. Could you go and check the spot out? Shouldn't take you too long.
Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna grab that one. Why the heck not? We haven't used this one yet. Where am I going? Oh, I need to actually track the objective. Okay, so we're just gonna drive this up there real quick. I keep being like, alright, we're about to finish this. I'm a little concerned that we're actually, like, completing a full archaeological dig. Oh, you actually got a lot of go. Maybe this is the one we end up jumping. I figured it with, like, being a tank, it wouldn't be that speedy. But very genuinely, it's got some pep. I should probably check where the actual road might be. No real road from up here. Gotcha, so it looks like we actually go between the solar panel areas. There's like this ditch in here. I might also genuinely be able to just go off the back there. Either way, we're going north. We'll figure it out when we get there. I keep thinking we're basically done with the map, and she's like, and another one. So do you think it'd be nice to essentially have the means to plan routes for you, waypoints so to speak, but you'd be able to plan your own way? Honestly, I'd rather keep it the way it is, where you have to do the planning, just because it's kind of one of the key things you do in the game. If you take that away, like, there's a lot of taking your time to learn the map that doesn't mean anything anymore, which it already means a lot less than some of the other titles. Like, honestly, this is the one that exploring the maps has been the least important of the series. Because a big part of it is exploring and realizing, oh, there's going to be deep mud over there, or, oh, there's a place I can build a bridge to kind of shortcut here, or, oh, that's a pretty, like, steep area there. Like, there's a lot to go with a lot of that. Alright. Okay, so I could probably go up here and then go down that ramp. Planning, yes, but you're making them. By the way, to follow your own route, you said? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding something with that. Like, what would you want to be different than it is now, I guess is the question I have. Like, what would be the key difference, I guess? Because my understanding, what you said, is that you wanted something to be like an auto route planner where you could like hit a button and it'd be like, cool, we've made a route, and then the vehicles try to follow it or something. But I may have just misunderstood, misinterpreted, whatever term you want to use. I'm glad we didn't climb that. At the speed I was going, I was like, I'm about to launch off this rocks. Oh, yeah. No, the whole thing about being able to go back to, like, how things worked in SnowRunner, where you could, like, right-click point, right-click point, right-click point to make a route, I do wish we had that. I do like the ability that we can put markers that signify different things now. I think that is good. But I also think being able to, like, just, you know, hit right-click and just, you know, put down the points and find your way around, I do often find myself missing that. Okay, so these ledges actually feel like they're higher than I meant to get into play. It's probably just go around that way. Because you need to take A to B, then you could have an option to plan your own route, then you drive your own set path instead of checking the map before. Yeah. That's what I was saying, is like, in SnowRunner we had a whole thing where it'd be like right mouse button, right mouse button, right mouse button, and make a map just like you kind of make the route for the AI in this game. I do miss that, and I actually don't know why they don't have that, because right mouse button doesn't do anything on the map.
Geez. The translator mentioned a lost Storge, but I suppose it was found some time ago. I wonder what happened to the driver. Car's still being here and all. Could you do me a favor and be extremely careful? I'd have to send someone looking for you, and who's got the time for that?
Well, ancient tablet, let's go. We're archaeologists, like Indiana Jones. We treat archaeology as if it's something to extract wealth from and has no farther value, but we excuse our misbehavior by saying it belongs in a museum. As we destroy entire archaeological digs for individual artifacts that may or may not have any real value within their own right. Oh, good. I only have to go there. I thought I was going to have to go all the way down to the other place. We'll try going this way. They fixed the crane too far? What do you mean by that? Can't keep a log picked up for long. Oh, like it just doesn't have enough strength? That'd be a bummer. Wonder why they add a handle it carefully, but you can drag in the dirt and has no effect whatsoever. Oh, I always took that as just like flavor text kind of thing. Not that there's an actual like thing with that, because that's also a thing that even happens a lot in SnowRunner. There's a lot of stuff that they imply as, like, meaningful or whatever, and you should be careful, and you just slam it all over the place. Except the vehicles. The vehicles, if you slam them all over the place, they get really badly damaged really quickly. I think you can actually have some cargo in SnowRunner that can get destroyed or busted up or whatever. That's fine, we'll just follow this path. Yep, just doing a little archaeology. Proper scientist right now. Falling through the prongs? Weird. I have noticed if I mash the hand down too hard on the log picker-upper, a lot of times it would fail to grab the log. But, you know, that's only when I, like, really just kind of slammed the hand down on it. And so as it starts to close, it kind of flip the fingers up. Okay. We are taking a little bit of a scenic route. But it's a path we also haven't explored, so whatever. Let's see, before you leave, what does the hitch function tow do? If I use a hitch, or sorry, if I use the winch on another vehicle, it will make the other vehicle's engine start. Let's turn around. It'll make the other engine start, and so it will also help drive. So basically, if you're towing something, both vehicles will have power going to their wheels. But I believe it only works with the winch. So yeah, so we go over this way. We can just go down the hill over here. Just gets back down off the hill. You've completely sanded the entire, like, engravings and everything off of pretty much every side of this thing. A couple chunks missing here and there. Can't make out literally any of the original anything on it, because you quite literally sanded it by just dragging it across the sand the entire way back. Yeah, it's just a polished stone now. Did I not deliver it? Ah, there. I drove out of the sweet spot. That's on me.
That translator sounded positively elated when he got that tablet. Said he's been looking for it all his life. Doesn't really take much to make certain types happy, right? Works for us, though. He also said he'd give us the most glowing of recommendations, and mentioned you in his thesis. I guess you'll be famous soon, as far as I'm concerned. Him not invoking some ancient curse when reading that tablet will be enough.
The cuneiform is known for its hardiness. Cuneiform. I actually don't know what that word means. Alright. So we're just gonna run up here, move the crap out of here. Stone tablet. Oh, I assume it would depend on what the tablet's made out of. Being that this entire area is sand and looking... I mean, actually, that doesn't look like sandstone up there. Looks sedentary, whatever it is. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, so we take the route that goes on the outside here. That'll take me basically directly where I want to go. It's just a little bit of windy road. Okay. Because we cleared those 3 spots, and then I just have, like, a semi to drive over here. Most likely this will be another one of those cases where it might need a little bit of assistance. If it looks like it's going to be a real pain in the butt, I'll bring the heavy crane, I'll just turn it around and just tow it. Yeah, because that's where we took the previous semi. Which we got through pretty much okay up into that last stretch. And the other semi, I believe we're taking it over here. Yeah, so we've unintentionally gone very, very long on stream. Because I thought the map was basically over. That's always the danger when you don't know a game and you're trying to like manage it for stream stuff, because you don't want to get into this position where you're down to like half an hour from the end of a game and be like, hang on. Or end of like a major point in the game and be like, hang on.
Jeez Louise! I'm only looking at the satellite picture and I'm still impressed. Didn't know what to expect when I read Solar Radiance Lab on the map, but it certainly wasn't this. And to think you're bringing this back to life. I envy you again. Honestly, for starters, you only need to clear out all the debris, but still, this place is really something.
Okay. We are going with the strategy of I don't care. Okay. We got a big old crane and there's a big old chasm. We are just doing as industry do. If I have something that I don't want to be on my land, and nobody's looking, you know, some problems solve themselves. Yeah, and that's my assumption is, because we've explored pretty much the whole map now, it's just clear this out, get the semi there. These crane controls are driving you nuts. You can set them back to the, like, the controls from SnowRunner kind of thing, roughly. I am using the controls for this one because you can use their controls while driving, and there's definitely a benefit to that. Is it required? Not at all. But yeah, like, the centering on the mouse thing, yeah, it's rough. Like, it's fine, but it is a very significant adjustment. That's good enough. First spot done. Yeah, they've also got one that's supposed to be like a hybrid one that's between the two. I think they call it alternate. No idea if it's any good or not. But it's supposed to be sort of like SnowRunner-esque, but with a couple of variations just to accommodate being able to deal with moving while craning and all that. Not sure if that's out of bounds or not. Interestingly enough, that one box it won't let me pick up. I don't really know why. Okay. I do appreciate that we're able to have that thing have supports wide enough I could just literally lift these up and drag them across the ground the whole way here. Okay. Alright, one more spot to clear, and then I got a semi to drive. Interestingly enough, that one's okay. There's a really big area to clear, like a really big area to clear. Perfect. So with a lot of this, even with the really long arm on this thing, I think it is going to be a matter of I'm going to have to pick up stuff and move it. Okay, so let's drive along the outside and try and go around this way and see if we can't make this work. Because of this being a big round area I've got to clear. A little trickier to have stuff like this work. Okay. No, you stay there. Okay, so let's grab the car. We just drive it out and huck it on the ground.
We can grab that pipe. It's nice and centered. It's not going to go smoothly. Hey, Sim, I am. Can I get a shout out for Simcopter 1, by the way, if we got one of my mods here? Probably don't, it's pretty late. Let me go ahead and do that. Those that don't know, Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of simulation and strategy games. Lately been on a bit of a board game binge, but definitely someone to check out. Really, really fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, all that good stuff. But definitely one of the places I end up the most after my own stream. You know, so after we start winding down here, I'll usually pop over there. So highly, highly, highly recommend. Yeah, I hope you're having a solid evening and all that. Always a pleasure spending time? Yeah, absolutely. This is really dodgy doing this with the crane up. Alright. So we gotta get the next one out of here. Okay, I'm willing to bet I can place over here. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I ended up, after seeing Sim playing Keep Driving, I ended up getting it myself. And then played it on stream and basically kept playing it till I finished everything it had to offer off stream. Like, literally 100% of the game. Really good game. Genuinely, I wish there was more of it, because I want to play more of it. Alright, so I think once we get these handful of debris out of here, we get the semi and to resupply this solar array. My assumption is that'll be the end of this map. So that way next stream we could just hop in the next map. Looks like you got 3 things over here. I might be able to shove those 2 pipes, just like drive and just shove them off the cliff. If I could keep not getting stuck on this like foundation support thing. Oh yeah, no, keep driving is really good. And for those who don't know what Keep Driving is, it's a car PG. Basically, it's sort of like it kind of makes you feel like FTL or one of those Faster Than Light, like one of those kind of games. Except instead of having like the space battles and that, instead you've got this entire like card game mechanic with you and your passengers or whatever as you're going on a road trip across the country. And there's like a lot of strategy that can go into it. You very quickly can learn to get some pretty broken builds and all that, but it's still a lot of fun. And the game does definitely give you some pretty significant challenges. And I did appreciate that if you drink and then start driving off, the game is just like, you shouldn't be driving the entire time.
and it is putting the game in like super hard mode. Because like very immediately everything goes bad. Alright, I think it's just that van, and I think we got this cleared. Let's bring that a little closer to change our center of gravity a little bit. I've apparently underestimated the weight of the van compared to all the other stuff. That's fine. Okay, so with that...
Now that the entrance to the lab is clear, all thanks to you, it's time to
All
get
right,
some
chat.
materials in. You don't really need to bring them on your own, though. Just plan a route for
All right,
the
chat.
concrete plant. Oh, and the lab's piping system needs a little repair. Just a few valves that need installing. No biggie.
Okay, where we kept being like, yeah, I'll just go a little bit longer, the map's almost done. She just tossed a bunch more mission objectives that are going to take me time. So, we're just going to pick up on this map again tomorrow. Because just getting trolled with mission after mission. We're already almost 2 hours over. So, that's fine. We'll just pick up with this tomorrow. It's all good. At least no need to deliver them. Yeah, it's fine. I actually am not unhappy about it. It's just one of those things that it can be really tricky as a content creator. Like, all right, I'm right at the end of this chapter or segment or whatever. I'll just put in the extra half hour. We'll get across that finish line, have a nice clean break for the next stream. And in this case, I'm like, all right, hang on, wait a second. It's been 2 hours and you're still going. You're not supposed to do that. So with that said, we are going to be wrapping up here. If you have enjoyed the stream, and you're not already following, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find me back here in the future. If you are watching over on YouTube, then the stream is going to end abruptly because I don't have a host already and all that stuff. So I do hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to like and subscribe over there. Now, if you're over here on Twitch, what's going to end up happening is we're going to go ahead and put up our ending stream screen, and we're going to go see who we can find to drop our